Hello, people. Good morning. My name is Clement, and I am joined with excellent week who is author of Chicago Court Justice Center. And we would like to welcome you to the first annual Love-a-thon for Justice in 2021. It's really about this year and to give you a indication of exactly where we are at this point and creating the center, what we are doing to build certain aspects of the center, and we just welcome you on this live stream. We mentioned about particular individuals incarcerated. We mentioned about mothers of torture survivors, but we welcome you and joining us and ask you please take the opportunity and donate to the Chicago Torture Justice Center. And I'm pretty sure the information will be provided to you so that you will have the opportunity to provide information. Before I pass it on, one thing that I would like to say, and that is, if we support what benefits us, then therefore we will not have, and then not having it, it's like all the perspective again. Chicago Justice Center is first of its kind. It's a center that treats individuals, not just individuals, that had as a result of police crimes. Police crimes as men that take investigations and torture. Yes, we also deal with it that have been in the community as a result of police. I think it's so very important that you people, you said, we are trying to deal with that for the entire U.S. And when you have a brand, sometimes getting a brand off of is a
Hey everyone, thanks so much for joining us. We're having some audio problems, so we're going to fix that. But before we transition over to our next part of the broadcast, I just want to thank you all for joining us, and we're going to welcome you all by showing a video.
Chicago Torture Justice Center is excited for this year's Love-a-thon as we invite our community and supporters to collaborate on building out our new space. The Chicago Torture Justice Center was born out of reparations for survivors of police torture. Survivors and their families fought for decades for access to trauma-informed resources and politicized healing support that the center now offers. Today, with hundreds of survivors still incarcerated and the persistence of racialized police violence, that fight continues. Building from the legacy of the historic reparations ordinance based in grassroots work, the center has taken up the responsibility of responding to the impacts of state violence on our communities through a politicized healing framework as we work towards repairing public harm. CTJC is excited to be growing in a way that requires a transition into a new space that houses a dedicated staff and, most importantly, provides more adequate room for services, healing resources, and organizing space for survivors and families impacted by torture and police violence. This is not just a move into any building, and this is more than an ordinary construction project. The center is proud and humbled to have secured access to the former home of the Woodlawn Mental Health Clinic an epicenter of the mental health movement that stood in resistance of Rahm Emanuel's 2012 mental health clinic closures. Chicago Torture Justice Center is excited to uplift and continue this legacy as the organization stands in solidarity with the liberatory movement ecosystem, pushing for investment in public resources. CTJC and its new space meet at the intersection of public harm, for we know the investment into policing and violent abuse is interconnected with the divestment from communal resources, especially health and mental health care. So we are inviting you into a process of repair, and the work is far from done. Reparation is something we must continue to build. We are repairing walls and floors, but we're also striving towards repairing trauma, impacts on families and communities, and the harms from divestment and oppression. We can't do it alone, so consider this an invitation into doing the work. We need your support, so please help make the new center a home for healing.
Thanks so much for watching our preview of the new space, which was narrated by Damon. And Gina is setting up the next part of our broadcast, which will be a video of the next part of politicized healing, which will be the politicized healing event that we did with Prentice Hemphill and Mark Anthony Johnson, along with my co-director Cindy Eigler. And so Gina is setting that up right now, and it will go through and explain what the somatics work is that we have brought to the center, what politicized healing is, and the processes by which both Prentice and Mark Anthony arrived at the work, how it's important in this particular moment in time for the movement and for helping to transform and expand our understandings of healing. And in this moment of increased crisis with COVID, and so many more people are coming down with COVID. We just learned of another passing of a loved one today. This is such a critical moment to be able to be with loved ones and in community in order to figure out how we can heal together, and how we can love on each other during these difficult times. So Gina is going to kick us off and play our next video. Hi, everyone. Welcome to this event that I'm so excited to be a part of today, where we're bringing these really fantastic organizers and human beings and healing practitioners with us, and I'm thrilled to be able to engage in conversation with them. This is part of our month-long series of events that we're holding all throughout the month of May. May is both the birthday of the center, the Chicago Center. Oh, sorry, I'm looking in the Chicago Torture Justice Center. It's our 4-year anniversary, and it's also the 6th-year anniversary of the reparations ordinance, which was passed on May 6, 2015, as a result of over 30 years of torture survivors and family members, mothers, organizers, attorneys on the ground fighting to make sure that the city of Chicago is held accountable for the legacy of torture that occurred and was led by former Commander John Burge, and that continues to this day. So we are excited. We have been celebrating, and we've been using this month to speak to the many issues that continue to need public attention and need organizing around, as well as taking time to step back and reflect on how we got here, how we are in this moment, why we are in this moment, and where we are striving to go. And there have been so many learnings. There have been learnings around just how institutional torture is to not just policing, but the entire system as a whole. How many mechanisms of torture have been invisibilized and erased, and bringing visibility to it and naming it as torture is important to the work. And there have been so many learnings around the impacts of torture, which is really what we are focusing a lot of our work around at the center, is that the impact of torture affects not just the individual who is the recipient, but also has a cumulative effect on the family, on our loved ones, on our communities, and our cities and regions as a whole. And so really taking time to unpack how it reverberates throughout our entire life and world is really critically important. So my name is Aislinn Pulley. I am one of the co-executive directors of the Chicago Torture Justice Center, and I am so thrilled to bring to you all two really, really awesome and brilliant people, Mark Anthony Clayton Johnson and Prentice Hemphill. And I'm just going to read you a little bit from their bios, which you can read their full bios from on our website, which is chicagotorturejustice.org. Mark Anthony is a licensed acupuncturist and experienced organizer who served as Director of Health and Wellness at Dignity and Power Now. Mark Anthony is a teacher with BOLD, which stands for Black Organizers for Leadership and Dignity, and was also a 2017 Soros Justice Fellow, which I didn't know, so that's awesome. And Mark Anthony founded the Frontline Wellness Network, which is a California statewide network of healthcare providers working to end the public health crisis of incarceration through political education and bridging relationships between providers and grassroots organizations, and really has been at the forefront of stopping jail construction and expansion of incarceration in California. It's really awesome work. Prentice, Texan-born healer, movement facilitator, somatics teacher, and writer, living and working at the convergence of healing, individual and collective transformation, and political organizing. Prentice has spent many years developing, learning, contributing to powerful organizations such as Generation 5, Communities United Against Violence, as well as so many others. Prentice is also teaches with Black Organizing for Leadership and Dignity, or BOLD, and has also formed the new, I'm looking for the name, Black Embodiment Institute, is that the correct name? Which I'm Black Embodiment Initiative, yes, okay. Which I am really, really so excited to be learning about. So without further ado, I want to welcome them in. So our first question, and I'll just jump right into it, and Cindy, who's the other co-director, is gonna also be helping with the facilitation here. But the first question is around both of you all's long lineage of of um, of work extends back to um, uh, the documented and both undocumented realities of politicized healing that we draw from in our immediate memories as well as ancestrally. And I'm curious to know why for each of you is it necessary to have a politicized lens to working with survivors of state violence?
Okay, I'll start. Well, first, I'm just really grateful to be with you all. Thank you for the invitation. These are some of my favorite people doing some of the most amazing work that I know about. So I feel really honored for the invitation, especially on the birthday of Malcolm and Yuri and Lorraine Hansberry too. It feels like a magical day to be gathering. Yeah, this question is a big one, and I feel like, you know, Mark Anthony and I have worked together for many years, and we also kind of before we were connected to people in other places talking about politicized healing or healing justice. He's been someone that I've been in conversation and work in for a long time. And I think that when we both kind of started asking these questions around what is politicized healing, what does it mean, what does it offer, we were both, I don't want to speak for you, Mark Anthony, but this is my sense, really trying to understand the impact of the carceral state on our communities, and specifically understand the kinds of traumas that people coming out of that system and out of prisons and jails were experiencing. And that feels like a place where my questioning and exploration around trauma really begins. And I think it's important because one, that the kind of trauma that is experienced in these carceral settings, it is so far reaching, and it impacts families, communities, it reaches across geography, it reaches through generations of our families, and it is can be a very just isolating experiences for all the ways that people experience it. I think it's really important for us to be thinking about politicized healing for formerly incarcerated folks who have survived that experience or experiences of torture. In some ways for me, I'm like, how do we counteract the trauma of the criminalizing and all the ways that it disconnects, all the way that it pathologizes, all the ways that it is really designed to do these things relationally and in our communities? How do we counteract that? Which, you know, is some of the most, I think our folks, our people, our families that are having these experiences are experiencing one of the heaviest aspects of this system, one of the most persistent, pervasive, violent, overwhelming strategies around disconnecting us from each other, from our freedom and liberation. They are moving through that, surviving through that, living through that. And if we're really going to understand what healing is, what healing trauma is, I think it's important for us to learn from, to support the folks that are experiencing some of the most devastating impacts of our current system. So that's why it's important for me.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you as well, CTJC. I'm really excited to have this conversation, and also just like always really motivated, impressed, and humbled by the work that you all do. And yeah, I totally agree. I mean, Prentice and I have been in these conversations at various phases and in various spaces in our work. And I think there's like a couple things that I see as themes in the conversation that we've been trying to grapple with and also make interventions around as we practice politicized healing and try and implement it in the movement work that we're situated in. And one, I think what providing what a politicized healing frame offers us is an opportunity to disrupt the individualization of health, right? Just like disrupt this idea that we are sick because our bodies are somehow deficient or somehow inadequate or these things, right? While at the same time making visible what produces health and well-being and what undermines it. And so I think a lot of some of the clarity that has come out of some of the conversations that Prentice and I have is just this idea that for me, health is really the outcome of political strategies that have been waged for and against our lives. And we can see that throughout history, right? And so I think what's really amazing and impressive and exciting about this moment that we're in is that folks are applying this politicized healing frame, not just as an adjunct to the work and the community work and the organizing and the strategizing and the campaigning, but really situating it as essential to like fundamentally disrupt the systems of power that we're up against. And so I find that to be one of the gifts and one of the clarities that feel really useful for us right now.
Amazing. I love you all so much. Thank you both for that. I mean, I think there's so much that you all are saying and have said over the time that we've gotten to know you that feels just so right. It's like, yes, that is what I feel. That is what I've seen over the 20 something years that we've been doing this work. And that helps inform how we're moving forward. So it's like that piece. And one of the offerings that has come from Resilient Strategies, which I know is the group that you all were co-leading for a while. And I believe maybe Prentice, this came birthed out of your brain or your heart. This definition that you offered around oppression. And so for folks who aren't familiar with the definition, you've probably seen it in some of our writings and heard us say it because we quote it often, is that oppression is how society organizes itself to control the distribution of trauma. And I think when I first heard that, I mean, I ferociously was writing it down and it was like everything that I knew to be true. And it has really helped inform our strategy of how we're working. And so I think we were, in prepping for this, Asen and I were really wanting to ask you all, like, where did that definition come from? You know, what was the thought? Like, how did that emerge? Is it something you've been playing with? Is it something that went off? Just really curious about where that came from, and also wanting to give so much gratitude for the offer of putting it out into the world, so that feels important too.
I think it kind of came from, in the beginning when we started our project, Resilient Strategies, that was, I really miss those times. We've both kind of gone to do other projects, but in the beginning, it was just we were just like, okay, what are all the things you think? What are all the things you think? And there was so much richness in the conversation to have a place to be like, all right, what have you been learning? What have you been learning in trying to practice politicized healing and trying to make that offering? And I really feel like in that moment, there was just a lot of sharpening. I think a lot of things got sharpened in kind of each of our work. And that was, for me, I think it began in some ways, it began in those conversations, and it also began in a kind of like clarity on, one is we were kind of wrestling with what is trauma, how does it operate, what do we know about it? It just really started to occur to me that this understanding of trauma is not kind of a mysterious one. We know that it replicates, we know that it reproduces, we know that it moves generationally. And I think we know that intuitively, we know that inherently, it's a basic kind of like cause and effect principle of life. something happens, and then there are things that happen. And it just really occurred to me the ways in which our trauma was useful, utilized, exploited, created, curated, with that level of thoughtfulness, and the awareness of the impacts that it would then have, and how, just what challenges that creates for us in our struggles towards liberation and freedom. And so it was kind of an overwhelming feeling, and it is, when I kind of sink into, what does that mean? That there might be forces or a logic that would say, oh, what we're actually doing, or at least one of the significant outcomes of this project of oppression, and all the ways that it manifests, and colonization, white supremacy, patriarchy, all of these ways, is to create a lingering experience, a transferable experience of pain, of disconnection, of, to separate us from our sense and source of power. And I had come up and been politicized to understand oppression in certain ways that have been revelatory to me. And I think that it was another layer of it for me to say, oh, okay, this is like, yes, structural, yes, material, yes, we can map out all the ways that it like shapes communities and neighborhoods. And I'm like, oh, but the desired impact is the experience and the transference of trauma for so many people. And yeah, I think to frame it like that for me is deeply, like, it's deeply disturbing, but it makes clear for me kind of what our work is to be. And those, I think the pieces that Mark Anthony was sharing about kind of what we are in many ways working to win is choicefulness, is wellness, is all of these things. And all the political work that we do is ultimately working to create, kind of restore wellness or create wellness on our terms for our community. So yeah, I think it can really inform the depth and direction of our work to understand oppression on that level.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have much more to add here. I mean, I think that's so right. And I remember really grappling with, in our early conversations, this idea that health and well-being is produced very intentionally, or it's undermined very intentionally, and was moving from that place really as part of a concept to politicize healthcare providers, and say, look, the work you're doing in the treatment room has to extend outside of that, because your patients are literally dealing with, again, these strategies that are working to deproduce well-being in their actual lives. And so our one-to-one treatment relationships are not enough. But I think what Prentice's definition outlines so clearly, and is like really, really clarifying, is that one, the time dimension of it, right? The idea that like the impact is not just about the moment, but it is about creating recurring and influencing our nervous systems, our bodies, our relationships, our relationship to intimacy, our relationship to vulnerability, our relationship to courage, all those things in a way that makes it that much more challenging to confront power in a really systemic way. And so I think that that definition of oppression is so clear and so important, and really becomes not just a concept, but a tool for me to actually read and look at the world, and read and look at, how do I interpret the moves that our targets are making, right, in our campaigns? How do I look at the moves that our sheriff's department is making locally, that our Department of Health Services is making locally? And are they producing and distributing more trauma, more powerlessness, more lack of safety, more undermining of relationship and trust, or are they doing something different, right? And at the same time, are we doing that, right? And I think that's becomes an important standard for us to think about tactics, for think about the cultures of our organizations. And so I remember when I first heard Prentice say and offer this definition, and it was deeply unsettling, but also really motivating at the same time.
You're on mute,
I'm
Asa.
sitting with a with a big question of why, which is a huge question. But a why is often what drives me toward organizing. It has been a big engine for me, a catalyst for a lot of my work. I'm wondering if you all can speak to the why. Why is why do the systems that currently dominate power, why are they organized in this way? Which is a big open-ended question. And then also if you could touch on what does liberation mean? What does liberation mean within a politicized healing lens? What does liberation mean when understanding that the systems conspire to distribute trauma as part of the project of oppression?
Yeah, I can jump in. I mean, I think a really basic and terrible answer is that one of the reasons why is because it works. And when I think about the experiments that we used at Dignity and Power Now, when we were experimenting with creating pop-up wellness clinics in front of the county jails, where we were literally providing acupuncture and massage and talk therapy and herbal workshops for people who were visiting their families, for people who were dealing with the uncertainty of not being able to track their family member down who was in a mental health crisis and had been taken into custody. Who had just experienced violence by the sheriffs, and it was radio silence within the jails, and they didn't know the status of their loved ones. Those experiences are deeply debilitating. And I think one of the things that we saw is that the more we integrated the healing work into the actual campaign building, into the organizing, into the actual leadership development, the more became possible, right? The more that, we had leaders who would throw down and were ready to confront the sheriff's department. We're ready to sit in these meetings and point out the inconsistencies in their logic and their budgets and all these things and protest. And would also, right after those meetings, say, I know that after this meeting, I'm going to have flashbacks. What happened to me? I'm going to have insomnia for the next 3 days. I'm going to feel anxious for the remainder of the week. What can we do, right? And so without a politicized healing response, that's what we see that distribution of trauma working. It is built to disrupt our ability to confront power. And so when we started to experiment with doing these things, and folks were having concrete results, folks were having less flashbacks, being able to sleep after a meeting and an argument with the sheriffs, where they told their actual story of what happened. The material reality is our campaigns became more powerful. Our leaders became more powerful, right? And so I think the why is that it works. And then on the politicized healing front, it just disrupts it in a fundamental way, which is why I think this moment is so exciting.
I love talking to Mark Anthony. I feel like everything, like honestly, y'all, this person is amazing. So amazing. No, like truly. Yeah, everything that he just said. And we had some conversations back in the day about, I'll just add a different layer maybe of like just our reactive selves are just not choiceful in the way that allows us to build and generate power. And I think it's just really helpful to try to create conditions in which people will remain reactive, even if that reactivity is a nuisance or an inconvenience. It's still controllable to a degree. It's still disorganizing fundamentally. And so it's really useful to create spaces where people are reactive and therefore disorganized and therefore have a harder time collaborating and therefore have a harder time building collective power. So yeah, I think it continues to be a really useful way of disorganizing us, having us leak power. So it works.
Thank you both. We have a question in from one of our dear community members who is a torture survivor by the name of James Gibson. And he wrote, how do you heal from being taken away from your family, never having a chance to get married? How do you heal from that? He also shared, he said that he's at a point where he doesn't want to talk anymore. He wants to see policy changes now. And that's why he's doing the work that he's doing against the city, that we need policies, or that we as a people will die inside prison waiting for years to be heard.
I'll just add on to that because I think James is posing a really important question that we're often hearing at the center is really, and you both touched upon this already in your previous answers, that relationship between healing and power building, and how is it a transformative relationship and not a transactional relationship, right? So if you all can talk about to those things.
I just don't know if you wanted to start. Thank you, James. I think you asked a really important and difficult question. And I think, I moved from the place that healing is a process and healing is a journey. And I think that's important because, again, I think it's important to disrupt this notion that healing is about. I think it's important to disrupt the idea that healing is about an outcome that means we forget, or we were not ever, or we reject harm, right? But we actually integrate it into an identity that is purposeful and meaningful. And that identity is so person specific, right? And so, I think we have to really be responsive to what folks are saying in terms of what healing looks like for them, what that journey looks like for them, what are the skills and capacities and realities and longings that they want. And I think that was part of kind of the experiment we were having at DPN, was really trying to listen to survivors and listen to them say, this is something that would be helpful. Talk therapy is not helpful for me, but ear acupuncture is, right? Sitting in a circle and sharing my stories with others, that's helpful in some contexts, it's re-traumatizing in others, but sitting down and getting body work is really helpful, right? It is just so different for all of us. But I think having it really directed by each person, and really with that really self-determining question of what does the outcome look like for you, and how do you want to integrate this experience into your vision of what you're trying to produce in the world, feels like, my charge as someone who considers practicing politicized healing a calling, is really to figure that out, and to figure that out collectively and collaboratively.
Yeah, that feels really right to me too. I think the yeah, I think what's coming to me with your question, James, is just like there's just so much that I individually don't know. I will share my ideas, but there's so much I don't know, and so much that there's, I think through your journey, through all of our journeys, we come to an answer in that question. Um, and it's the process that Mark Anthony was talking about. And I think that you will probably um, discover a key, a depth, a nuance, something that I can't even know is there at this moment. So I just want to say that. And I think some of some of my best guesses as a practitioner, or some of the things, maybe I'll put it like this, that I want for each of us in our healing process or journey is that, you know, as survivors of state violence or survivors generally of violence, in which I would include myself, that there's a restoration of our sense of agency, meaning I can make choices, because that's so much of what the state and what oppression tries to take away, from so many of us, is that our choices matter in the world. The choices that we make have impact. It really tries to like close in and be like, oh, all the choices you try to make actually aren't going to shift anything for you. So how do we, what are the things that bring back that sense of I can make choices? And then how do we keep healing our ability to be vulnerable, our ability to listen, which are the skills of belonging with each other, because we're social creatures, social animals. It's so important for us to belong. And to do that well, we have to practice both vulnerability, showing our hearts, and practice listening, receiving another's brilliance, wisdom, magic, all of that. And then other piece, I feel like, you know, I feel it so much in CCJC's work of like, because we are meaning making creatures, purpose is so critical for us. So that's where I feel like organizing is such a healing, organizing, and the way we build culture around organizing, it can touch on our belonging, it can touch on our agency and choice, and it can also reinforce or clarify our purpose, which is so important for us. So I just feel like those maybe are some of the ingredients, and the journey and the discoveries are all so different and necessary. We're all discovering through our own healing processes. Oh, you know what else is in here? You know what else is possible? You know what else this can do? So yeah, that.
Yeah, that's really resonates. I feel like one of the things that drew me to the work and was like really impressive to the center, to the Chicago Torture Justice Center, was the brilliance that had come through to developing the reparations ordinance, right? And creating a holistic reparations ordinance that would even acknowledge that there is some kind of psychological, spiritual, emotional impact to state violence, to systematic state violence over time. And I think there's so many conversations happening around reparations that don't include that at all. And so I'm curious from y'all's perspective, how a healing-centered framework or a healing justice-centered framework can expand our understanding of reparations as a process and an integral part of repair, which is the big question. And then I think seated in there was a question that came through also on Facebook around, you know, what happens for folks who don't necessarily recognize the need for healing, right? If we're talking about trauma in the way that we all have defined it, people are traumatized and often don't understand how that trauma looks in their bodies or looks in the ways that they're moving. So I think given that feels kind of resonant to this bigger conversation around reparations and what how a healing center framework adds to that, especially when we're talking about people who might not recognize the need for healing in that way.
I can just maybe answer briefly here. Some of what's coming to me is that, well, one, I feel like you all are really leading the way here. Honestly, I feel like y'all should be answering this question probably, that you were posing to us, to be honest. But I think that I think what a politicized healing frame, kind of speaking to some of the earlier questions, the things that Mark Anthony has offered, some of the things that it can clarify for us is what a win looks like. Because if we may inadvertently and accidentally be trying to win in ways that aren't actually liberatory, or maybe winning in a different context, winning inside of this system kind of thing. So a reparations frame that has a politicized healing framework, I think it's inviting, opening the space for the question, what does it even mean to win? What do our lives look like when we win? What does it feel like when we win? You know what I mean? So I feel like that's what y'all are doing. That's what I hope some of what we're doing is like, how do we trouble the waters on what it means to win, what it means to repair, if we're talking about reparations, so that we can have a really liberatory understanding, so that reparations changes our lives in the direction that is liberatory. You know what I'm saying? So that feels like what the offering is. And I mean, to the other question around repair, you know, this is one of these cycles again, and I don't think I have a very clear offering, but I do a lot of conflict facilitation, and it is very clear to me how repair is a very mysterious terrain for so many of us. And I can think of very few, maybe one or two examples on a mass scale of what repair has looked like. I can think in my life personally of maybe one or two examples of what repair has looked like on an interpersonal level, even a community level. So I think this, like, there's so much that needs to shift and is shifting around these frameworks that are opening up new possibilities in our practice. Like, what does repair really mean? Where are we trying to, what will repair what has happened? Like, let's ask these real questions, you know? I think even the work we're doing of like, what is trauma? And trying to not only talk about it, but reveal it to be political, I think starts to include more people and more stories. I think people start to be like, oh, okay, well, if that's it, then that's also something that I understand. So I think that's part of our work too, is like, okay, they told us inside of this individualistic kind of like commodified wellness world, trauma healing, it gets super narrow. You go into I'm a therapist, but you go into your therapist's office and you can change your whole life, just the two of y'all working it out. As opposed to this thing that lives inside of the collective, lives inside of the whole. It is culture, it is the way we get down, it is how we do things, it generates healing. So I think that the more we keep reframing, the more we keep legitimizing our own experiences and stories, the more people will understand, not only understand themselves in that framework, but contribute to it in a way that keeps having us understand what all of these things really mean. It's going to transform our practice. You know, if we're like, oh, for a long time, we didn't even think about ourselves as having experienced trauma. You know, not until recently could we say, oh, that was trauma. And now it's transforming our practice. So we have to keep doing that disruptive work of including ourselves in the story of what needs repair, who has been harmed, who is a human being. All of these things have to be disrupted.
Definitely. I mean, I want to link something that Prentice just said with something that James has just said, right? This idea of like what needs to be repaired. And James had lifted up this idea that pain is knowledge and knowledge is power. And I feel like there's a relationship between the two that really does articulate harm as a source of political imagination. In the right context. And I think that to me is some of the work that CTJC is doing in a really incredible way. And that invites a reparations conversation in a necessary way. And I think that, you know, again, just like thinking really practically about our members and our leaders at DPN, like if if they are survivors of abuse inside of the jails and we have a stated commitment to stop harm. And every time they walk by the jail or drive by the jail, they experience some pretty intense flashbacks or heart racing or anxiety. What does that say about the actual infrastructure that needs to exist or not exist, right? If every time an officer drives by in a car, similar things are happening in our bodies, what does that say about the reallocation of our budgets and what type of vehicles we need to be seeing in our lives, right? Like, and so I think it is the reparations conversation is a really, really critical one. And I think merging that and inviting the politicized healing conversation or the trauma conversation in there is so important to really thinking boldly, creatively about how to acknowledge, stop, and prevent harm. And I'm excited about the ways in which these politicized healing conversations invite us to think about the ways our bodies require our built environment to change.
I think both of you touched on this a little bit, but I want to just ask explicitly if you can talk to what we lose or risk when we engage in movement work that does not engage healing or that does not understand the politicized nature of healing.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think this is an important question. I think it's important to why there's such a reinvigoration around politicized healing right now too. I think a lot of us come from movement spaces, organizations, places, time periods where the idea was that your healing doesn't belong in this organization. The impacts of trauma on your thinking, your habits, your emotional range, all those things don't belong in the power building process of this organization or this campaign. The narrative that healing was something you did outside of the movement, right? The movement didn't incorporate opportunities, resources, a clear understanding of that. And so I think what we lose is people, right? Opportunities to actually see each other honestly, skill sets to actually help us move through very difficult and hard things, human things. I think we lose the opportunity for our organizations to be more skillful, to take on more pressure. And I can just think of a lot of moments where we've just lost members or lost leaders in our organizations because we didn't know how to read, how to hold, how to see, or design processes to support our folks as we were doing this work, which again is part of that intention. It's part of that definition that Prentice lifted up earlier, right? It's about building built-in limitations to the development and progress of our work. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that one of the things I've been thinking about lately, this might be a weird thing to say, so I'm gonna try to figure out how to say it not weird, is like how much our emotional selves, our internal experience of ourselves is so colonized. And there's so many ways to feel, and there's so many choices to make internally that I feel like we are just beginning to learn and I don't know what the word is, just bring back our like capacity for nuance. And it's just, I think that when we don't do that, you know, we say, if we're not aware of it, we might replicate what came before. And it's really that. I think when we start to do this work together and more, there are things that are beyond our current imagination that are possible to feel. That are possible to do. There are kinds of relationships that we can have with one another that we may not have experienced. If we're like, oh, I've only experienced, I go to work, or I've only experienced, you're my family, or I have friends. But then there's all these other relationships that we can have where we like, oh, we believe in a similar thing, but we don't have to be best friends. Or there's just like layers of experience to have that actually what it serves to do is keep us together in really hard things. But when we don't have the kind of maps internally to create a lot of different possibilities for how we might move, when hard things happen, we got what, 3 options? You know what I mean? I'm gonna be quiet, I'm gonna fight you, I'm gonna whatever. It's like we have maybe 3 options. So like when we understand what healing uncovers, how it relates to our imagination, our ability to be creative, strategic, to express ourselves authentically, those are the places where we start to leak and lose power. And it just like having those options creates these tethers of connection where more things become possible. And then, you know, I haven't revisited this thought in a while, but it's something that comes to me. It's like that choicefulness, that ability to like make these new moves, to have new kinds of relationships. To me, that's what liberation is in part. That's where we're going. Is that place more. It's not that everything's going to be good all the time or nobody's going to get on your nerves ever. But it's, to me, I'm like, I want for our people to have the experiences of life, not disproportionately. I don't want to be like, oh, y'all are going to have way more of this and very little of this. I want us to feel the ups and downs, the waves, the engagement, the sorrow, the joy. I want all of that in the measure that is afforded one's life without the, you know, the pressure of human generated oppression. So that's what liberation really means for me. And I think that this politicized healing is kind of pointing in that direction of like, this is what we're talking about. We're trying to move things around so that actually serves people's experiences of their lives and their development.
That's really great. And I think that speaks to a lot of the conversation that seems to be happening on the live stream right now. And maybe we'll wrap with this last question, is that there seems to be a lot of questions oriented to what you're raising, Prentice, around like, well, then how, right? How do we then incorporate this framework? How do we do this work? There was a question around the current move to have police not respond to mental health crises and send kind of mental health professionals instead. But we all know, because we've already talked about, it's all of our systems, right, that help distribute and control trauma, right? So we know that the mental health professionals have the same internalized gunk, because I'm on a live stream, I guess, that the rest of us have. So I think the question is like how do we start practicing different? How do we start moving different? How do we start incorporating this, especially when we're talking about healing as a self-determined act, right? Or acts that we're engaging in.
I think Mark Anthony's going to have a great answer to this question, so I'm just going to keep it real brief. But I think that how so many ways, how all the ways, the things you're imagining, that's a way. Thing you're imagining over here, that's one way. I think it takes absolutely all the ways, because if you think about how our lives are constructed and controlled in this environment, there are a million different ways that that is happening. So all of those ways. And I think sometimes people are asking, like, does that mean my organization needs to do A, B, C, or D? I think it's like, what's the next possible step for whatever space, system, organization, project you're in? What's the next step that opens up just that much more space? I don't think this is something we're going to get right now. I think we're all going to keep trying things that are going to open up a little bit more space. Some of them are going to make a lot of mistakes. Some of them are going to discover something liberatory. So I think it's hard to say, like, this is the next step, but I think all of us can generate these things with this kind of like, what do we have in mind? Does it open up more space? Does it create more breath? Does it increase our capacity to be together? Whatever these things are, and make a step that moves you a little bit closer there. And I feel like I'm gonna hand it over to Mark Anthony right now, because he probably has a lot.
I'm right with you on that. I mean, like, I think it's taking inventory of what you need. What are folks asking for, right? I need to sleep better. I want to not feel anxious. I want to tell my story more. Take inventory and then bring in what you have, right? Again, we just started talking to providers. We say, hey, look, we have this organization. Folks have experienced real abuses by the law enforcement. You're a therapist. Can you help? You're an acupuncturist. Can you help? You're a massage therapist. And providing those options to people and experiment. What's working? What's not? What are people utilizing? What's not? What more do they want? I would also say have a standard for your outcomes, right? Have a standard for what you want providers to come in with, right? And so before we had folks work with our folks, we would do a training for them. We would say, here's our folks. Here's the analysis of the world we want you to understand. Here's the type of consent we want you to practice, like all the things. And so what's your standard for the skill set you want people to bring to the work? And then, yeah, I mean, I think, be willing to experiment and explore is really important. And when I made the choice to study acupuncture, I struggled a bit, because I was like, it's going to take me away from my organizing work, right? And I think if had I allowed the idea that I should always be organizing all the time, I should not take the time to develop this other skill, like I would just miss on a whole host of opportunities. So just like making room to talk out loud, to experiment with ideas, to put things on the wall and pursue things that you trust are part of a strategy to win, even if they will take time to implement, right? That was, for me, acupuncture was a 4-year study process. And I'm so grateful that I had organizers and people and friends and folks like Prentice to help me ground and how is this going to apply to the real campaign work that we're doing. So I guess that's a few things that I would say.
Thank you both so much for joining us. This is such a great conversation, and every time I'm in a space where you all are, I just feel so much joy and privilege, to be honest with you. can you share where and how people can support you? Maybe your Twitter or Instagram handles or a website.
Yep. You can check me out on Instagram. My project, The Embodiment Institute, is on Instagram, the.embodiment.institute on Instagram. Also the embodimentinstitute.org. Yikes. Oh, that's right. And then on Instagram, just Prentice Hemphill, I think, is where you can follow me. But a lot of my work is coming through the Embodiment Institute now, if you want to follow that.
Yeah. On Twitter at Flyegret, FLYEGRET. And then look up Frontline Wellness Network on Instagram and Twitter. Those are two ways you can find us, and be happy to engage with folks on these questions.
Thank you both so much. It's such an honor to have you all be a part of this month-long celebration that we're holding. And I just want to invite all of the viewers to go to our website, chicagotorturejustice.org, and you can find information for all of the upcoming events that are still going to happen throughout the remainder of May. We have a drum workshop that will be held this weekend, so please check that out, and a plethora of other ways that people can become connected. We're still raising money, so we get a small grant from the city, which is not guaranteed to continue beyond the end of this year. So we always are fundraising because we need to keep this work going. So if you are able to contribute, that's also a great way of connecting. And you can watch the recordings of all of the prior events. So links are on our social media, on our Facebook page, and on our YouTube. Thank you so much. And thank you, Cindy, for co-moderating this panel. And thank you, Vedran, for running the tech behind the scenes. And most importantly, or I guess, I don't know if it's fair to say most importantly, but thank you, Prentice, and thank you, Mark Anthony, for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
Really
Come
great.
again, come again.
It's fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for watching the politicized healing conversation that we held earlier this year in May during our month of activities celebrating our birthday and also celebrating the 5-year anniversary of the reparations ordinance. So we were honored to have Prentice and Mark Anthony join us and continue to learn from them, continue to practice and try to deepen our own understanding of somatics work and embodiment. And I will turn it over to Mark.
Hello. And I hope that you enjoyed the very exciting video that you were able to watch with Prentice and Mark Anthony. I think that they provided a lot of great information, and I ask that you take out of this broadcast information that you know that you can use. And quickly going over to a issue that we are dealing with here within Chicago Torture Justice Center is a issue that deals with a young lady by the name of Michelle Coughton. Michelle Coughton has been incarcerated now for 25 years of her life. She was taken to a police station in Chicago, Area 2 Violent Crimes, which is known for a systematic history of police tortures stretching all the way from 1972. And the bottom line of it is that she was taken to a police station. She was humiliated, having her hair pulled, being spit on, and being tortured to confess. And then not only being tortured to confess, but also being someone that was basically tortured by members of the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, that if she did not accept a plea, that therefore she would be there sentenced to the death penalty. And this is a scheme and a technique that prosecutors have played all across America, especially when the death penalty was intact here in the state of Illinois. And what we are doing this morning, which is December the 22nd, we are calling the Cook County State's Attorney, Miss Kim Foxx, as well as the Illinois governor. Why? We're asking Kim Foxx to vacate the criminal charges against Michelle Coughton. And we're asking her to do this because torture is a crime. You know, so many people, they sit back and they look at what has occurred. Well, we can look at what has occurred until we die. The bottom line of it is that we must get up and we must fight back. So I'm going to provide you with some phone numbers, and I'm asking you to please get up and to call the the Cook County State's Attorney, as well as the Illinois governor. And I think that I'm watching it stream live as I speak right now about Michelle Coughton. And you already see the numbers, so I do not have to provide those numbers to you. And it is a privilege and it's an honor to have this streaming across, because I believe that we all must get involved. We all must fly that hashtag free Michelle Coughton, due to the fact that I'm a torture survivor myself. And a lot of people look at this as being an obligation and a must. But let me tell you, I give the kindness of my heart to you, the people, due to the fact that I understand how it feels to be locked up inside of a prison. I was sentenced to 4 counts of natural life and told that I would die inside of a prison. So coming back out into society 13 years ago, man, we have made great strides, but it is still a lot of work yet to be achieved in this particular area of exposing Chicago police tortures, which has, may I say, over 100 different individuals locked up inside of our prisons. So I'm encouraging you on this Wednesday morning to get up and fight against Chicago police torture. I'm asking you to take a crime against torture. How do we stand up against torture? That means that we got to do something. If we don't do anything, then our cries, they fall on deaf ears. And this is a wonderful platform to be able to stream this broadcast live and to ask you, the people, to have a heart and to call Cook County State's Attorney Kim Foxx, asking her to vacate the criminal charges against Michelle Coughton, asking the governor to therefore grant the clemency in docket number 37110. Let me say that again. Docket number 37110. Asked him to grant that clemency. Why? Because once again, torture is a crime. So when we tell you, I will definitely be calling back to the Cook County State's Attorney's Office as well as to the governor's office and echoing that to them, due to the fact that when we tell you, when you are stuck in these situations, man, it takes all of us getting up and doing something. And I ask that you share this broadcast around to your contacts and ask them not only to call for Michelle Coughton, but to also, man, you got to give back. And that is what a lot of us, we fail to look at, is giving back. How do we give back? Let me tell you, the Chicago Torture Justice Center is historical. And it's historical because let me tell you, this is the first center of its kind, meaning a center where that men and women that have been impacted as the result of systematic torture, once they are released, they have a place to go. They have a place where that they can get re-entry services. They have a place where that they can go and be linked in with Chicago Public Schools and have that opportunity to speak at Chicago Public Schools, to support other like-minded torture survivors that still linger behind our prison walls. People like Daryl Fair. And Daryl Fair is another person that has been incarcerated entirely much too long. So let me tell you, we must put the pressure against Kim Foxx. We must put the pressure on the governor. Forget that this is a election year. And let me tell you, human life matters above above politics. Human life matters above politics. And I think that it is so very important for the governor to recognize that when we tell you there is one female that remains incarcerated inside of our prison, and that is Michelle Compton, and we're going to fight. We're going to fight, and we're going to tell this governor, listen here, let Michelle Compton out of the prison system. Michelle Compton should not be incarcerated. And let me tell you, I can't go into the full nitty gritty of her case, but the bottom line of it is torture is a crime. And if you take someone down to the police station and you terrorize them and you torture them into a confession, I believe that all of the facts and circumstances of that case, it must be dropped. Let me tell you, if people were able to do this to a prosecutor or a police officer, all of those charges would be dropped. And also, I want to bring to your attention of another exciting project that we are also going to be working on, and that is, how do we establish a conviction integrity unit downstate in DuPage County to hold the DuPage County to fire about some of these wrongful convictions. One of those wrongful convictions is the case of Johnny Berzal. Johnny Berzal has been incarcerated for 11 years inside of a Illinois prison in bad medical condition. And when we tell you, I say that enough is enough, and that we, the people, we must do what we can. You are watching that live information as it streams across your screen. And I'm asking you to have a heart and to call Cook County State's Attorney Kim Foxx right now. I'm asking you, once you get through talking with Kim Foxx's office, to then call Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker's office right now. Today is that now for Michelle Compton, and we are pushing as hard as we can that our sister be let out of these chains of bondage that, guess what? She has entirely sat there much too long. So with all of that being said, I'm asking you, the people, to support the work that we do, to support, guess what, the men and the women that are being released out of our prison systems. With anything new, there's going to be rumors. There's going to be some people who understand. There's going to be some people who don't understand. There's going to be some people don't like the color of my shirt. The bottom line of it is this. Men and women were tortured inside of police stations. This center exists due to the fact of Chicago police torture reparations out of John Burge. And when we tell you, that's the start. Now, how do we create other Chicago torture justice centers across this U.S. to begin to deal with men and women that have been traumatized, men and women that are dealing with trauma, men and women that are dealing with psychological issues that are all connected with what they had to experience while locked up inside of a prison, while locked up, guess what? Inside of a jail. Let me tell you, it requires a lot of healing. Just because you are released, let me tell you, that is happy and that is dandy, but now how do you move forward with your life? So with all of that being said, I say fly that hashtag, free Michelle Crofton. Free Michelle Crofton, because if it was your family member, you would be calling me on the telephone, you would be emailing me, and you would be asking me to support you. I say also about Brother Antonio Porter. Antonio Porter is another individual that has lingered inside of our prisons much too long with a lack of evidence. With a lack of evidence. Matter of fact, the new discovered evidence is way much more than the evidence that they used to find him guilty, but the system still do not want to let him out. People like Donald Jordan hemmed up inside of our prison system. And what most people do is they look at the facts of these cases and they say, oh man, they say that he did this. Stop looking at the facts of the cases and understand what is the underlining of these cases. What drew these convictions is racism, and I don't care what color they are. It's all racist. It's all about making money. It's all about mass incarceration and profit over the people. And I say that enough is enough and that we must fight back. Before I pass it back over to Aislinn and we begin with another video, I'm asking you, the people, to think about those men and women that are inside of our prisons that, guess what? We all know they shouldn't even be there. And this is the way I feel. I feel that prisons need to be demolished. I believe that there is no way to reform something that is broken, and it's broken as the result of profit and racism. I believe that so many men and women need to be released out of our prison system due to the fact that the prison system has done more harm than good. Find me anywhere within our prison system where that a penalty has deterred crime. When is the last time that you have seen on the news that, well, little Johnny decided not to do something because he thought that he could get the death penalty or he thought that he could get natural life? No. Anytime you put a bunch of people in a poverty-stricken community, guess what you're going to have? You're going to have some elements of crime. We must, guess what? Show love, not show hate. Let me say that again. Love, not hate. Love, not hate. So I will pass it over to Aislinn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I think you couldn't hear me. I'm so sorry. I was just saying how you are so awesome. I am so grateful to be in community with you. I'm so grateful to be in this work with you. I'm so grateful to be fighting and co-struggling with you. Thank you for representing the cases that you just shared. Yes, we must free Johnny. We must free them all. We must demand all charges be dropped against Michelle. And yes, to the destruction of all the prisons. So yes, thank you. Thank you so much for your words. Now we're going to go to a very short clip about our anniversary. And it's a video that we made again back in May. And it's only 3 minutes, so it's very short. And then we're going to go to bring on Latanya. And Latanya is such a powerhouse. So I'm so excited to have Mark and Latanya be in conversation with each other. So take it away, Gina.
I am different. Are you? 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 I am different. Are you?
Tortured by Blue was real. I was tortured at 20. I survived the inside. I relive my trauma. Every time I tell my truth, I relive my trauma. You don't just free one, free them all. Free them all.
I have a right to be, all of me. I am Latina, I am diaspora, I am Jewish, I am the daughter of immigrants, I am a survivor. I'm a dreamer, I'm without land, I'm without people. I am, we are. I have the right to be.
You don't know my name. My father called me the last button on the general's coat. My mother called me a freedom fighter. My daughter called me a revolutionary. My nephew called me a sleeping giant who has awakened. My great-nephew Pierre, who was killed in 2016 at the age of 16 by Chicago police, called me Auntie. My friend Yale's mother calls me Boar.
I refuse to accept your narrative. My son, Archie Jr., was an unarmed 20-year-old black man running from the police. He was on top of a 6-foot fence when he was shot. I will always tell my truth. I am a grieving mother who has lost a child to police brutality. I sped in a deposition to hear the judge's decision. No conviction, no criminal charges for the officer. I was denied justice. I was served a life sentence without a trial.
I am warrior reborn. I'm a survivor. I'm a fighter. I'm resilient. I'm relentless. I'm struck by how beauty fills my power, enveloping rations of strength, my reserve. I keep walking, chasing horizons, fists high. I am reborn, warrior.
Strength and resilience. I was tortured at 16. I fought, cried, and won. Torture is a crime. Yeah. Lynching, racism, torture, and injustice. Yeah. Torture is a crime. Brick by brick, wall by wall. Free Gerald Reed, free them all.
Grandma, on some days I enjoy them. On those days, voices are healing. On those days, we believe. Grandma, lead us to the river. I'm ready to be free. I'm bringing them all with me.
Thank you for watching. That was something that we made through the Freedom Songbook program that we held prior to the pandemic. And it was a program that brought together survivors of police torture, as well as family members whose loved ones have been killed by police. And it was a beautiful experience to be able to come together and use everyone's own stories of survival, stories of trauma, stories of loss, stories of grief, and stories of healing, to put together a anthem, and we call them freedom anthems. We did that in partnership with the Old Town School of Folk Music, with Mr., who sadly passed away earlier this year, and his mother, And we look forward to being hopefully in person, where we can have another version of the Freedom Songbook program, or if we need to remain safe and not be in person, figure out a way to do it virtually. But that was a really phenomenal experience. So now I'm going to bring forth Latanya Jennifer Suglet, who is our new peer reentry coordinator. And Latanya and Mark will be in conversation, and Mark will ask Latanya some questions about what is the reentry program that we're envisioning, and tell the world a little bit about yourself, Latanya. And I will step away and let you guys take it away.
Hi, thank you so much. Happy to be here. Hey, Mark.
I am excited to bring Latanya forth due to the fact that reentry is so very important once you leave our prison system. And what a lot of people look at is all of the difficulties that you have to go through. And that is the reason it is so much needed. Before I ask Latanya her first question, let me stress to you that she is a torture survivor. And she was taken down to Area 2 Violent Crimes, the same police station that Michelle Crofton was taken, and she was mistreated by police into a form of systematic torture. So I welcome Latanya, and my first question to Latanya is, what is your goals in your position as re-entry director?
Thank you. That's an excellent question, Mark. So right off the bat, I have to say that my goals are to build out a program that really just says the mere fact that you've been to prison is enough. Far too many times we find re-entry programs that say, hey, you have to qualify under, these categories. And I say that because when I was released, there were lists of re-entry programs, but I didn't qualify for any. They had 5 categories. It was, you had to be homeless, you had to have children, you needed to have, you were trying to get a GED, you were on drugs, or you were HIV positive. And I didn't fit into any of those categories. And I thought to myself, like, I've been to prison. That really should be enough to get some type of assistance, from these programs. And I went from program to program, and I was thinking to myself, like, does it matter that I've just been in the system? I've been tortured and abused by police. I came home after 2 decades of prison, and I still have to be something else other than traumatized. So my goal is to really create a program that doesn't make people qualify their trauma. You've been to prison. You are directly impacted by police abuse. And most of the people that we serve are police torture survivors. So my goal is just basically to say, hey, you are welcome. Come through the door. And if I can't provide the service for you and it doesn't exist in CTJC, we're not going to let you leave without finding somebody to help you. And that's another thing that I think that reentry programs fail. They say, hey, we're closing the door. We can't serve you. You don't meet our criteria. And they let you walk out the door. Well, that's a person that's still in need. That's one thing that I love about CTJC. It's like before we even had the reentry program, we were still calling places and trying to help people. And hey, let's see if we can call here. Let's call over here. Let's send an email over here. We didn't say we don't have a reentry program. We never said that. We said we'll do our best. So now that we are building out a reentry program, like, how much more will we work to help individuals who are released from prison?
And you spoke on something that is very important. You stated that it wasn't enough to just come out of prison dealing with your trauma, but you had to deal with all of these complications with our so-called systems to get an ID, to get a social security, to get a job. Can you speak a little bit on that?
Oh, definitely. Like I stated, you know what, when I left prison, they gave me a list. It was like a packet of resources, and I was so excited about it. I was like, look at all these resources. Like, surely, I'm going to be on my feet in a matter of 30 days or whatever. And my mom had already purchased me a telephone, so I got home and I just called number after number after number. And I was so disheartened and so discouraged because, I would have to literally tell my story to everybody. And they would listen and say, oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you, but it's nothing we can do for you. And I call the next number. We're so sorry that happened to you, but here we only provide services for A, B, C, and D. And I'm thinking, I've been to prison. I'm a woman. I came home over 40. So I'm like, there has to be something for a Black woman, been in prison for decades, over age 40. Like, I fit every type of demographic there is, but there was such a limit to those services. And all of the help that I got it from family, and friends saying, hey, you need an ID? I'll pay that $20 for you. At the time, I think it was $20. I'll pay that $20 for you to get an ID. When I did go to organizations, I'm way in the south suburbs in Markham, and they wanted me to be on, Harrison and, Roosevelt. I don't know if those were the streets, but you know what I'm saying? Like, how does somebody who's formerly incarcerated, freshly home, no money in their pockets, at the mercy of their family members, how am I getting from Markham on 160th Street way to 808 Kedzie somewhere? And then I'm like, they're like, get on the bus. Well, yeah, I mean, let's address the fact that I haven't been on a bus in 21 years. You know what I'm saying? So there was, a lot of things that go on that I just don't want to send people through when they come home. Just as I stated, if we can't do it, I want for the reentry program, and CTJC has already started this process, but I want us to be so connected to community organizations that we can literally call and pick up a phone and say, hey, we don't necessarily, provide this particular service. However, we still consider this person one of our, clients, participants, because they've been incarcerated. So we're going to do what we can do for them here. And we're asking that you partner with us and still provide services to this person. Like, I want a holistic wraparound reentry program that doesn't just stop at CTJC. I mean, as talented as we are, we can't do it all. So we have to be connected to community organizations that help us provide these services. But my goal is really just to not turn anybody away. I don't want anybody to leave CTJC without an understanding of who we serve, what we do, and that we want to help you. So, yeah, that's my goal, at least one of the many goals.
And my next question to you, being an African American female that was tortured at the hands of police, how do you feel?
I feel lonely most of the time. I feel lonely because there are days when I'm in warrior mode, and I'm like, if I have to be the face of female torture survivors, I can do that. I wake up those days and I'm like, for all the women who were like me, afraid to come forward, I'm the face today. I can do it. I have the strength today. Like, I'm a warrior today. And then I have those days where I'm like, can somebody else just, can I just pass the torch sometimes? Because it's heavy. It's heavy. It's heavy carrying all of what I have experienced, and it's heavy knowing that there are still people out in society who don't believe that it has happened. I think that's the heaviest thing, to go places and it's still shocking. When I tell my story and I'm before diverse audiences, and they go, oh, no, not in Chicago, and not women. Like, are you kidding me? If they tortured Black and brown men, you don't think there was a woman someplace around? We've been so marginalized as just girlfriends and baby mamas and, sisters and things like that. But we are victims as well. We are victims of police violence and torture. And it gets lonely. It really gets lonely, but I understand it's hard to come forward. I don't say that I'm the only one out of pure joy. I say it because some days I'm brave enough to be the face. Some days I'm, just holding it down for all the sisters who, are standing right there, but they don't, want to be there. So if it had not been for CTJC, first and foremost, welcoming me in just based on the fact that, I'm a torture survivor. They never said, prove it. They never said until you come with documentation, until you, give us, scan your retina and, they never made me prove it. They said your pain qualifies you, and that's why I go so hard for CTJC, because I know when I walked through the door, I was a mess, and I always thank you, Mark, because you were the one who said, come forward. I had tried to tell my story so many times. And I know, I don't have to say, what I'm saying. I know, you get tired of trying to tell the story. And then you just settle with the fact, nobody's going to believe me. How can I get this out of my mind? But every day that I woke up in prison, I realized that it started with the torture. I realized that it started with them grabbing my hand and making me sign the statement. You know what I'm saying? So every day that you wake up in prison, it's like you still relive that story of torture. No matter what you try to do while you're there, you can go to school, you can be in programs, you can do all those things. But you would not have been there had they not done the things that they did to get you there. So to answer your question, it's lonely sometimes. I'm so grateful for the support, the kinship, the new family that I have at CTJC. That's what makes it less lonely. But when I think about other women who have come up to me after I've spoken, and they say, "Can I talk to you?" and they cry, and they say, "I've always wanted to tell this to someone." I carry them with me. Sometimes they are my strength. Sometimes they are the reason why I can do this, because I think about being able to share my story and them saying in the background, I'm not alone.
Yes. And, I remember shortly before speaking with you about a off-topic conversation, running into Monica Crosby and bringing up the fact of just how did she feel as a female being locked up inside of the prison system. And really what breaks my heart is that it was a total neglect. It's no other way to describe it. It was a total neglect by many different sources to deny the fact or even look into the fact of females being taken down to police stations and brutalized by members of the police department. And to be honest with you, it broke my heart when I was able to speak with you and then to find out information about your police torture. And now I'm facing the realization that you're working with Chicago Torture Justice Center. What is your hardest task as a torture survivor to help other torture survivors?
I think the hardest task is you can tell people, I can share that I'm a torture survivor all day long, but we carry so much guilt and shame about our experience because the system, and these systems, because it's more than one, they make us try to believe. And because we're in the system, because we wake up in prison every day, you struggle with yourself and you say, well, there's had to be something bad about me. Like, why was it me? What you struggle with, who you are, how you were raised, your neighborhood. You struggle with all those things. And then you say, wait a minute, like it couldn't just be that I'm just the worst person ever. It's these systems that are in place that kind of run everything. So I think the hardest thing is to welcome a survivor home and say, hey, I feel you. I know what you've been through, because for decades we have people say, oh, I know how you feel. You know, we go to these other organizations, or we try to, you know, seek out services, and they say, I understand. No, you do not. You do not understand what it's like for them to parade your mother, you know, past you with handcuffs and say, if you don't sign this statement, I'm going to lock your entire family up. You do not. So I think we have heard that so much that when you say it to a survivor, they're still looking at you like, no, you do not. Even though you've said to them, I'm a survivor, their heart wants to like meet with yours and connect. And, you know, we all hug and cry together. But there's that defense of, you don't get it. You know, so it's that wall that everybody has to break down. And we have to break it down with each other. You know, we have so much distrust in the systems and people, because people and systems have failed us. You know, organizations, nonprofit organizations have failed us. So when they come to CTJC, we have to stand above everything that they have experienced. And I think the mere fact that I think CTJC is 60% survivor led, or 50%. I think it's 60%. I think the fact that CTJC is 60%, if I'm quoting right, survivor led, kind of pushes the envelope a little bit more, and it allows for survivors coming home to say, hey, they must believe in this, they have to support this, because look at the representation, you know. But I think that's the hardest thing. The hardest thing is to say, I understand, because all of us have heard that so much. The hardest thing is to say to a survivor, guess what, you are with family, you can relax, you can relate, you can release, you know, because we're still so defensive and so on guard, because our story never got us anything before, you know. So we anticipate that now I'm in this big free world again, the same free world that took me. What does my story mean? So it's just breaking down those decades of guilt and shame and distrust, and supplying the love, the trust, the support that CTJC has for them. That's hard. You know, it gets to be, it is challenging. And we all know it. Like, I knew it was like that with me. I came to CTJC and I was like, I'm at home, but am I? You know, so that's what I work hard on. I work hard on being available, so they'll know this is not your, you know, everyday garden variety. Call me, you know. We're here for you. Like, we work regular hours, but we don't, you know, like we're off on the weekends, but we're not, you know. So yeah, I think that's the hardest thing, is to just break down everything that the systems have forced them to deal with, not even accept. Because in our hearts, you know, we don't accept it, but it's just that we've had to deal with it so long. We
Yes.
challenge everything. How is this going to be different? What's different about this? You know?
Yes. And my final question to you, Latanya, because see, what most people fail to realize is that now inside of our prisons in the state of Illinois, they have tablets, and come to find out, they are able to access some YouTube, and I would like to believe they can't go on lives, but they can get the archives. And I would like for you to provide a statement of some type of encouragement to the brothers and sisters that are still in the prison system, and to speak just a little bit about your relations with Michelle Coughton. Thank you.
So, you know, if I was going to say something encouraging to the brothers and the sisters who are still incarcerated, I would have to say that there are people out here fighting for y'all. Like, if somebody had told me that, you know, and it probably wasn't at this magnitude, you know, Mark, when you and I were incarcerated, we had our moms, we had our families, you know, things like that. But there are people out here fighting for you individually and collectively, and fighting the system of prison. You know, we had a lot of people fighting to get us out of prison. There are tons of people fighting the prison system, the legislation, the senators, the governor. Like, people are stronger and people have more courage against these systems than they've ever had before. And I just don't want for people to give up hope. I don't want you to think it's just, your family members. I want you to know that your family can connect. And there are powerhouses, organizations, grassroots organizations, individual people, law firms. There are just people out here fighting these systems, and it's for everybody. And I just want for everybody to know that, like, you are there for now, but we are trying to make it where it doesn't exist at all. I want for people to know that they are welcome at CTJC. That
Yes.
they are welcome, and that we will embrace them, and we will do all that we can for them. And that is what we do from the beginning. Before there was a re-entry program, I walked through the door, and CTJC has, it's been the stars for me, because they have always gone out of their way to connect me to resources and people and services. And I still was questioning. I still was saying, like, what do they want from me? And they didn't want anything from me but my success. And here I am. And that's why I haven't left. So I just want to say, we're here. People are fighting with your family members, with your neighbors, with your loved ones. Many, many people are fighting. These systems are going to change. And be encouraged. Don't give up. Those 3 words, don't give up. Don't ever allow those people who come to work every day to tell you who you are and what you're not going to be and what's not possible. I saw people with life sentences go home before I did. I've been home and I've seen brothers just walking out, and I'm like, wow, like, it happens. It really happens. It does. Wait for it. It's coming. Be encouraged. Don't stop. We are our own army, and we have enlisted all of those who believe, who support, who care. Don't give up. Michelle Clapton and I did time together, of course. She's very, very sweet. I used to do her hair in the beauty shop. I've worked with her in several assignments. You get assigned to work industry, certain places or whatever. She's a very to herself, but friendly with everyone. Very, very beautiful person. I am saddened to know that the entire time we walked the prison grounds together, we did not know that we had been in the same police station and had been tortured. And I will not share the details of her story, but the same thing that happened to me happened to her. And I would like to share, but I want to keep her privacy and not break confidence, because it is her story to tell. And I will sit on the side of her when she is released and support her. But for 20 years, we walked the same grounds. I'm so sorry. And I didn't know. I didn't know that we had been in Area 2. They had did to her what they did to me. I did not know that. So she is my sister of the struggle, because we were in prison together. And she is my sister of survivorship. And that's that shame and that guilt that you carry, that you can't tell nobody. You dare not tell nobody that this is what happened to you, because it seems like you're the bad person. But it's sad, so sad, that we live in a world, a society, a community, a city that is so accepting of abuse of women, that when we try to say it, Nobody believes it.
Mhm.
If we didn't live in a society that was accustomed to abusing women, the Me Too movement would not exist. You know, and I always hate to make this about certain things, but if a white woman had come forward and said that she had been abused by the police, all hell would have broke loose.
Mhm.
And I have to call a thing a thing. Yana Van Zant has taught me that. Um, so it's very, very sad that we are accepting of abuse. Period. We are accepting of abuse of women because we know that people go home and beat their wives and their kids all day long, and we are in denial of the fact that torture happens here. Like, which one is it? You know, we're going to deny that torture happens, but we accept that women are abused, so much so that we don't believe it when a woman comes forward and says, the police abused me.
Yes, and really what draws the emotion from me is the fact that, and please forgive me, and shoot, you got Oprah up here crying. uh, how dare the system do this to our sisters? And society is out here shooting people because someone stepped on their toe. But here it is. They can take your auntie, they can take your mother, they can take your sister down to a police station and they can torture them. And society, and I'm not saying everyone, but many people sit around as if this never occurred, with the city of Chicago shelling out more than $165 million to pay out settlements and judgments in dealing with torture claims, $5.5 million in a reparations package, and our people are sitting back like it's a bright, sunny day. I say, hell no. And I say that to say that we as a people, and I realize that we all have things to do in our lives. Everyone ain't me. Everyone ain't going to be up to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And
Yeah.
that's why I tell people all the time, CTJC is open 24 hours a day because hell, I'm up to 2 or 3. We got to do something about this, and we must let the powers that be, especially Kim Fox, especially this governor, we have to let them know, guess what? No more. In this nightmare for so many people that are languishing inside of our prisons, as this Christmas approach, some women inside of our prisons don't even have tampons. Some of the women can't make commissary. They're treated differently. Whether in the men prisons they have cable, in the females prisons they don't have cable. They got to go to a day room. The conditions are completely different from the way that the men and the women are treated. But I say, forget the indifferences. Let our people go. Provide them with justice. And
When you get done, let me say something. I'm sorry.
yes.
You know, as far as what we expect, I always use this analogy. If you had someone who went to a hospital, let's just say they went to a hospital, something had happened, you know, car accident, they survived, but they went to a hospital and they stayed there for a length of time. And when you went to pick them up from the hospital, they weren't any better. You would demand right then, I need to see your surgeon. I need to see the administrator of the hospital. I need to talk to somebody because my aunt, uncle, mom, cousin, sister has been here for this length of time and they're no better.
Mhm.
Why is it that we send people to prison and we let them stay there for decades? And then when they come out, we not only want to restrict them from this whole big old world and sanction them from starting over, but we don't demand why this person hasn't come home functional, you know? Society prides itself on saying, well, you know, they've been incarcerated for a long time. Why do we have systems like that? You wouldn't stand for it. Let your child go to school, because your tax dollars are paying for that too. Let your child go to school at the end of the day and can't read. But we send people to a correctional center. So does it work? Does it really work? You bar formerly incarcerated people from working so many jobs and doing so many things, and then you find out that the teacher in the school who doesn't have a criminal background been molesting kids for 10 years.
Mhm.
But I can't step foot in CPS. You know what I'm saying? So this whole correctional reform, it doesn't work. It hasn't worked. There needs to be something different. And what needs to happen is that, first of all, communities need to be supported with the resources that they need. And we definitely need, since these systems still exist now, to be able to support organizations like CTJC who provide all inclusive services. We don't turn anybody away. So we need support to do that, to make people better from the systems that tried to destroy them, that took down whole families. Most people who have done decades in prisons don't have a lot of family when they get out here. Their parents are older, so they live in senior housing. Where are they going? I'm begging somebody to donate us a 2-flat building, a house, or something, so we can house individuals, so we can give them someplace safe to live. They don't have to worry about an officer opening up the door and kicking the bed and saying, get up and do this. You have to support each other. That's how we make
Yes.
it better. That's how we make it better.
And, you know, that's so very important, because when most people are released out of our prisons, what they deal with is housing issues. And that's been ignored. Where that person is going to lay their head. And a lot of people fail to realize that's like torturing the person all over again,
Yes.
because you got to come out here and you got to deal with this nonsense out here just to survive. And people think that this stuff is easy, and this stuff is not easy. It's not easy rallying for people that are locked up inside of our prison system. People think this stuff is easy. They think that you just automatically have the ear to these people to make change, and that's not true. What about little Johnny, who's released out of our prison system, and he's taking medication, but they only give him a 30-day supply, but won't give him an ID for 6 months. And so now he can't get his medicine. So now he's suffering. So now, guess what? He ends up back where he come from. And that was the design of our criminal justice system, to re-traumatize these men and women. And people don't catch on to that because of the hatred in their hearts. Last question, Latanya.
Okay.
Being a person in the re-entry structure, how can people contact you?
So I'm like Mark, like people can call me. I'm not one of those people who, like, my phone is literally always on. And as much as I say, like, it's the weekend, like if I see a number, you know, or somebody texts like, hey Dan, are you available for a few minutes? I'm like, yeah. Cause I just feel like we live every day. So we have to support some kind of way every day. And I know like Aislinn and Cindy always get on us about self-care and all that type of stuff, but we are fulfilled like when we connect to people and we help people. So people can call me. Well, first of all, I will say you can email me if it's, you know, like formal. I'm Latanya at I didn't cry my eyelashes off, y'all. I'm sorry. Latanya at chicagotorturejustice.org. But you can call me at 708-557-2071. That is my telephone number. I answer all calls. I probably won't, like Marcus, up to 2:00. I might be up, but if you calling me at 2:00, I'm like, it better be a crisis. I say about 9:00 is my limit. Like 9:00 is about my limit. But yeah, you can. Sorry, y'all. You can call me. I answer. I text. But Chicago, Latanya at chicagotorturejustice.org. 708-557-2071. You can also reach out to Mark. You can reach out to Cindy. You can reach out to Aislinn. I give them, they always know. All they have to do is text me and say, hey, I gave, little Johnny, because you always use little Johnny as your example. I gave little Johnny your telephone number. I just say, text me first and like, hey, I'm little Johnny. Mark gave me your telephone number. And then I'm like, hey, okay, I'll call you. But I write people incarcerated. I accept collect calls. Yeah, so I'm available. That's it. Did that answer the question?
Yes.
Made me cry off my eyelash.
And shoot, you made me cry off my eyelashes, woman. Sure, I got to put them back.
Embarrassing. Okay.
So, but I want to thank you, Latanya, for taking the opportunity to join this Love-a-thon for justice and to at least explain a little bit about yourself as well as about the work that you do with Chicago Torture Justice Center. I was watching comments from Nazi, he's the ghost over here on Facebook, and from Christina, and from Rosemary Cage. And Rosemary, we all know Antonio Porter. And we all know Antonio is wrongfully convicted, just like we know Johnny Burzo is wrongfully convicted. We have not forgotten of him, and we haven't forgotten about any of these brothers and these sisters that are laying dormant. It's a time, a place, and a strategy for all of this, believe it or not. Thank you, Latanya.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Yes. And I will turn it over to my co-host, Miss Aislinn.
Hey, thank you, Mark, and thank you so much, Latanya. You are just so amazing and powerful, and you brought everyone to tears, and there's so much power in refusing to remain silent. There's so much power in continuing to be witness and share your story. And so thank you. Next, we are going to watch a video of Mothers of the Movement event that we held earlier this year in May, which Mark was also the facilitator of, along with, I believe, Alice Kim. And as Mark and Latanya shared, the stories of women, particularly women survivors, have not been told enough, right? None of the stories have been told enough, including the stories of women survivors. But also included within that is the stories of mothers and the role that mothers and loved ones have played for decades in showing up to court, and showing up to advocate for their loved ones who are incarcerated. Rosemary Cade is a mother right now that I would love to give some honor to, who is watching the live stream and who is reminding us that her son also is incarcerated and needs to be freed. Christina Borisov is a mother who's watching the live stream, who is also reminding us that her son needs to be freed. And there are so many mothers who have given their blood, sweat, and tears, and sometimes have been the only ones showing up to court dates or the only ones showing up to actions. I want to give love to Mark's mother, who, and Mark will talk about his mom in the video, who gave her life to this movement, fighting for the release of Mark. And I want to give love to all the moms. I want to give love to Carl's mother right now, who is, struggling right now. I want to give love to Kilroy's mother, who just recently passed, and who for decades would show up to court, would show up and fight for her, not only for her son, but for all the children who have been kidnapped by the system. I want to give love to all of the moms, all of the loved ones. So this video will share some reflections from survivors, and also you will hear directly from mothers.
Welcome each and every individual that is under the sound of my
Bear with us. We're just having to restart the video. It is coming to you right now. This is live in real time. Shout out to Gina doing all the tech on the back end.
for so long after it started with Anthony Holmes and then down to Marcus, it just blew me away. And I was just scared. I was disappointed. I was let down by the police department, and learning that our aldermen, they have to go through them, you know, to see how many settlements that went through. And it seemed to me, because I didn't know anything, and I didn't know anything. I didn't know who God was. I didn't know nothing. So I just felt cheated and disappointed. And I just felt our kids and us, we had been sold out because, and it was a conspiracy, because here we are fighting for our kids, and we've been fighting all these years, and nothing happened to these officers that's supposed to serve and protect us.
Hold up right there. Stay right there, okay? And I know where I stop you at, fighting for these kids. I want to move on next to Amanda Shackelford. And I want to ask Amanda, you know, going through all these ups and downs and dealing with Gerald's situation, to be freed from prison, what was you thinking? What gave you the strength to keep fighting?
First, I want to say good evening, everybody, and thank you all for letting me join in with you all today. This is a blessing to me to be here with all you mothers. It has been a struggle. Lord knows it has. And I had to turn my video part off because sometimes it messes with my voice part. But every time I went to court, I went through thinking that maybe today is the day that they would make a decision to close this case. Let this man go home. But then it would always be just the same. It would be another continuance. But at the same time, I made up in my mind, with the help of God, that I wasn't going to give up. Because if I give up, who won? And they don't want enough. Keeping our sons away from us. And Bertha is the one who mentioned the word kidnap. But only thing about the kidnapping that was done to our sons, we know where they are. Mm-hmm. And I feel like the only thing that they have is injustice. They don't have no proof, and you can always tell a person that was tortured by the police. Those are the ones who no evidence was found against them at all. And that would hurt so bad to know that you are keeping our sons, not just Gerald, because Gerald wasn't in there alone. There were men that was locked up before Gerald even got there. And I wasn't any fighting that I was out there doing. It was for all of them. Gerald is home, but I'm not satisfied. I'm not pleased. I'm very disgusted with the system the way it is. The system is so broken that a prosecutor can say that this man is guilty, but we want you to take a plea deal. Now, you say I'm guilty, but why is it that you want me to take a plea deal for you? The plea deal would not be beneficial to me. It would only satisfy you. And it would hurt so bad to know that the prosecutor and the judge, now the former judge overturned Gerald's conviction because he went through the papers. He listened to the surgeon that did Gerald's surgery, and he was able to prove that Gerald's leg was broke twice. He showed us on the tape that he brought with us the first time of the breakage and the second time of the breakage. But after this judge, Judge Gaynor, rendered his decision on the 21st of December 2018, he stated that what he had seen, what he had read, this man's conviction was overturned. And the only thing that the prosecutor could do is ask for a new trial. But at the end of December, Judge Gaynor retired, and the case was turned over to Judge Henley. Henley was a horrible judge. I wouldn't want nobody to go before that man. He's prejudiced, and he has shown in that courtroom just how prejudiced he is.
Now,
when he
Amanda,
got, oh,
Amanda,
I'm sorry. I'm
I wanna
sorry.
Stop you right there. I
Okay.
know where I left. I already know where I left curling at. Now, I want to bring into this conversation Mary L. and basically ask Mary L. the same question. What gave her the strength? And man, I have been watching Mary L. for many, many years. What has given her the strength to keep fighting for her son? Welcome, Mary. You're on mute, Mary. You're on mute, Mary. You have to press.
You unmute.
Mm-hmm. Right, I think her grandson comes in to help her.
I don't know nothing about all this. Yeah. Here I am now. I'm on again. Yeah, now what did you say?
I wanted to know, because I've been seeing you all of my life, and all of my life you've been fighting for your son. What has given you the endurance to keep carrying on?
Oh, well, actually, see, mine was just like when I was growing up as a child. Whenever you saw me fighting, I was really fighting back. I never picked a fight. But I always fought back. And that's what happened. I had no idea what I was going into. I didn't join in to fight because I assumed justice system was just what it said, justice for all. Thinking that I was American. You know, we didn't have the television. They didn't show us things like Rodney King. So I didn't prepare my children for brutality because I didn't know about that. I had never been to jail, and I didn't know anybody in my family that had been. If they went to jail, they never told us about it. But when I got out there and complained about the police, I thought they would give me an award for telling them what the police had did to my son. Instead of that, I set him up to be targeted. When I went down to 11th Street and filed that complaint, I thought I was going for help. I had no idea that the police could beat you and do any harm to you, and you hadn't did anything wrong. It was accepted in my mind that if you bad, the police will get you. But good people, I thought they were safe. So when I started standing up against the police, I got out there and was too scared to go back in. I didn't go out because I was brave. I was too afraid to stop fighting. My son asked me, he said, Mama, leave the police alone because they're going to get you if you don't shut up. I couldn't talk about my situation because every time I talk about my son, I would start crying. It was too emotional for me. So I just had to pray to God, how can I go about this battle? And Seth Donnelly convinced me to go on death row and visit those guys. And that was a chore for me. I sure didn't know nobody that they said had killed anybody. But when I went on death row, I saw men who had given up. Some of them had told their family members, don't visit. It was too painful to be unaware, to be aware that it was like nothing you could do. They would just go through the steps. They had all had attorneys, but eventually you would be executed if you were sentenced to death. And when I started talking to those young people on death row, they told things that were so similar to what happened to me. If it had not happened to me like that, I wouldn't have thought that nobody would do nothing like they was telling me. They say I signed the confession because they said they was gonna go and get my mother. They was gonna mess with my wife and my children. So I just signed. Now, I wouldn't have believed the police would do nothing like that if it hadn't happened to me. So I went out and started going into universities, to churches, schools, and talking about these situations. I started going, picking up the mothers and the family members to bring them out to visit their children, to tell them how important it was for them to talk about what was happening. Because I say all these people in here, all of my children, they belong to somebody, but people were afraid to talk about it. And the ones who weren't afraid, they were so ashamed for their neighbors to know that their children were in jail. They tried to keep it a secret. I got with the campaign against the death penalty. I joined them. I would go down to the group called News and Letters. I joined them. I go to the group called the Militants. I'd go to all the groups. Prison Action Committee, I was with Jim Chapman on that group. I tried to get them to go to death row. They said, well, mine is not on death row. I said, but if we all just start fighting, we can get something. We got to fight for all of these people. And when we bring our problems and put them together, that's how we form groups. So I end up talking to keep from crying. And when I knew anything, those guys on death row was getting people to do things for them. And the group went in there and formed the Death Row 10. So I was very popular. I got so many pieces of material at different universities I was invited to. I was going out in Evanston. I went to Skokie, and I used to bring my Caucasian friends with me. I said, now look, if this crowd start booing me, y'all jump up and start protecting me, because I'm going out here talking to all white people. I said, we need everybody in this battle. So I still haven't got my son out. And I found out something in this journey. I say, I thought for a while God was picking on me, but he wasn't picking on me, he picked me. He said, I know if I get yours, you're gonna fight. And if you fight for yours, you'll see the need to fight for the others. So I say, we all God's children. We all God's children. Don't just get yours. Come and get mine too. And if people would understand, I guess I'm more sensitive to that because I am a child that grew up without my mother. I don't have any sisters or brothers. I'm an only child. So people are important to me.
Yes.
We got to understand that what you do to the least of us, eventually it will move over to the rest of us. So I just keep on fighting. That's all I can say.
Let me stop you right there, Marielle. I ain't forgot it. I'm just trying to work with an agenda so I can turn it over to Alice, and then it's on Alice.
All right.
Rosemary Cage. Oh my gosh. I remember around the time when I had met Rosemary, and Rosemary was standing outside of the criminal court building. And I began to learn about her son, Antonio Porter. And then I started to read a little bit about his situation. And I really thought approximately 2 or 3 years ago that he would really receive some relief. But when I found out who the judge was, I said, uh-oh, he's in front of a tough judge. Rosemary, what gives you the endurance to keep fighting in the face of racism?
You know what gave me the strength to keep fighting, Mark, with all the health issues that I have going in my body? My son is innocent, and I want to see him come home before, anything happens. And with that judge, what he did to my son, that really hurted me that day. I broke down in tears when I got in the car, because I felt that he didn't read none of that. He didn't read none of my son's, his hearing case. He didn't. I don't think he read anything, because he kept continuing the case. He kept saying, "I'm almost done reading." Then he'll come back and say, "Well, I didn't get a chance to read it." And I'm like, oh my goodness. And when you told me about that judge, and Denise told me, Spencer told me about him, that's who her son had, and he denied everything that she went through with her son. And racism is not only in white, it's in all color. And I feel that if we don't stick together, Black and brown people, and go out and do what we can do for our kids, our sons and daughters, to get them out of prison, the justice system is really, it's weighing to one side. It's not equal. And I just want justice for my son, and I want to see him come home, as a lot of these guys getting out. And I wanted that day what Amanda had. I want that so bad for my son as well. So I'm just still praying and still going on. Tomorrow I got to leave to go to Milwaukee to get on the list for a kidney. My kidney is only working 15%. So just praying and hoping that everything go well for me, and that I would get a kidney donated to me, so I, be here for my son and keep fighting for him. Yeah, so that's pretty much.
Well, if I can give you a kidney, I'll give you my kidney.
Thank you so much. Yeah, my blood type is O, and it's very difficult to find and to get. But I have a better chance in Milwaukee than I do here in Chicago.
Yes. And we will be praying for you, Rosemary. Man, I've felt so much tragedy since being released, and so much hurt since being released. Man, I feel like I was released to go to people's funerals, believe it or not. And that's
I believe you. I believe you.
Yes. And to my soul sister, Miss Regina. And I started to learn of Regina's son also approximately 3 years ago. And to watch her struggles with a judge to deny her son relief. This stuff it's heartfelt, and it's no other way, it's heartfelt. But Regina, what gives you the strength to carry on? And I know you've been sick, and you've been still pumping out as much power and energy and love as you can. What gives you the strength to carry on for your son, Regina?
That's really, really, it's very hurtful. Listening to all the other ladies, happy Mother's Day, ladies. Thank you, Mark and the Justice Centers for inviting me. I've, I've I was in silence for like 17 years about my son. Family members knew, a few friends, but I held it in silence. I heard Amanda Shackelford speak one day, and a light bulb just went off in me because she was telling my story, which is her story. So after that, I got to Chicago Alliance, and I was welcomed with so much love and so much energy. They keep me propped up because I'm not only fighting now for my son, I'm fighting for somebody else's loved ones, their sons or their daughters. So that keeps me going. Right now, I'm fighting T-cell cancer, lymphoma. I promised him that I would stay here and fight until he gets home. He always say, no, you're gonna stay forever. I'm like, I don't know, whatever the master says. I say, but I'm hoping that he lets me stay to keep fighting until you walk out them doors. So I have a group of wonderful, wonderful mothers. If I don't fight, then who will? I was spending money on all these attorneys thinking the justice system is just for us. It doesn't protect us, it protects them. So I have to fight. Now that I know that I have resources, I never knew I had resources before. If I knew I had all these resources, we could have been fighting a long time ago. Now it's 20 years has went by. He's 40 years old now. His whole life has passed him by. So I have to keep fighting. I fight when I don't want to fight because I have to. Like, I get up to go to work and I don't want to, but I know I have to do it because nobody else is going to do it for him. Jesus.
Well, Regina, I love you. I love all of you mothers on this panel. And the reason I stopped the 3 a little bit early was to explain to them we're still fighting. And still fighting, you know, Marcus is home, Gerald is home, but guess what? Michael ain't home. It's still a fight. And we gotta keep doing what we can do. Before I pass this over to Alice, I just want to acknowledge, and the sister knows who I'm talking about, you know, this may not be her name, but it is right now. And Danette and Jeanette. And this is our way of communicating. You know, this is a sister that is hurting too. And just watching little mothers and their fight, my echo to those brothers that's still locked up and the ones out here. None of us would be anywhere if we didn't have our mothers. So at least God has blessed me with the opportunity for 11 years plus, other than last year. I always try to acknowledge the mothers because I realized who was on the battlefield for me. So I'm gonna pass this over to Alice, but once again, I love you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I want to ask the moms to talk about a very specific thing that you all have been doing for one another over all of these years, and that's courtroom support, right? I think that when I first got active many years ago, that was the one tangible thing I feel like we all felt like we could do, right? Is show up in court for one another. And it's such a frustrating experience. I think Armanda talked about it. How she would go to court, we'd all show up, and then in 2 minutes, right, it's continued until the next time, right? The wheels of justice. I mean, that's how I learned
firsthand how slowly those so-called wheels of justice turn. Here is a shot of Amanda at the courthouse, right? Free Gerald Reed, right? And there were so many times where folks, activists, and all the moms showed up for Amanda. And I know that there's a network. So when one person has a court date, you all get in touch with each other and you show up as much as possible to these court dates. So I want to ask you about that. And I'm so moved by what Mama Regina said about being inspired by Armanda Shackelford to also speak up and become part of the organizing. And I think that that's what's happened all along. I remember Luva Bell, Ronald Kitchen's mom, talking about how, when she first got active, she felt a lot of shame, right? It was hard to talk about, having a son on death row. I remember Gloria Johnson saying that she and Aaron Patterson's mom, they used to work in the same AT&T building for many, many years, and they would go out for smoke breaks together. So they saw each other. And it wasn't until the moms started organizing together that they both realized that each one of them had sons on death row, right? So it's so important, the community that has been built up. So I want to ask the moms about courtroom support. Why do you show up for one another? Why is it important to show up for one another? What kind of messages do you think it's sending the judge? And what are you asking others to do to continue to support those inside? So I'll start with Armanda.
Y'all excuse me because a train is passing my house, but it would be so encouraging when I look up and see people there, and I knew that the judge didn't like that. He didn't like the support that we give each other, because the statements that Judge Henley has stated, like one day he stated that he wanted to split up the two cases, Gerald's case and the Hernandez brothers. They had been having the same court date for the longest. Ever since right after Gerald's evidentiary hearing, they started having the court dates on the same day. So after Judge Gaynor left and Judge Henley took over, he showed us what he thought about being fair, being concerned, being caring. He split those two cases up. And that didn't hurt us, because we were still coming to each one's court date. If the Hernandez brothers was at a day, as long as I'm feeling good, I was there. And they did the same thing to support me. Rosemary's son, I wasn't able to be to everyone. Regina's son, I tried to be to any one of their court dates that I could make it. But you know what? It's so nice to show support for each other, because just you being there, you don't have to say anything. Just your appearance being there is so great. And the judges don't like it. And if it's a special prosecutor, he don't like it either, because he don't want nobody to be, he don't want the mama to be there. And I love you all.
Thanks so much, Armanda. Marielle, could I take it over to you and ask you also, Marielle, Every time I'm showing up in court, Marielle Johnson is there. So she is driving over to 26th and Cal, and she continues to support all the other their moms, and it's just been so meaningful. It's I feel like this is where we get to see one another as well, and all of the protests, the various protests that sorry, I'm trying to look for this photo of Marielle that I have that I want to share with all of you. But Marielle is there, and here she is. Here's Marielle over at City Hall. When we were fighting for reparations, Marielle was there at City Hall. When we're going to court, Marielle is there. So can you talk about the importance of coming together and showing up for one another, Marielle? Oh, you're on mute. We need to get you unmuted. There, oh, you almost had it. You almost have it. Yeah, just a few times you've gone off mute. There you go.
Yeah. There, I got it now. Yes, that was something that I experienced. You know, when I went to court, I couldn't even get no relatives to go with me. They were so scared of being. This is not new for Black people. They knew about things that they didn't even share with us. So I had no idea how afraid they was until I got out there myself. And I knew how important it was to have someone with you, because I was in court by myself, except for my son's friends, and his father was living in. He came, even though he was ill, he sat there during the trial. It's just lonely. And I know that support means so much. You just feel so good to see someone around you. That's why the campaign against the death penalty and the coalition against the death penalty. So everywhere I could go to meetings, I would always tell them about being present for the people. And I tell people, you don't have to go for somebody in your family. Go see what they're doing to other people's family. That's one thing that make us so ignorant to what goes on in the court till we wait till it happens to us before we go. But if you just spend some time, you'll see this is happening every day. And you won't feel alone because you see it's happening over and over. They don't expect us to stick together. So the crowds they seeing now, oh, I feel so good. I wish I could get these old legs so I could walk out there with them young people, because they doing what I've been trying to get for a long time. When I went visiting on death row, it wasn't no easy walk going from cell to cell, but it was needed, it was necessary. So that's where it is. When you have people in your corner, people respect you. When you out there by yourself, they figure if nobody with you, that probably nobody cares. So I just love it. And I tell them, keep it up. You don't have to know the people that well. Go with them. We shouldn't be ashamed to tell people we hurting, but that's what happened. We be so ashamed. We don't want nobody to know about it. We don't want our sister to know. We don't want our cousin to know. I told him, I said, it's one thing about the life of Jesus. Everybody he had helped stood around, but Mary was there crying. So I say, they could depend on that. If ain't nobody there but the mother, you have somebody there. But if you got a love in your heart, you can feel for that mother and you can be there to cry with her. It's just important. That's all I can say. Dr. King said that, let me tell you this. Dr. King said that when he came here, he said that's one thing about the young people. They might be headed in the wrong direction, but they had something that the older ones didn't have. At least they was together. That's why they call them gang bangers. They was banging with somebody. So that's what I think is wonderful. When they see them crowds coming in, that means a whole lot. And them young people feel better too when they on trial and they look out there and see us sitting in the audience, you know. So that's it. That's the key. Stick together.
That's right. Thanks so much, Marielle. Thanks for that. I want to kick it over to Carolyn Johnson now. Carolyn Johnson earlier talked about how Bertha Escamilla called her up, and that's when she first got involved. And Marcus Wiggins, her son, was telling her, you got to make a big sign. And so here she is with that big sign that she made of Marcus, along with Daryl Cannon. And here is Carolyn with Bertha Escamilla, who's always calling everybody, right, to get people moving and get people to show up for one another. So Carolyn, I want to ask you a little bit about Marcus has been home, and we know that it's a journey, right, and that people continue to need support. I mean, Marcus was tortured when he was 13 years old. I think that he had mentioned that he's in Texas right now visiting some family, right? But can you tell us what kind of support do we need to continue to show our loved ones after they get out?
It's important to show that that you're still here fighting with him and for him and fighting for others, because he's still willing to fight for others. He after learning what he went through, which he knew what he was going through before I knew, and put the papers together and kept reading and reading. And because he still has trauma, he wakes up in sweats. My daughter told me how he wakes up, and he wake up crying. Excuse me. And he woke up one time in trauma and saying that he wanted his mom. So Talitha, his sister, called and said, Mama, Marcus needs you. So I got in my car and I drove out. But the love that Mark, Clemens, and all of you all reaching out, and it takes a village to raise and to help, because I felt alone for a long time. And that was because I was afraid, because I wasn't afraid to, I was afraid for my family after the way they was threatening, kept going to my mom's house, threatening her and my brother. My brother wound up dying of cancer. And my mother, we moved her out of the city, out of the state. And so just being there with him and for him and to help him get through it. But now that he has a job and he is really, he is overwhelmed. He loves that he has a job, because that helps him in the counseling that he's getting with the psychiatrist and the counselor. So he's doing much better now that he has a job, because that's something that he's looking forward to. He get up to go to work. He is so happy, and it's good. And Mark stay in touch with him and his attorney. And I call him on a regular basis. And I don't tell people where he at. We don't tell people where he at, because the officer's still out there, and like fighting together, us mothers going to court, being together. I was always going to court, being together. I was getting tickets. I got tired of getting all them darn tickets and had to pay for them, didn't have nowhere to park. But I didn't even care about the tickets at first. All I wanted to do was get in that courtroom and show my presence to fight for the other parents of the other kids and with their mother and their family members, showing that somebody else do care. And that makes a difference. When I saw a lot of people out there when Marcus was going to court, and I felt blessed. I felt so blessed that I was enjoying getting up, going to fight, because my mama raised a fighter, and I fight to the end. I mean, when I know it's right, I'm gonna fight. When you know it's right, you fight for what's right, and you gonna win, especially when you believe in God. I didn't know God, so at the time when it happened, I didn't know what to do, but I learned him in this struggle. And like I said, when I hit rock bottom, that was God getting my attention. Because a lot of times he was showing me stuff and I wouldn't pay attention. But when this went to Marcus, it got me to know who God is. It got me to start forgiving people. I was doing so much stuff because of what happened to Marcus. Those detectives made me so angry that I was having them nightmares about him. I kept, every time I get up, I started fussing at people, everybody. I was mean and grumpy. I kept my family away because after learning that they did this to you, and then when they did that to Sean and them, and I got the paperwork and I read it, and I said, oh my God, if they can set your child up like that. Marcus wasn't a child that was out in the streets, and you don't have to be. You can be an innocent person, and these people will come and just mess with you because you're Black, because they are racist. And that's how they've been getting along with this for so long and covering it up because of who they are, their badge. And I feel the gangbangers are the police are the gangbangers. They the one hold the silence, the code of silence, and then they get mad when the gangbangers don't want to tell on nobody else. But then why tell y'all? Why tell y'all when all y'all gonna do is go kill them and get away with them, or go lock them up and get away with them? So I feel that they are above the law, but God got a plan and he showed it to me, and it's gonna come to pass. And so, Alice, just for listening to you guys and learning you, I learned you. Met you at Push one time and at the Alliance meeting. You know, just going to those meetings is a lot. It meant a lot to me, and it taught me a lot. It even taught my baby. My baby was 3, 4, 5 years old, and she said she was tired of protesting. Her feet was hurting. She said, please take me next door, mama. She said, I'm tired of protesting. I'm tired of holding up pictures. My brother still ain't at home. And Bertha fell out. I died laughing, but I ain't never known a 3-year-old child could say something like that and know what was going on. And so I had to take her next door because she said her feet was hurting because she was tired of protesting for her brother that ain't made it home yet. But God has showed me the path, and he showed me the light at the end of the tunnel. The only thing he wanted me to do, he said, peace, be still. He said, when you give it to me, stop taking it back, because I kept giving it to him, and then I take it back. So I stopped. And when I stopped taking it back, everything started moving. Everything. Black Lives Matter. Everything. Girl, that baby. Girl, come home. My baby came home. It's so many. And then when other people start seeing what they did to Sean and how they did Marcus, which I saw it, but it was hard for me to get it out there because, as some people say, I was aggressive, and I maybe was being aggressive because I didn't know how to handle it. I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know how to talk. I didn't know how to speak. I didn't know what to say was right and what to say wrong. And it's not the alderman's fault because it is the system, because even though they was trying to fight for us, they couldn't get nowhere because the system was so tore up that you gotta dig deeper in order to get it right. Because I thought nobody didn't care. I thought didn't nobody care about us. I thought couldn't nobody do nothing because everybody was scared, which everybody was scared. But like a lot of people say, you got to get through the root. You got to get down and dig up the root to get this right, because the system is so messed up. And I didn't understand it, and I didn't know no better. I didn't know no better at all. And like I said a long time ago, everything that I've said that was hurtful, that wasn't of God, I apologize to anybody that I felt that threatened them or felt threatened to because of the way I was talking. But my mind was gone. I was trying to save my insanity, and getting counsel did it. I was wanting to go to the torture center, but I started going to the hospital and started getting it. But I would love to start going to the torture center to help build it and to help get it, because all you mothers, all the mothers, daughters, sisters, all y'all don't know that the ones that don't know, if you in this, you need counseling. You need counseling, because if you don't get it, I can speak for me. I went through HEL and back. I was diagnosed with lupus, cancer. I couldn't talk at times. I lost my breath. I was having heart pains, and it was stressing because I'm living around all these people that's supposed to be protecting us, supposed to be saving us. And all the time I was running to the wrong people, and it was hurting and it was killing me. But God kept me, and he helped me to stand and helped me to fight, and not just for Marcus, but for other mothers. So I loved going to court supporting, and I felt darn good. And now I feel even better because the fight is long, and I know it's still a long fight. But from where I came from a long time ago, when he was not in 91, we've gotten a long way. So I know it is a God. And I know you, us mothers, all you mothers, We gonna see. We gonna get justice. It just take time. Don't give up, because I didn't give up, and I'm still standing here. I was in the crate. What you call it? I keep saying the 5th floor, but I was going there. I had got there, but God saved me and He kept me, and I'm still here, ready to fight, and I want to keep on fighting. And so, mothers, don't give up. We got to keep fighting for our kids and our loved ones and others.
Thanks so much, Carolyn. We're so grateful that you're still here with us and that you're still fighting. Okay, you talked about the Chicago Torture Justice Center and needing support for the trauma that you've experienced. And I know that the Chicago Torture Justice Center has been a place for when our loved ones come home, right? Having the Chicago Torture Justice Center and having Mark and others, leading the way. Greg Banks is on this Zoom with us. Leading the way at the Chicago Torture Justice Center has been so critical. So Regina, you sent me this photo, and I think this is at the Chicago Torture Justice Center. Can you say a word? No, it's not there?
No, we were at a restaurant. Mark took us out for Mother's Day.
Okay. Well, I thought you said that it was at the Chicago Torture Justice Center. Regardless, I wanted to ask you about the role that CTJC has played in building community for you and the other mothers. So if you could say a word about that.
How they have the Chicago Torture Center and the Chicago Alliance. I used to go to court by myself. It started off, with, other family members and a few friends. And as time kept going on, everybody started dwindling off. So till it was just me. When I got involved with the Alliance and the Justice Center, Tamar had a court date. It was 3 rows of people there. That had never happened never. So when the Judge Joyce called his name, everybody stood up, and then Ted and I went in the courtroom, and he was like, I said, Tamar Russell, what they setting up for? The bailiff said they are for Tamar Russell. He was like, oh, well, if I had knew all these people was gonna be here, I would have waited to sign his papers. I'm looking, so it does make a difference when they see a lot of people there. So they do see, now he has some people backing him. So he started being a little nicer, whatever that means. So yeah, I understood that then. It takes more people to be there for them to pay attention. I didn't realize that they really paid attention until that day. There's who's out there. So just their moral support. That's mental, moral. They give us everything that we need to keep us pushed up, because without people in the back holding you up, you would lose it. So I understand what Carolyn is talking about, because I was there. I was just so angry and mad at the system, at people, period, because you think you're doing the right thing and they take that away from you. You are doing the right thing, but they're doing the wrong thing. They think for the right reasons, but it's all wrong. So I finally got a group of people that understood where I was going and what I need, and they're there for me. And we're going to keep on fighting for it. It's a lot more coming, but that's okay. Gerald kicked the door in. That's all we needed. Gerald done kicked that damn door in. Now they all coming through. They all coming through now.
That's right. Thanks so much, Regina. I see that Mark Clemens put in the chat that y'all were at the White Palace, which was the Cape Crusader for Justice, our Darby Tillis, the late and great Darby Tillis, and that was his organizing space. So you all were at another organizing space that was introduced to many of us through Darby Tillis. Okay, so I want to then take it over to Rosemary Cade. So Rosemary, last Friday, you were out protesting. Because we are still facing you know, a lockdown in Illinois prisons, right? And our
Yes.
loved ones inside have been facing just, you know, they have endured, right? It's been so hard this last year. This last year has been so hard for all of us, really, around the globe. But we know that in our prisons, people are just facing the worst. So you were out protesting. Can you say a word about what's happening, what the conditions are like inside our prisons, why you were protesting at the and demanding contact visits, and what else we can do to support people as we still continue to make our way past this pandemic?
When we was out last Friday, we was protesting with for Governor Pritzker to demand him to change the system of the prison, because those guys, the medical, you know, my son had blood clots in his lungs, and when I was visiting him, his ankles kept swelling. And I told him, I said, that's not good, something's wrong. And he said that he was given some type of water pill to take, and he kept telling them that it's not working, it's swelling him up. So, and then he got blood clots, and they rushed him over to St. Joe, and they found out he had blood clots in his lungs. So now he's taking this medication to keep the blood clots away. And that's why we was protesting for the medical condition, them being on lockdown so long, not getting enough air, fresh air, or going out. They lock down 23 hours a day, and they only come out maybe to go outside, and then they leave them out there. If it's raining, snow, or sleet, it doesn't matter. They out there in that bad weather. And then the heating situation there, they don't get the proper heat. Or in the summertime, it's so hot up in there that those guys are sweating, literally getting sick and stuff. So that's what we want for the guys that's in prison, some kind of release to help with the situation, with the lockdown, with the medical condition, or contact visit, all that. I haven't seen my son over a year now, a year and some months. And now they got some visit, but you can't touch, or you can't give them no food or anything. It just got some kind of glass up there, or some kind of plexiglass, I think, that you can't barely hear them. I haven't been down there, but I set up visit, and it's hard to get visit because people are trying to get in to get visit. And then you got to bring all this documentation and stuff, and you already in the system. Why is we doing all this? So that's why I say the prison need to be reformed. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Rosemary. All right, Mark, what's next for us?
Well, one thing I will say is, from the prisons to the streets, we have seen Marielle in both roles. We have seen Marielle walking those galleries and talking to those guys and just trying to bring encouragement inside of a zone where there's little to no encouragement. Explain, Marielle, briefly, encounter you have had with maybe inmates while visiting them on death row. Uh-oh, you on mute, Marielle. Okay, you got to hit the little red one. It should be a little dot that pops up. Okay. Okay. Hit it. It's like it's trying to come off, but it's not. Okay, now you off.
Oh boy. Okay, you said with the guys, I started visiting them because I didn't know what to do with myself. I was in so much pain over my son, till I just said, what can I do? And when I went and found out, they were so glad to see me because most of the people on the coalition are not people of color. I was a rare one. We had another Black lady going, but she would only go to Pontiac. But I went to Pontiac and Menard. And those guys were so glad to see me till I went that first time. And then I couldn't stop because I found out that I played an important role with them. They felt comfortable with me. Actually, they say, we just be nice to them, people on the coalition, say, but we don't even be bothered with no more white folks. Say, that's who put us here. The judge was white, the prosecutor was white, defense attorney is white. So they was just glad to see me. So I felt obligated to keep going. It was not easy. You deal with different personalities. And I would respect the fact that when I was visiting them in those cells, that was their house, and I respected it. Sometimes they would be asleep, they didn't want to talk. I wouldn't try to talk to them anyway. I wouldn't go there trying to tell them what to do. I just made them feel comfortable. I had some of them that I'd visit, I'd go to their cell, they'd be ready for me, so we'd sing a song together. They would tell me, oh, they had me going to different neighborhoods that I had never been in, to tell this girl to bring his baby to see him. And I'd go and talk to the mothers. So many of them would tell me different things. Well, my mother, the reason why she don't come is because she getting old now. And I wanted to say to them, what did you think I'm getting? You know, I'm already old. So I convinced their parents to come, people that didn't want to go, because they felt they couldn't do nothing. I say, you do something when you see them, just it inspires them to know that you love them. So I would encourage them to go. And then I would go to their church and talk to the congregation. I said, we shouldn't be sitting in church ashamed to tell them that our child is in jail. But so many people, that's what they shame of it. And I was shamed too. I was keeping mine quiet too. When I realized what was really happening, I didn't get out and broadcast that my son was in jail, but I told him, it ain't wrong to love nobody. You don't have to, if they did it, you don't have to condone what they did, but you sure don't have to stop loving them because they're yours. So it's a experience that I wouldn't give that up for nothing, because I learned so much. And say, how do you talk to an inmate when you go to visit them in jail at their cell? Like a person, because that's what it is. It's another human being. Many of them in there didn't do anything. They in there because of who they was born as, a Black man. And that's so sad. But once we come together, I told them, I said, look, you got to turn this thing around. We got to use something on them that they're not ready for. Anything you plan to do, they already prepared to deal with it. I said, but you got one thing they can't handle when you come with God in you, that's love. They don't know what to do when you love them in spite of themselves. And before we stopped visiting like we were, we had some of those sergeants coming out there and holding hands with us while we prayed. It was getting just that good. And a lot of them would come up to me when I would go out there. They say, keep the good work up. You're doing a good job. They were encouraging when they saw that we cared about them, and those guys start getting along with each other. And whenever I'd come on the gallery, they would tell them, Ma Johnson's in the house. Whatever they was cussing and going on, they'd stop it. And those coalition members, they saw how much respect those guys had for me. So one time they had made the rules where they wasn't gonna let anyone who had any family member come in the penitentiary like that. I got the letter now. They wrote a special letter for me to let me come on and visit in spite of the fact that I had a son who was in there. That's something they didn't do. But they opened that door for me. And I
You're
went
right.
in and I didn't miss.
And you're
That's
right,
what we do.
Marielle. You
What?
know, you was a warrior and still is.
Yeah,
And
well, I went in tough, but I was scared.
well, the bottom line of it is that you went. You didn't dodge your calling. You
No,
still went.
they didn't see that fear. I mean, I was afraid in the beginning because I didn't know what I was going to run into. I had never been in jail or anything. But when you face people with love, they have to back up off you. That's for sure.
Yes, yes. And Amanda, I want to ask you quickly, what makes you smile today?
Well, I have a smile on my face because, first of all, I'm here with all of you mothers that has been struggling for years. And I'm also smiling because my son, Gerald Reed, is home. But the fight is still on. It's not over because he's still guilty as far as they are concerned. Now, the fight is we got to be able to prove that he's not guilty. But I just love you all so much. The encouragement that you all have given me and the hope that you all have given me. I can't give up. I can't give up because we don't come too far. And we came this far together. We are not alone. And that makes you feel so good. And that just can't do nothing but put a smile on my face. I just love you, Mark. You are such a sweetheart. And one day God is going to have something for you. He got
Well,
something
let me
for
tell
you.
you, I think if I never see anything else in this life, he's already blessed me already with having the opportunity to be in your midst. You know, it's not like I did not have to go through a journey. I had to go through a mighty journey in this life. And the bottom line of it is I'm just happy to be amongst you. And like I tell people all the time, I can't be someone else, but I can be myself. And I may not make everyone smile, but I will do my best to be fair. And that's all that I can do as a human being. But one thing I do know is that the criminal justice system is very, very racist. These people don't care. I watched my mother, like most of these men watched their mothers, and they were young women, and they watched them as they aged. It's vice versa. The mothers watched their children as they age behind these messed up prison walls. And then you have to come back to this society and deal with stuff that is set up in layers to make sure that you fail. And moving right along, Curlin, that same question, what makes you smile?
First of all, I smile because, and what makes me smile is that I wake up, God give me the breath to breathe another day and to help my kids and to help others, and that I'm still here, and especially smiling because the sheet is pulled off of them and they've been exposed. And it's time that this system, the racist system and the systematic system is gonna come to an end. I didn't think I would live to see the day that it would, but God blessed me and have me the honor to sit here this day on this panel with you guys as a mother to continue this fight and to continue to help, because I had got sick and all out my brains till I had stopped coming around, you know. But God, I still got that fight energy in me, and I'm gonna keep fighting and helping fight this fight until the Lord take the breath out of my mouth. And to see my son get his certificate of actual innocence, and yours, Gerald Reed, and everybody else's that we're fighting for.
And, you know, I want to give a quick shout out to Aislinn and Cindy, who are the co-directors over at the Chicago Torture Justice Center. I want to send a shout out to Brother Greg, Brother Jamon, and to Brother Carl, as well as Brother Damon and the whole little crew over at the Chicago Torture Justice Center. I know that a lot of you don't understand the work that we do, but it's very stressful. It's very complex to describe it, but we are here, we're fighting, and we're doing our best, believe it or not. Regina, I would hate to run into you in a dark alley, woman. What makes you smile, Regina?
That I know that I have another day to fight for him and to fight for everybody else's child. That's what makes me smile.
Quick, brief, but to the point. Rosemary, what makes you smile? And
what makes me smile is you guys. You all is fighting for us. You get out there, Mark. You do it all. You get out there, cold. It be cold out there. I have seen you out there standing in the middle of the street by yourself, fighting for us, for our sons, and that's what makes me smile. That someone else is care. Someone else care about our sons, our kids, and that's the whole point of it. And that's why we need you. So we want you to get plenty of rest because we still got to fight. We still got a long way to go.
Well, before I turn it over to Alice for Q&A, I just want you all to know, man, I already know what you're going through. And I often tell you that all the time. The bottom line of it is, if I was the governor, hell, I'll just let them all go.
I know you would.
So the thing about it is, this is a fight that we're dealing with, and I think that we can make the fight a little bit more strenuous if we stick together in unity. And me and Denise talked yesterday a little bit about some of the things that, you know, we really need to change. And there's all races and there's all people that are plagued with wrongful convictions. So me personally, if I had a hat on right now, I would take it off and sling it like Michael Jackson. I'll take my hat off to each and every one of you for, man, fighting like dirty dogs, man, you know, at the right sources, which is the criminal justice system. Thank you. I'll pass it over to you, Alice. And Christina, I love you. I see that message.
Thanks so much, Mark, for all of that. There's just so much love on this Zoom. I don't think we actually have time for Q&A because we're at time right now, but I wanted to show a little bit of love to the other moms who are on this Zoom with us right now and just say a small acknowledgement, a word about each one of them. Who I see on here, Christina Borisov, we love you. We know that you're fighting for Johnny and that he's struggling inside, and we're thinking of him and we love you. Antoinette, you know, our heart goes out to you. You know, thank you for bringing Archie into our lives and letting us know him and his love through you. We love you. Esther, we know that torture did not begin or end with John Burge, and you have been one of the moms who have been fighting against Guevara and with all of the other moms and for your sons, you know, and in the early days of the Comité Exigimos Justicia, you know, we love you and we're so proud of all that you have been doing. Bertha, here you are, another another mom from the early days of the Comité Exigimos Justicia. We love you. Thank you for always being there. You know, even after your son got out, you have been right there with us, right at center of this movement. Denise, what an awesome photo. Isn't that awesome? Denise is fighting for her son, Matthew Echeverria, and actually has, she and her family have been organizing protests for Matthew, and they have actually turn these protests for Matthew into protests to free them all. If Denise, if you could please share the information for the protest that's coming up next weekend in the chat with everyone, that would be amazing. And we have Gregory Banks here with us. And actually, Gregory, I think I might be putting you on the spot a little bit, but if you're still on the Zoom with us, I know that you were at a press conference last week for the Chicago Torture Justice Memorials. I want to give a shout out to all the comrades in the Chicago Torture Justice Memorials. You know, we are fighting for a memorial, the permanent memorial that was part of the reparations package, right? And we are still fighting to get an agreement from the city and from our mayor to build this memorial. We have a beautiful structure that was designed by Patricia Wynn and John Lee, and the survivors have been fighting for this. So maybe Greg, you can have the last word because our next event on Wednesday is about the memorial. And so Greg, I just want to invite you to have the last word about this, the importance of the memorial.
Yes. Well, just let me say this too. Happy belated Mother's Day. Wait.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy belated Mother's Day. And I just want to say to y'all, man, y'all been in this fight. Y'all been behind. Y'all been with us. Y'all been on our side from the beginning. And just like Mark said, if it had not been for our mothers, ain't no telling what would have happened. And from that, I'm going to say this about the memorial. We need that memorial. That memorial will show this city that the injustices that this city has been a part of for many years. And we have to show that needs to be seen and it needs to be known. So I'll say to all of you, every last one of you, keep on fighting. Keep on fighting, because the fight ain't never go. It's still here. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Greg, for that. I will put the information in the chat about next Wednesday's event. Love you, Greg. Good to see you. Mark is informing me that we actually have 30 minutes left.
Alice?
Yes.
This is Amanda.
Yes.
I just want to mention Jeanette Plummer.
Yes.
She's not able to get around anymore. I just wanted to meet her also. Thank you.
Another one of the bulldogs. Yes, I miss her. And Alice, maybe we could take a question or two from the audience and see if there's any questions. I think Gina was handling that aspect. Can someone shoot through a question and I'll somewhat bring it to the panel and we can get it answered?
For anyone who's watching the live stream, yes, please do ask any questions if you have them, and Gina will make sure they come to us. I also want to invite at this time then, the other moms who are on this Zoom with us, if you want to say a quick word, this is the time to do it.
Come on, Esther. Cut it out.
Why did I know you were gonna choose me, Mark Clemens?
So, because I could see your sandy, nice gold hair.
Oh yes. So first of all, thank you all. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. Belated Mother's Day. Also, thank you for the delicious food that you guys sent over. The dinner was so good. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I was gonna tell you, I do have when you talk about why was it important to be in the courtrooms, I believe that's very important to support each other at the courtrooms. I remember once I went to one of the guys, one of the Guevara's victims court, and the judge, when he saw the crowd, he got up and he said, wow, are you all here for the same person? And yeah, because everybody else had the court already been called and we were there, and he was actually surprised to see that. And so I believe that, yes, it's very important. That's why I try to support, whenever I can, I try to support, be there at court. And it's very important to be out there and to rally for this innocent man in there. I have my 2 sons in there. I'm kind of heartbroken right now. I mean, if you don't mind, but we're doing a clemency for my sons, because one of my sons, Rosendo, he has a heart disease. Well, he had 2 strokes, 2 heart attacks, actually. The first one, we never knew about. It was a Menards. And when in 2016, he had his second at Dixon. When they took him to the hospital and they did the test, the doctor said, did you know you had a heart attack like 5 years ago? And my son said, well, I had the pain. They took me in a wheelchair. I could move my arm. My chest was hurting. I was up all night standing holding to the bars because I couldn't lay down with the pain. And they did an EKG and they said that it was normal. And then they said that he had an anxiety attack, not a heart attack, right? So that messed up my son's, there was a part of his heart is actually dead. And then they had to put stents in his heart, 2 of them, because they could not go in to open up that one, right? That area that was clogged, they couldn't open it. So my son asked him, well, so what is going to happen? They go, well, we're just going to continue to, look at it. We're going to treat you and see, but there's nothing that we could do. But, by the grace of God, I believe in God and I have faith. And when my son told me that the doctor said, it must have been a miracle because a vein grew around your heart, and that's how your blood is pumping to your heart. And I said, oh my God, thank you, God, And so, he's been going to treatments like every year, whatever. But little did I know, when we just put this clemency in the 24th of this month, now I got a new lawyer, which is Josh Taffer, because Tara was my son's lawyer. She's no longer with us. And so he said, I said, oh, he called my son. And then my son told me about it. And so I texted the lawyer and I said, oh, so you guys had a nice legal call. He said, yeah, what did he tell you? And I said, well, yeah, that is looking good. And he talked about his health issue. He goes, he did? What did he tell you? Because my son told him, I tell my mom everything. I said, yeah, they tell me everything, But he goes, oh, okay, good, because I don't like to, at first I like to talk to my clients and then whatever. But when he said, I'm going to send you a copy of the clemency, he sent it to me. And when I started reading, I read it, and I think it was God that I skipped part of it. He said that, yeah, his condition, if he will get the coronavirus, he could die, or even without the coronavirus, because he's got this disease, his heart, And so, and I didn't see nothing else. But then my daughter came in, and my other son called, and she was reading it to him. And then when she got to the part where he says, this is so serious that he might have no more than 3 years or 5 of life. So I was like, what? I was in shock. I said, how could this be? And so I texted the lawyer and I said, I'm in shock because I really didn't realize this. I guess my son didn't even know all that, because when I'm reading the report, the doctor is saying, I'm sorry that you will have to be the ones to let the patient know This is a sad thing. But then again, because this is from before, and like I said, I believe God healed her, and I still believe that. I've been strong because I feel that, he's healed, but to read something like that on paper, it breaks your heart. And then you're like, and why are they still in there? They're innocent. Why is Kim Fox still fighting this case? Why is she defending this corrupt cop? While children are in there. So, I just had to share that with you because I feel like, it just broke me to hear that. And, I talk to my son every day and he sounds good and everything. That's why I believe, and I don't want to doubt God that he is healed. But the negligence of these people, what they have done to our loved ones in there, because of that, they would have figured out that he did have a heart attack and they would have put him on treatment, taking the medication, right? Cholesterol, whatever. Maybe he would be, he didn't have to have a second heart attack. And then his heart damaged. Part of his heart is dead, So I just needed to share that because I do want to, this is what makes me like fight even more. And I am going to keep fighting, not only for my sons, I will continue to fight for all of them, but now I'm on the road to do something, I want to do something. I want to reach out to the governor. I want to, I'm going to actually, I talked to Christy from the Alliance, and I didn't tell her the whole story. She don't even know about this. This is before, because I told her they did the clemency, and she said, we could do like we did with Gerald Reed, we could start doing a schedule to call, and email the governor. So that's my next step. That's what I want to do next. But thank you. Sorry I took so much time.
No problem. But one thing I do want to do, and this program won't be complete unless we do this, Galaxy S10 lady over here, and I call her Ann Jeanette, but I know her name is something totally different. And one day before I croak, maybe I'll get her name right. But I know that she has had to endure another form of torture, and that is losing a child to police violence. And I would just like to just ask her what really makes her smile and to explain just the tip of what happened to Archie. Thank you. You got to come off mute. Look like you ran away.
Hello?
Okay, now
Can
you
you hear me? Hello,
Yes,
everyone. My name is Antoinette, and yes, thank you for the food. Thank you for inviting me on this platform. To all the mothers, I am just so happy that you all still have your children's. And Ms. Shackelford, I was watching Mark's Facebook Live when you embraced your son, and it just brought so many tears up in my soul because I was so overjoyed and happy that you had a chance to hug your baby after 40 years. And it was indeed a blessing. I felt your joy. My son, 9 years ago, he was killed in Calumet City by a Calumet City police officer, and I was served injustice. I went to the depositions and I didn't get any legal justification for anything. The police officer got off. He didn't do any time in jail. They didn't take his badge away from him. It's like my son's life didn't even matter. And it was like when I needed the help, through the legal process, I trusted the lawyer, the justice system to help me, but I don't think they helped me. I think what they did is just shove my baby's case up under the rug to get it out of the eye.
out of the media, so no one would know anything about it. And right to this day, no one knows who killed Archie Lee Chambers Jr. The police officer was never identified. I know who killed him because I went to the depositions for my baby, but it's just sad how the justice system is so unfair to our children, our loved ones, and it's like, and you trust them, and injustice is served every day. It's been 9 years for me, and the injustice is still going on. I'm at the point that I do not trust the justice system at all. I am terrified of the police. If a police officer get behind me, I just go into a panic, but I try and stay calm because I don't want to make any sudden moves or anything like that. But it's just so unfair, and it's like, I didn't get justice for my son, but I said, I don't care if I use everything that I have. I am going to participate in these organizations, and I am going to help to fight to bring a change to the justice system because it's not right. I told my lawyer, I said, you know what, this problem is bigger than me. You know, and he just looked at me, and when everything just started unfolding, I was like, it's still coming. It's still coming. And it's like now, it's like one of the other mothers said, they didn't uncover the justice system with they took the sheet off of it. So now everybody sees all the injustice, but still they're not holding these police officers accountable for anything. And it's not fair. It's not fair at all.
Well, I just want you to know that we love you, that we send you strength and love and patience. And lastly, and then I'm gonna turn it over to Alice for these last 10 minutes. I do want to hear this woman who calls herself D Nice, and just hear a few words from her dealing with her struggle with her son Matthew.
Well, hi, everybody. Hi, mamas. Hi, all the supporters out there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We're all good. So I, like every one of you, walked the streets of shame, not thinking I was alone, you know, thinking that, you know, when you say you have a child in prison, that shame that came with it and the way people looked at you and rolled their eyes, you know, the judgment, you know, I didn't know that you guys were out there until about, and I got to say this, till about maybe 4 years ago, and the name Bertha Escamilla came up. And somebody said, you need to call Bertha. And so I did, but for a long time, you know, I sat in the darkness like you ladies did, you know, and thought that I was alone. My son's name is Matthew Echeverria, and he of course was caught up in the racist judicial system of Central and Grand, you know, being a brown baby. And it's a sad state of mind, but I couldn't do it without you mamas. I couldn't do it without you, Mark and Kim, and I mean, all of you. It's a hard road. It's a road that, you know, I wouldn't wish on anybody. But you really made my Mother's Day. I felt so loved and welcomed. Thank you. And I love all of you.
And thank you. So I'll turn it over to Alice. Thank you, Alice.
Well, you know, I want to ask Bertha if she's still on, if she would say a word. I just texted her.
Oh, I didn't see Bertha.
Bertha, are you on here? Well, I maybe Bertha will be able to get back on. In the meantime, I did want to just, I know that Christina Borzov is still on. We have a few more minutes left. So Christina, can you please say a word too? And Denise, you know, I feel I've gotten to know you, and I've gotten to know your daughter-in-law, Jennifer, and through you and your daughter-in-law, gotten to know Matthew. And oh man, I just feel like those protests that you organize on Harlem and Grand, amazing, right? The billboard that you have up for Matthew, amazing. And we hope that, you know, Matthew will be home with us. Christina, you please say a word for us. Yes. You're on mute. Christina, you're on mute.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, I'm Christina Borzov, Johnny Borzov's mom. Denise, I feel your pain and all the other mamas. When my son was incarcerated, I felt embarrassed and people would talk and all that. And I knew my son is wrongfully convicted. And we used all our resources that we had. But eventually, you know, the prosecutors and my son was convicted in DuPage County. It was all on hearsay. It was fabrication and political repression. And so my son is at Statesville, originally at Menards, and he has over 16 underlying conditions, and he's severely ill. The only thing that's keeping him going is God. And I have hit bottom where I didn't want to live. I am in counseling, so I think counseling helps somewhat, but yesterday on Mother's Day, it doesn't get easier. Like my heart was torn, and our whole family, our lives are not the same anymore. And I hope and pray for all of our loved ones that they start coming out. My son's lifespan doesn't look good. The only thing that I hold on to is God. He is on kidney. He's on dialysis, kidney failure 5, and he's had a heart attack. He's had comas. He's hurt himself. Now he's in a wheelchair. He can't walk this long distance. And you know, all I can do is pray. And I thank each and every one of you and this organization, what Mark does, Alice, and everybody else that's connected. Because to win the fight, we have to stand together. And I pray that they all come home so we can hug them. And I thank you for inviting me. And God bless each and every one of you.
Did Bertha ever come back, Alice?
She did not. She has to go pick up her daughter. So I shared with her that we're all lifting her up. And what she said back is, we are all fighters. And I think that is, you know, this whole Zoom is a testament to that. Each and every one of the moms, the survivors who are on this Zoom, you know, fighters, right? And I feel so moved by the community that's represented on this call, and the will to fight, and I think the understanding of the pain that runs throughout, right? But then at the same time, to come together, because we don't want anyone who is experiencing pain to feel alone, right? And I think that that's something that many of the moms have said, and so many of the survivors have said, that what was harder than the injustice itself, right, was feeling alone in it all, right? And so I think that the more that we can build community, that is what is going to help us get through this. And I think hopefully ultimately, you know, win more victories, right? Win more victories. Sometimes it can absolutely feel like one step forward, 2 steps back, right? But I think when we're in it together, we can begin to see, like within our community and the community that's developed, you know, a kind of different future. This is the future that we want. The community that's represented on this Zoom, and the love that's represented on this Zoom. And being there for one another. And so I feel grateful to Mark, and I feel grateful to all the mamas on this call. And you know, we as Bertha Escamilla said, we are all fighters, and we will continue to fight.
Yes. And you know, because I know Rosemary's situation, she explained it. Let's give her some energy as we close this 2021 Mother's Day celebration out. And as she head to Wisconsin in search of a kidney, let's let her know that we love you. And let's go like this. Rosemary, we love you. Come on, say it. We love
you.
Cut your mics on.
We love you, Rosemary.
We
love you, Rosemary.
We
love you.
We love you.
We love you.
We love you. That's right. We love you.
And
we love you. Girl, and you gonna make it. You gonna make it.
Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. I know God is in my prayer, and He's gonna make everything okay, and it's gonna happen.
And we all gotta keep it.
I gotta be here when my son come home.
Yeah. You're in my prayers, Rosemary.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you. I love you all.
I love you, Baba. I love you all. Thank you.
I'll call you before I go to bed.
Okay. Thank you,
love
Mark.
you. Good night. Hello, people. That was a very touching program. And, you know, I would have to say that would go down as one of the best programs that I was able to do with the mothers of the movement, the mothers of the kidnapped, and man, just fighting for their children and winning some of the cases and still prolonged with the criminal justice system and certain other cases. Approximately, I would say about an hour ago, I received a call from Michelle Colton. She is very thankful for all of the calls that are being made on her behalf to the governor, as well as Cook County State's Attorney Kim Foxx. I encourage you to keep calling. I encourage you to understand that the fight continues. So she sends her love to each and every one of you. And if you have not called, please take the opportunity to call. Now, our next segment, I am so happy to bring in Brother Nazi, who is the case manager over at the Chicago Torture Justice Center. And I am pretty sure that the brother has a lot of interesting things to share with us. But I just want to open it up to him and just ask him how he is doing and a little bit about his role as case manager with Chicago Torture Justice Center. Good afternoon, my brother.
Man, good afternoon, Brother Mark. Man, first I want to say this, thank CTJC for putting on this Love-a-thon, all who are there, for you for orchestrating this and hosting. Man, it's a beautiful thing. Man, to see those mothers, man, that's powerful, because my mother tells me some stuff that she went through. I've been finding out the stuff that she went through when I was incarcerated, and it's just unbelievable. It's so much what they go through and how they have to do it and how they continue to fight and then still be involved in society with work and family. And it's just something else. So I salute the mothers. We love you. We love you. And just stay strong and keep it moving. Show the world how it's supposed to be.
Yes. And I would say approximately close to a year ago, you were hired with Chicago Torture Justice Center, and you were brought in as the case manager. How is that going?
Man, it is amazing. And we are doing so much good at CTJC. But I want to first say the reason why I chose CTJC. I really wanted to be a part of this movement. I didn't even know this movement like this in this particulars existed, because people are in fear of speaking up. People are in fear of going to the status quo. This is what we need to get done, and pointing and letting people know this is where it starts at. And with seeing that, I was just greatly encouraged. Like, wow. So, when I was 13, that was my first encounter with the police, and it was a bad situation. They pulled a gun on me and asked me about who was in this building, and I didn't know. And if I did, I probably would have told them, because I was scared. I was 13, and I was more scared because my mother told me not to go on this block. So the first time I go on the block, when she didn't tell me, that's what happened. So I'm always in fight mode, for CTJC and torture survivors and the families and things of that nature. But to have the opportunity to be the case manager is unbelievable, because I'm really helped changing people's lives. And not only that, being there. We need people to be here for those who have been tortured, from the state, state violence, those things and those nature. But what we're doing in case management is a holistic approach, the same thing that we're doing at CTJC. And that is helping people with housing, not just finding a place to put them in, but finding a place that will work for them, that they can maintain the rent, where the area is not terrible in a sense. So it's not just finding housing. Okay, we've got you something. This is how much you pay. That's what you do. No, we looking at the entire atmosphere that can help them grow and empower them. Because I know how it feels to be incarcerated and getting out, and people don't believe the things that you tell them and stuff like that. But with housing, with employment, we not only just finding them employment. Okay, here's a job. Go and say no. I call them, I check them out, see what their policies are, to see how they are, how receptive they are, who are the people, who are the players there that can help them with the job, and so they can get there and grow and be empowered. We just don't want to put them in a place just to have a job. We want them to place where they can actually feel comfortable and grow. So that's the employment. And we have individual therapy and group therapy that, I let some of the participants go to, some of the torture survivors. But also, we do navigators. We have the navigators, the community navigators. They are former torture survivors. They do a phenomenal job. They write those who are incarcerated. They encourage them. They help them with what they need. Like a lot of them are looking for clemencies, how to put it together. When they would be coming on, as far as listening to their clemency, when their clemency is coming up. So we do those type of things in the community navigators. We facilitate a training called Know Your Rights through Federal Defense Legal Aid, and it has been phenomenal doing this. A lot of our young people come on. That's who we really try to get, our young people, so they can understand their rights. They know when something is wrong. When the police jump out on them and just throw them on the ground, they know that's wrong, but they don't know how to explain it. And then they don't know what rights they really have. They just know that was wrong. So what we do with the community navigators the former torture survivors, they teach and train and know your rights training, so our young people can make it home safe and feel empowered. Because when you don't feel empowered, then that's when you start to just go off your emotions and the feelings that you have to run. And I understand. I was a runner. I don't want to stop because I know what they do when they catch you. The hanging come before the catching. So I can't. The catching come before the hanging. So I was running, but we tried to help our young people and our community members understand that it's best to actually stay there. And when you start to deliver that information to the officer, you doing your part. Even if they don't listen, you've done your part. And hopefully you'll be able to make it home, God willing. But in case management, we have a lot of things on play, and we do our best to help our participants.
Yes. And one question that I would like to ask you, being someone that was impacted as the result of injustice and torture, did you ever think that the problem was this systemic?
At first I didn't. I thought that was just an isolated incident. And then I started to pay attention to a lot of my friends, like, wow, they did that to him. And then, when you're young, you see the police hitting people in the mouth, slamming them on the ground, throwing them in the car, putting the cuffs on them, picking them up from the backside of the cuffs, throwing them on the hood, stuff like that. It becomes normal. And you believe this is what it is. But as you get older, you're like, no, this is wrong. This can't be done. And I remember I seen the news, and the news was saying that it was some guys on this corner. They was running the building with drugs, and they killed some attack dogs. They were security dogs. They saying this on the news. I stayed literally 8 houses from that building. Those were stray dogs. So right then and there, that told me, oh, they lying on TV. The police lying because everybody in the neighborhood, they just found a laugh in it, but it just opened my eyes to like the world. And I also want to add, just because a person hasn't been tortured in physically, hasn't been tortured in the police station, that don't mean they haven't experienced torture. Because I guarantee that same individual, they had him in there 3-4 times. And they had him on the street when they was slamming his head into the ground. Him and her head into the ground. No sooner they see him, come here, throw him on the ground. So the intimidation factor is already there. It's already set. You 13, 14, 15, 18, 20 years old, and you already accustomed to what they doing. When they take you to that police station, they ask you, you need to let us know this happened. More than likely, you're going to end up cooperating with them. You don't want to get that beat down you got by the alley 2 weeks ago. So that happens before you even get to the police station.
Yes. And, dealing with what they would say, the effects of torture, what can you say that you have witnessed differently from what you viewed while being incarcerated? Your thinking being incarcerated compared to today?
As far as with torture?
Yes, sir.
Man, it's pretty, they torture you on the inside. And it's like, I seen the mother said earlier about the gangbangers, the police, the actual law enforcement are gang members, because the way they do things with individuals. I did 25 years in prison. I went in there a teenager and got out in my 40s. So what they do on the inside is just a continuum of torture, physical and emotional, because they take things away from you. They do those type of things. But what I can say is I found if we come together and understand the level of humanity amongst us. For those who support the justice system now, and those who don't support it because they have been witnessed and have the injustice department afflicted upon them. I am encouraged by to look at the level of humanity that we can have, but it has to be shown. You know, this is a love-a-thon. We letting it be known that we are about love. It's not about causing more ruckus, is what people like to say. But we got to call it what it is. It's torture. Mm-hmm. It's abuse. It's state violence. We have to talk about that. And the level of humanity, what I seen when I was incarcerated, I mentioned this at one of our get-togethers. If you don't mind me saying this.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Come on.
The level of humanity. What happened was, when I was in another institution, I was writing them up. And when you write them up in there, it's not like outside. They can catch you outside, but you have a voice. In there, you write a grievance up, they come in to get you. They're going to take all of your stuff. They're going to put you in segregation. You in the room by yourself in a jumpsuit. Sometimes you're naked, because they'll say you are suicidal. You suicidal. That's how they strip you of everything now. Not just your clothes and underwear, but of your mind as well. And they'll throw you in that cell and let you think about the next grievance that you write. So that didn't bother me. I kept writing them. They sent me out of there. But you know what they did? They sent me to another institution that was supremely racist. All of them are. But this one in particular, that's just the protocol. Everybody knows this is what they do. They put me in segregation with another individual who was a white supremacist. And I'm not going off of what I think. He had 3 knighthoods on his arm holding a noose. He got the knighthoods is the Klan outfit with the noose in the hand. It was 3 of them on his arms and some Klan stuff on his chest. So I already knew what it was. They want us to get into it. This is how they do. When you speak up against them, and now they're going to make you suffer. So they put me in a cell with him. He looked like the Undertaker.
And, you know, I recall my first little stint with segregation, and it was back in 1984 when a African-American young lady by the name of Paula Cooper, she's deceased now, but before prison officials banded individuals in writing to other institutions, I started pen paling with her, and she was charged with the murder of a Bible teacher out of Indiana. And I remember advising her to take the plea deal. That would have meant that she would have spent until she was 21 years of age locked up inside of the Indiana Department of Corrections. And then I recall, the judge refused to accept her plea deal, and he gave her the death penalty. So the only way I could give back, I went on a food strike. And that was the first time that prison officials honestly took me serious, due to the fact that I think I stayed on that food strike for 21 days to draw attention to the fact of how she had been treated. She had been raped twice by sheriffs, transporting her out of the juvenile facility to court. And the judge turned around and said that her rape was her fault. So the thing about it is, it taught me one thing, that we don't get anything unless we fight for it. And many individuals that are stuck behind the prison walls, I'm not going to say that they're not fighting. Their fight is without a voice. And that's the importance of us echoing their voices. I know a lot of people may look and they would see that I didn't jump on Facebook Live or something like that, and now I'm voicing what is taking place with these brothers and these sisters that are locked up. That's because I understand that they don't have a voice unless I speak it to the public. But, you know, Najee, we are still dealing with layers and layers and layers of torture where that there are so many men, and now we're finding out about the sisters that are languishing inside of our prisons. What can you speak upon the fact of this system being so slow, this system paying out so much money, and guess what? They are exonerating people, but using these cops to testify against others, claiming that these cops are reliable.
That's a sad situation now, because what I think we can do is just stay consistent, because they hope and wish that to a certain point they're going to give it up. They're going to stop. They're not going to do this. It's just like what they did to me by putting me in that situation to get beat up or stabbed or maybe even killed, because the guy, he apparently never had a black celly. He never had this type of stuff. So, and he looked like the Undertaker. I was 140 pounds. But what the humanity came in is when they didn't feed us one day, because they had a bet. I found out through another, they had a bet to how long it would take for us to fight. Now, I was in there almost 2 months. We never said one word to each other. So a lot of people lost already because they probably thought it was going to happen in 48 hours. But what they did was they didn't feed us purposely. We both were asleep. We woke up mad. This is the first time we ever said anything. You didn't see the food? Where the trays at? You know, with the plate. Well, I didn't get it. We started banging on the doors. We banging on the doors. So officer came. They didn't give you? No, they didn't. Lieutenant came, but we settled it. And after that, we started to talk with one another. And he never even understood the plight that I was going through, that I had to deal with. So we wasn't the best of friends, but he came to understand it. And with that, he became a fighter on the side of justice, not because of race, but because of justice, of humanity. And we have to continue to show the humanity of people that's incarcerated, because they consistently say, oh, he's incarcerated. Why they supposed to drink good water? That ain't nothing. Look what they did. Look what this happened. Look. But where's the humanity? You know, so we have to be consistent in helping these brothers and sisters that's incarcerated to help their voice being heard, because they get shut down so much. Once they get the grievance, or if they speak up, they send them straight to SEG, or they take them somewhere and the note come with them. Make sure you give this person a hard time. They put shampoo and water in their TVs and stuff. So my thing is, let's stay consistent with these officers that don't want, that they keep using them as credible witnesses. You know what we have to do? What we've been doing here at CTJC is to expose it, to put it on social media, because actually people don't even know how many things that the officer have been involved in. And they'll go somewhere else in another state and get hired with CPD. You know, I had an officer tell me, man, when I first got hired as a CPD, it was like in a jungle. I loved it. I was young. This is what he's telling me. I'm like, after he done slammed my head into the ground and taking me in. It's crazy. But we have to expose. We have to continue to put it on social media when an officer is going to be used as a credible witness, or any other things that an officer has done, because it has to be exposed. But it's so sad that the response that I get from a lot of people, and it's sad, because this even other organizations that I get from people, man, y'all have to show forgiveness. Y'all have, but Black people are the only people that got to forgive the oppressor all the time. No one else got to forgive the injustices that has been upon them. But we have to forgive all the time. And we have to remain silent and just let it dissolve itself. Let it just happen. No, we got to speak up, speak out, and expose those officers that are being used as credible witnesses, and it has to be known to the public. Because I really believe if the public knows about an officer and what that officer has done in the past and what has been happening in the present, and nothing has happened, where they have the other places they have been, other police stations they have been in other states, they come here or to other places. So we got to expose that.
Well, you know, one thing that I have found out with my fight against police officers, and my fight is the fight for all brothers and all sisters.
Yes,
you know, I recall, man, back in 1981, being a skinny kid and taken down to the police station and called these famous words of nigger boy and other names while being tortured. And even though, man, I was illiterate as they come, but one thing that I recognized is if they could do this to me, how many other people they had done this to. And being a young kid and being transferred from the juvenile detention center over to 26, I seen a young man and he was wrapped up like a mummy and he was standing before the judge. And I had already been found guilty. And they asked me if I had anything to say before sentencing. So, you know, I was not trying to kind of like anger the judge, but do you see what I see?
Right.
You know, you African American, okay? You claim you come from the south side of Chicago.
The system.
83rd Street over on the east side is where John Burge was picking African Americans off as if they were in slave camps and taking them down to police stations and playing these psychological games with them, beating them, grabbing up genitals and testicles, connected to electrical shock boxes, having plastic typewriter covers placed over people's heads, and all sorts of evils. So you mean to tell me that you are so engaged with the community and that you are part of the what is that? NCAA.
NAACP.
Yes. And you mean to tell me that you don't know that African Americans are being taken down to the police station and tortured? No.
Right.
You may tell other people that, and they may shut up about this, but you said, do I want to talk? So I talked. I was not intending on talking for 2 hours and they claimed 5 minutes.
Right.
But when I got through, it was 2 hours and 5 minutes. And this was just from the lens of a kid, man, watching grown people brought inside of courtrooms and they dressed up like mummies and the judges ain't saying anything like, what's wrong? Why is you with all these bandages on you like that? And just come to find out, man, John Burge was given more power than even the mayor. And a lot of people fail to realize that when crimes occurred in Chicago, she did not contact Richard Breezak, who was the police superintendent. She contacted John Burge personally, and John Burge would round up black folks, take them down to the police station, terrorize them, and the rest is somewhat history, man, relevant in dealing with these tortures. And you know, every day, man, I get phone calls from brothers and sisters locked up, and they're like, well, what are y'all doing? I say, man, listen here.
Yeah.
We doing as much as we are physically able to do. A lot of people fail to realize this take a lot of your energy.
Yes, it does.
You know, it
Not
takes
just
a
the
lot.
physical, that emotional type of, and I hate, and I commend you, Mark, for speaking up and speaking out of what you've been through, because it'd be embarrassing in a sense. You don't want to be the one. Yeah, he was tortured. You don't
You
want to
know,
be
let
that
me
person.
say this real quick, Najee. As a kid, I was embarrassed to say what happened to me.
Yes.
Meaning, because I felt, okay, if other people found out, then they're going to look at me as weak. You
Yeah.
know, man, you let the cops grab your private area and
Right.
squeeze on it. And,
Right.
you know, so I was embarrassed as a kid, but I also understood that if I didn't exercise my voice and speak out, then guess what? I was never going to get out of prison. I had two public defenders. Neither one of them investigated the crime. And had I not did what I did, perhaps I'd be still locked up
I
because
know.
these facts would not be in the record.
And to add to that, it's two things that I always look at. The first one is, of course, he took his Vietnam experience, you know, and where's the humanity in that? You know, I'm pretty sure people seeing like, oh no, you can't do this type of stuff over there. But he took that understanding and brought it over here. So the first thing out of the two things I want to focus my attention on is John Burge. It's just so sad how it is recognized that the torture actually took place and he had a system of torture. Now, that in that system, it don't matter your color. That's why you can have a judge. That's how you can have black detectives or Latino or any other nationality or ethnic background fall right into the system. And within this system, he still wasn't charged with torture. Out of all that, they still trying to save face. So this road is going to be hard. It's going to be draining. But if we don't do it, who going to do it? Who going to speak up? The second thing is we look at torture and we looked at John Burge and his group of cronies and terrorists, because that's what they were. They are terrorists. They allow terrorism to go into the black community again and other underserved communities. And with that, they balled it up and just said, oh, it was just them. It's not happening anywhere else, which is a lie. I'm on the west side of Chicago. The difference was the system that he had. He had a system. These other officers just freelancing because they know if you want to get this information, this is the good way to do it. And it's not about guilt or innocence. It's about getting who you want and controlling the neighborhood, as you and I both know. So with that second thing, it's being swept away, but we can't let it sweep away because it's not just what John Burge did. Torture is continuing right now when they snatch up little black and brown boys and run them down. After they run them down, they scared. They don't know what you finna do. Sometimes they don't even be in their uniform. They'll run them down and kill them. And they ask, why did he run? He's dead. That's why he ran. He knew something was going to happen to him. But these other officers that's out here, and you don't need no. And I'm going to say this, and it's going to be a little controversial, because we look at white officers often, all the time. That's played out on TV. But when we see these black officers or other ethnic background officers doing something, we kind of take a low profile on that. Torture is torture. I don't care who's doing it. And when you get into that system, it don't matter what your background is, your ethnic background. Oh, we have a black officer. Or we have this. That don't mean nothing. They following the system. They following the system. Track them, tag them, and bring them in. That's what they doing.
And you know, that reminds me of Glenn Evans.
Oh,
Glenn Evans, a African-American commander who was raised over in the Crenshaw community, and he finally got his break within the Chicago Police Department in the early 1980s. And what he do, he tries to follow suit with what John Burge was doing in terrorizing black and brown people. And I remember, as well, I'm not going to say as close as we are because we are of a distance, but I was as close as someone would be in a room to him. And I looked at him. And the word I used, I will not say, but you mean to tell me that you felt that you can get away with it? When is the last time that you looked at yourself in the mirror?
That's right.
You know, in other words, Burge was able to get away due to the fact that he built a whole machinery of this
army
with prosecutors, along with all sorts of people within the elected fields that had his back. This is the only cop in Chicago's history that I know of that engaged into all of these tortures, and he still kept his pension despite going to prison.
That's disgusting.
You know,
disgusting. We all should be up and roar as a human being. That's disgusting. And I don't know the percentage of his arrest that was made, but how can someone what type of individual are you to just happen to get all this information and with 100% guilty rate? Everybody just feel like they need to tell you what happened. Who are you? What is the magic pill that you have? And it was torture. That's what he used. But you know what, Mark? I am encouraged. And this is why I'm encouraged. That last segment, the mothers are the first line of education for the child. And they are the last person to be there for the child when time happened. Just like with me. My mother was there. Everybody, my mother was there. Leave my boy. Something is wrong. They did something wrong. And it's not a blind thing. It's a mother thing to understand. But I am encouraged because CTJC, we got this new, we got our new space. And I've talked with them about bringing a computer lab. So torture survivors can come now and learn more about the computers. For those who want to learn even more or possibly get into the arena of computers, they can come there. But we're going to have this computer lab. We're going to have a training center for a lot of different things I'm thinking about. Of course, with the Know Your Rights training and other things, we have a lot for not only the torture survivors and people who have been attacked, but with state violence, but the community as well. And I am encouraged because of that. And I thank CTJC for actually bringing me on, because sometimes as a person who went through a lot of these things, you can see something that somebody else can't see. You can see when a person is still hurting, but they putting on a show like, oh, everything is all right. And I'm just looking like, brother, it's not all right. You was tortured. Please don't say that to yourself. It's not all right. You can speak up. You can say you don't feel right. You can say that. You can have the confidence and the courage to say it was wrong what they did to me. And the mothers can say it was wrong what they did to my son without feeling embarrassed, like the way they did my mother. Take her off the board that helped kids because her son was incarcerated. And the kids went crazy. Where's Miss Eublis at? Why is she not here? You know, they let her go because her son was incarcerated. So I'm here to help in the movement with CTJC and CTJM and the torture survivors to get them closer to have a stable life as they can. It's still hard. It's still hard for me, and I'm pretty sure with you. When I hear the police sirens, I pull over. I'm getting out your way. I don't want no mistakes. It was my car you looking for, none of that stuff. And even when I do get stopped, it's I still feel that thing that I want to run. But by me knowing my rights, I feel more confident, and I speak to the officer as if, I have not done anything wrong. Now, if you choose to do something different, that's on you, but you will be held accountable. But when they hear the rights coming at them and they understand, like, yeah, this person, I'm going to leave them alone. You know, so that's what we're doing in CTJC and in case management. I'm getting the participants closer to anything that they're looking for. I have one participant. He was just trying so hard. I've seen it, but I worked with him. I helped him, and he's working in the field of service. It's social work because that's what he actually wanted to do, and he has been a blessing to that organization. You know, and that's what I want to see, and that's what encouraged me. And we have to continue to stay consistent. We have to let them brothers and sisters know that we love them, that we support them, that we're here for them, and they have to continue. If they can't say it enough, send a letter out, send an email out, and let it be known what's going on. We have to continue to tell them they have to document everything that's happening to them, even if it's coming with even if they trying to get back with them, if they trying to any reprisals, you still have to fight. And they were so happy when I left because I was on them. I'm writing grievance. They took me to say it because I helped a person write a grievance that did not know how to read. You know, and that's what the community navigators do. They work with individuals that can't even read as good. And we try to find ways for them to encourage them to go to school. And not just in it. It's hard to go to school while you're in there, and especially some of the prisons, you're on lockdown all the time. So we'll try to get information to them that you can correspond with some of these places that'll help you get your GED, that'll help you get your associates, and they'll pay for it. So that's why I'm encouraged, because people are speaking up, even though reprisals might be coming. But if there's no justice without struggle.
You're right. And reprisals.
Sorry, Mark. I want to thank you for sending all them cards out, and for CTJC staff sending all those cards out to those brothers and sisters that's incarcerated. I thank you, Mark.
Well, you know, that was when you touched on the mothers, that was a side of me. I think I've been doing this for 13 years. And I remember being hired by the campaign to end the death penalty. And they gave me this big ass list. And I'm like, man, what do I do? So doing that the first year, it encouraged me to now do it the next year. And I see that it touches the hearts of people that are locked up, because many of them haven't even gotten mail the whole year.
That's right. And you know, we both know this. Yeah.
So the thing about it is, I understand how that feels. I understand the plight that they are in. And I thank God for my moms, you know, because really in reality, I be still stuck like Chuck in the penitentiary. Had it not been for her, she had cancer. People was writing me and saying, yes, your mom's attended the protest and she was coughing up blood. And you know, I was trying to get her to lay back, but she wouldn't. So as I explained to people, my mom, she sacrificed her life for me.
That's right.
So as a result, what I'm trying to do in the space and time that God grants me to have life upon this earth is to give back to those brothers and sisters, because let me tell you, many of them that we help don't even realize that they need help.
That's right. And something you had just said about the mothers sacrificing their life. They sacrifice their life twice for their kids. The first time when they're born, you know, because the mother can die as well, and she trying to bring them to life. And the second time is when the child is living. My mother still, she knows I'm an adult, almost 50 years old, but I'm still her baby. I'm still, she look at me like I'm 10 years old all the time. So they sacrificed their life twice. And I'm just so thankful and just encouraged by those mothers. And I love that interview you had with them, brother.
And when we tell you, and thank you, but when we tell you, if you didn't have that in your life, that mother, okay, and she, you know, you already know, uh-oh, here come moms, you know, uh-oh. But if you didn't have that, trust me, you would miss that.
Yeah.
And it would be a little road that you will stumble on. And that's all that the cops looking for, is one little stumble.
One little infraction that they encourage.
Yes.
That they, you know, if they can't get the friend, somebody you know on the block, they're going to get you for it.
So I remember, what was that, 2020, and I'm outside of the Cook County Jail, and I got my bullhorn, and I'm screaming, and I'm doing a Facebook Live too. And I said that someone needs to whoop the tail of the governor because he's leaving people's kids inside of the prison system to die. They took those words and twisted it all the way around to the fact that I had threatened to kill the governor.
Ain't that something? Out of all the stuff that you spoke on that was just talking about justice, there's one little snippet. We're going to use this.
We're going to use it. They came in like filibusters. And I'm not answering the door for the cops. I'm sorry, you know. So guess what? They can knock on the door right now. If I'm familiar with that knock, I'll just keep on talking, and y'all just be hearing a knock at that door. I'm not answering the door for nothing, not for my demise. I have seen so many people answer the door, and they have been, some been shot, some, you know. No, I'm not going back down that road there no more. And, you know, I just encourage you and all of the team with Chicago Torture Justice Center. You know, we got to keep our heads up too, because when we tell you, man, I would say the past 6 months or so, I've been so overwhelmed with so many different projects. And I can't say no to people. And I'm learning now a little bit to say no, but that's just not in my spirit. And I know Christina Berzar is watching, and I know that Rosemary Cage is watching, and Rosemary is under the weather. So we send great vibes to her, as well as to our brother Damon, and we wish them speedy recoveries, you know, in their health, because, man, right now, people are kicking the bucket left and right, man. You know.
I just had an auntie just passed a few days ago, and cousin, so they was all, man, it's just something else. But I just like for us to continue to stay encouraged, and I love to see the mothers come together. They have their own. I love to see that. I just want to sit there and just listen to them talk. You know, just sit and just listen to understand, and just knowing what my assignment is, what I have to do, what my part is. Because I will sit and listen. You got, when the mother is talking, you got to sit and listen. You have to listen. There's wisdom. There's knowledge right there, especially for those who have been through what as far as what we've been going through, and they have been dealing with on the outside. I didn't really understand what my mother was going through until I came home and she explained certain things to me. What I couldn't, because this was happening, that was happening, and I'm like, wow. But I am totally encouraged. CTJC, let's keep up the good work. This Love-a-thon has been beautiful. Let's just continue it. Let's continue helping our people, our torture survivors, and help to encourage our young people. I'm trying to get more young people involved and understand what CTJC is and why is it so important. Because although they talking about it in the school systems now like they supposed to?
Well, let me tell you, it's being mumbled in the school systems, and that is due to the fact that I wouldn't say that all the teachers don't care, but it's a lot of them don't care. And man, it's been a total fight. And, you know, that is where that the people can help us, because
right.
it needs to be pressure put on these aldermen to line this stuff up. You know, I do not believe that these aldermen don't have a few bucks that they can shell over to the Chicago Torture Justice Center to help a survivor to come into their communities to talk to some of these brothers that are under the risk of being impacted either by police or the criminal justice system. I fail to believe that.
That's right. We need to be the ones going in there to say this and speak to them, and they really don't allow us to even come in. So so right there is an issue, because it's like that prison pipeline. It's the same system, and people don't want to. They refuse to say that the system is wrong, that the system don't need to be changed. When you have over 60% of the people incarcerated that are of African American, African descent, something is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
When you have all this disinvestment in these communities just out of nowhere, something is wrong. No matter if you have a black judge or a black officer, the system says we're attacking poor people. We're attacking people that has issues within the community. That's who we're attacking. So we just have to remain encouraged. We have to speak up and speak out and say it loud that free them all. Free them all. And what I mean by free them all, I mean free them all. It's wrong. It's injustice. We need to take a look back at this, and not just the memoriam with death penalty. It took so long for them to look at that. You have people on the death row that have not committed this act. And you know what I also like to bring forth? I always tell people this about the new law in January 1st, 2022, about the police cannot lie to a juvenile during interrogation, because that's how they get any information they want. The child does not understand the situation, so they want to go home. They want to stop this torture. They don't want to be tortured like they did on the block when they were slammed on their head in the alley. And the next time they got beat up, then next time the officer bring them in and say, "You're going to talk to us." They already been tortured. They've been tortured for 2-3 years, for 6 months. And now, he told us this. Yeah, because you tortured them. So now, or you used information against them that wasn't true. A 13-year-old child can't differentiate between your mother is finna die and we can get you there at the hospital if you let us know about such and such. Well, I don't know nothing. Well, this what happened over there. So now they repeat what the officer has just said. Let's stay encouraged and let's fight.
Yep. And on that note, you know, in New York, Yusef Shalon, who is one of the Central Park Five, and I've known Yusef since he has been released out of the prison system. And I used to go up to New York 2-3 times a year, and they are fighting for that same piece of legislation up in New York, and they are using the legislation out of the state of Illinois as their motto to force lawmakers up in New York to do the right thing and to at least disarm police officers from basically tricking young guys inside of these interrogation rooms to get them to say whatever that they want them to say, because they put pressure on them and, man, in humane ways.
And that's not even investigation. That's not even a real investigation. That's coercion and torture.
You absolutely right. So we have 2 more minutes, and I want you to send a message to those brothers and sisters that are locked up behind the prison walls.
I want to say that we love you. I want you to stay consistent. Don't be afraid. There's a lot of people behind you fighting. So write those grievances. And officer told me in internal affairs before, when I was talking about what the officer did to me, how he just took my stuff for no reason. He told me if it ain't on paper, it didn't happen. So we need all of them to start writing those grievances. Send the information out, but also stay consistent, stay encouraged. Don't let the foolishness of others make you swerve from justice, because justice sees truth. So stay the course. We love you and stay strong. Reach out, and we definitely gonna keep it moving for you.
Power to the people.
Power to the people. I want to thank you, Brother Mark Clemens, for doing this, hosting this, the interview. Man, it's been beautiful, man. You're definitely the right person for the job. So, man, I thank all of you who's watching. Stay encouraged. I love them mamas. Mamas, let's stay together. Please stay together.
And I'm thinking about doing a program, and it'll probably be more close to Valentine's Day, and I'll be happy to bring you aboard so that you can be right there with those mamas.
I love to be wherever they're at. I want to be. I need to learn. I want to understand, and I want my assignment so I can keep going.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, my brother, and the fight continues.
Yes, sir.
Miss Gina, take it away. Gina. Okay. There she go.
Hey, Gina.
Replaced the numbers of her case. Her body was found in some trees on the west side of the D, so no need to guess her race. Her current tone is much deeper than the darkest parts of space, though melanin is irrelevant when all we're left with is a barbecued skeleton. She may have died knowing carbon monoxide doesn't have a smell or taste. She may have been raped. She may have known his face. But we may never know, because there's still no suspects, no DNA tested, no one arrested. Where is the justice? Where is the justice? Where is the justice? I know to you the question may sound kind of tired, but I still want to know how my sister ended up in this fire. Guess that's why I got this urge to set everything on fire, and I can't even lie. I could care less if I die, because the shorty told me that he was only 7 or 5. Last week there should have been a riot on the south side, but we waited for 7 more to die, and we still ain't set a damn thing on fire. So I refuse to reason these detectives and coroners and morgues anymore. I'd rather burn this whole death operation down to the floor, but first I came to burn these worthless churches, converting gods to servants. We call them preachers, but really they're just merchants, selling a service to anyone willing to purchase. And the pitch is so simple, it's perfect. Jesus is the reason for the season, and every single Sabbath, even the father to your bastards, your new drug habit. Yeah, he used to be my savior too. It was cool while it lasted, but I'm so past that shit, because the fact is I don't want to be saved. I'd rather save all these black kids or die trying, because we living in hell here. This shit is so backwards. Seriously, I'm asking, if the fire was strutting down the street looking fine as she could be, would you chase her and holler? Would you give her 4 quarters if she was on the corner begging for $1? Would you give her a job? Blue or white collar? Would you follow her lead, become a fire starter? Would you burn your city like your name was Wayne Carter, 500 degrees? Would you burn your own skin? Would you take it way farther? Would you burn your own skin? You're facing the fire firsthand. Would you wait for your friends, or would you look to the sky, talk to God, and make amends? Give up everything, close your eyes, and go in. Would you burn for your sins? Would you burn for your people? Would you burn if there was a chance they would have to treat us all equal? See all my people in the fire, and I swear we ain't seen you yet. My people in the fire, and if you ain't here, we don't need you, man. My people in the fire, and if you scared, we don't need you. We came to burn until the cops lose our bones. Burn till Pharaoh leaves the throne. Burn till they bring all the troops home. Burn till we no longer feel alone, because burning is the only way to go. We came to burn entirely. Burn this unsacred society, these patriarchal hierarchies, these classes, habits, and symbols of status. This madness of corporate ladders, money mentality, profit is all that matters. Money mentality, profit is all that matters. Money mentality, profit is all that matters. As Jesus Christ, profit is all that matters. Tupac Shakur, profit is all that matters. As Malcolm X, profit is all that matters. We voted for change, but somehow they still got us. In these fucking chains. Tell me how they still got us. Chains of name of Kunta Kinte, the inmate 5376448. On the outside, Toby's really think we escaped. We all just hanging onto this belief that we can be free if we can just see looking less African as one of our advantages. And abandon these damn savages. Chase these degrees and grade point averages up and out the hood. Because that's where they're attacking us, except we're into ourselves now. Shit is so backwards. We might as well burn the flag has been captured. All the good Christians are gone. Remember the rapture? So we all heathens headed to hell. Let us burn before we die. If we burn ourselves alive, maybe we won't be so afraid to burn after we die. In many ways, I kind of feel like the afterlife is like saying psych after a lie. When the damage has been done, might as well burn the fire.
Hi everyone, I'm Tasha. I'm a musician here in Chicago, and I am so excited to have been asked to be a part of this event today and support the work of Chicago Torture Justice Center in this way. I know that this current fundraising effort is towards the goal of creating a physical space to house the work that CTJC does, which I know would be huge for the work and incredibly important for the survivors that CTJC serves. So I hope that everyone here today is able to support in any way that they can. And again, I'm very grateful to have been asked to be a part of this today. So thank you for having me. I'm going to play a song that is one that I recently released with an album that just came out called "Tell Me What You Miss the Most." So this song is called "Year From Now." There's a part at the end of this song where I say my name, but I'd like to think that anyone listening can kind of insert their own name into that part of the song as a little affirmation surprise at the end. Yeah, thank you for listening. Don't wait for a sign. It's time to let go. Stop wishing for won't remember how embarrassed I feeling like your own. When you've got a blessed kind of heart, and you've spun out wonders from your love. Whisper this and know that it's true. Tasha, you're brighter than you've ever been. Thank you.
That was Tasha, who is currently on tour right now. And Tasha, thank you so much for sharing that beautiful song, and for always supporting the work of the center. We really, really appreciate you. Next, we're going to share a video that was taken earlier this year of a conversation including some of the first journalists who were able to print articles exposing John Burge and the torture reign. And John Conroy, who very famously um, archived so many details and reports of some of the earliest incidences of torture, is a part of this panel, and his work is archived with the Chicago Reader. He wrote a really pivotal piece called The House of Screams. So if you haven't read it, you can Google it. This was part of our May month-long event celebrating our birthday and the anniversary of the reparations ordinance. And we're going to share it with you now. Also, right before we go there, I just want to mention that we do have books to give away. So we have signed books from authors and organizers such as the wonderful Miriam Kaba, who has donated Missing Daddy, which is a children's book that is about incarcerated parents. And you can get a free copy of this book if you donate $100 within the next 2 hours. So if the first person to donate $100 will get a free copy of Miriam's book. And then after that, we also have additional books. We have Electric Arches by Eve Ewing. We have Miriam's book that came out earlier this year, We Do This Till We Free Us. We also have a book about Troy Davis, I Am Troy Davis, which was co-authored by his sister. And Troy Davis was sentenced to death and then executed by the state of Georgia approximately 7 years ago. And this was after international uproar and organizing to attempt to save his life. In addition to that book, we have I Remember Death by Its Proximity to What I Love by Mahogany L. Brown, who I believe is a poet. And we also have How We Get Free by Kienga Yamada Taylor. We'll be announcing more gifts that we have and more incentives as we near the end of our telethon. So the first people to donate $100 will get one of these books. And if you have a preference, let us know which one you want. So with no further ado, we will now transition over to the video on journalism and organizing.
Good evening, everyone. We are opening up. We are live on Facebook. Welcome to this event. How we got here, where we're going. My name is Damon Williams. I am so happy to be here with all of our folks watching us on Facebook Live. in the Zoom with us, people who will be listening to this audio later. We thank you for joining in this conversation and being a part of this multi-generational effort at Repair and at Liberatory Justice. My name is Damon Williams. I am going to be a co-host of this event tonight. We have an amazing panel for you. I am proud to be a part of the Let Us Breathe Collective. I'm the co-host of the podcast Ergo. I am also proud now to be working with the Chicago Torture Justice Center. And we are all May celebrating 6 years since the passing of the historical reparations ordinance here in Chicago, the first of its kind in our nation. And so we want to bring folks in always to ground in the work that has been done and to understand the history of the violence that is shaping our society, but not just to be retrospective or nostalgic or to treat this as a static history class, but to understand and to frame and propel the work that is needed and the work that we must do going forward. I'm thinking back now that this is the 6-year anniversary, and I now am proud to be a part of the CTJC team. I've been hosting these events for a few years now. And so I remember last year, we were just seeing the footage of Ahmaud Arbery. We were just really getting settled into the realities of this pandemic and social distancing and quarantining. And even since then, right, we've seen so much world change, so much of a unique and historically poignant response to police violence. And so even now in this past month or so, as we've seen another uptick in public destruction and state-sanctioned execution, warping and absorbing our consciousness, it's important that we understand this history of torture in the Chicago Police Department as a significant human rights violation that is in context of all of the violence that folks are in resistance to and stepping up to and naming. And so we are excited on this week where we are celebrating World Press Freedom to be having a conversation about the work that has been done to understand this history of torture and the work and the fight for reparations, but also to understand at large when it comes to how we engage and counteract police violence, how the spread of information is vital to that work. So we have some amazing panelists that I'm going to introduce, and then our phenomenal moderator is going to take us away into a really great discussion. And we just want to remind folks that, as I said in this opening, the work is not done. And we encourage folks to plug in and support. And so that can obviously happen with your eyes and ears and with your attention and with spreading the word. But also there are resources that are needed to sustain and expand this effort and this fight. So we encourage folks tonight and all month to really consider contributing and donating to both the Chicago Torture Justice Center, which is in the process of opening and creating a new space and really needs our community to support that, but also the funding of the Chicago Torture Justice Memorial. And it's important to note that the fight has been vivacious and energized, and there's actually been an influx in some resources, but it is really important that as we are excited about some of our victories, we need to understand that the city has not yet upheld its commitment to supporting and funding this memorial of torture that was cited as a significant part of the reparations ordinance. So in addition to your support financially, we need to all understand that the city, whether you call Chicago home or not, has a responsibility that has not been upheld, and we need our people to make sure that we hold this space accountable. So with that, go to chicagotorturejustice.org and please, please, please donate to both the center and to the memorials. And with no further ado, I'm going to introduce our amazing guests and panelists. First and foremost, we have Gregory Banks. Greg is an activist and a learning fellow with the Chicago Torture Justice Center. He experienced abuse and torture at the Chicago Area 2 Police Station in 1983 and spent many years in the Illinois Department of Corrections due to being tortured and coerced into a false confession. Greg is one of the most amazing spirits and really a central voice to holding down and making sure that the survivor experience is at the core of what we are talking about when we politically engage police violence. So everybody, please, please welcome and clap while you're on mute or on stream, Mr. Gregory Banks. right next to him, we have just a phenomenal, tireless warrior for justice, Mark Clemens. Mark Clemens is also a survivor of police torture for the Chicago Police Department. And at age 16 in 1981, he was taken to Area 3 violent crimes until he was tortured into a forced confession. Mark was one of the first juveniles sentenced to natural life without parole in the state of Illinois. He has remained incarcerated for 28 years, but since his work coming home, he has been at the forefront of so many movements, not just in Chicago, but nationally, making sure that he shows up with all families that are impacted by police violence and by incarceration. And I'm so proud and honored to see his work. And we have Mark Clemens with us. Welcome to the stage. Also, we are honored to have in this space somebody very, very important to this work, Mr. John Conroy. John is the senior investigator at the MacArthur Justice Center and Northwestern University School of Law, but has also been a dynamic investigative reporter, and his House of Screams has been fundamental in us understanding and documenting and pushing forward this work of justice. And he also took his work and expressed it artistically with the play My Kind of Town, which premiered at Chicago's Timeline Theater. The play is set against the backdrop of the police torture that John was instrumental in helping expose. We also have with us Maurice Posley. Maurice is the senior researcher at the National Registry of Exonerations, a database of nearly 2,700 wrongful convictions in the United States since 1989. He was awarded a Pulitzer Prize in 2008 for his investigating reporter at the Chicago Tribune, and has done extensive work on prosecutorial misconduct, and also wrote George Ryan's memoir, Until I Could Be Sure How I Stopped the Death Penalty in Illinois. And I joke because I laugh at Illinois politicians, but that is an important history about the abolition of the death penalty in Illinois, which is deeply, deeply connected to this fight of repair led by survivors of torture. And last, but certainly not least, we have our very own, and she is all of ours, Joey Mogul. Joey Mogul is a partner at the world-renowned People's Law Office and has sought justice for Chicago police torture survivors for 20 years, successfully representing a number of Burge torture survivors in their criminal post-conviction proceedings. Joey was also instrumental in drafting the ordinance that we are now celebrating the anniversary of, filed in 2013 on behalf of Chicago Torture Justice Memorials that Joey helped initiate and co-found. And on on May 6, 2015, the Chicago City Council unanimously passed the unprecedented legislation providing reparations to Burge torture survivors. And Joey has been an outspoken and widely supporter of legal and also institutional navigation, while also being grounded and rooted and connected to grassroots movements. So we are honored to have her here and to continue to help us document and understand this history and this story and the work that we need to do moving forward, because history is not stagnant nor in the past, and we have a lot of work to do, and the time is now. And last but not least, I am so excited to pass it to our moderator, Ms. Trina Reynolds Tyler. Trina is one of just my favorite people and someone I'm proud to call friend, but a dynamic organizer in the city, was one of the people instrumental in leading the phenomenal People's Grab and Go mutual aid effort this summer in response to uprising and pandemic, and is also one of the most brilliant people I know and a phenomenal data scientist that works with the Invisible Institute. So she is uniquely placed to talk about the intersection of information, of police violence, and how that information is distributed via media and journalism. And so I want to bring our moderator to the stage, Trina, and let you get in conversation with these amazing people. But if you just want to kind of kick off of the importance of information and how we circulate and tell the story of the violence of police that so often gets hidden or is locked in back rooms and does not get exposed.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction, Damon. It truly is an honor to be here in conversation with the folks on the panel today. And, this work is so important, right? Not only archiving survivors' stories, but also encouraging people or to face and remember what it is that has happened in this city. You know, we talk about the, 6 years ago and like the 4 years ago. But I love how you grounded us in this kind of discussion about what's happening today. And, even in most recent events where, the search warrant that was held at Anjanette Young's house, right? Something that she describes as a sexual violation, when thinking about the shooting of Adam Toledo, and many others that have already happened this year, right? It's important to recognize that this is not the past. This is like right now, and we need to actively be thinking about how we make this information accessible, right? So we have to access that information with our unique talents. We have to make that information accessible to the masses, being mindful of making that information accessible to survivors specifically, right? And then we have to have a lot of tough conversations about, how we make sure that this never happens again. And, the last thing that I will name is that, there are so many survivors that we do not know their names, right? So many survivors who absolutely never came forward to discuss what happened to them, because sometimes that's just how people process trauma, right? And so regardless of even these individual cases that we have obviously made light to, right, we need to always remember that the conditions that encourage this, right, this behavior is deeply institutional, right? It's not about a single individual cop. It is about the whole system that creates an environment and like enables these violent acts. And so, that'll be my 2 cents for now. I'm really looking forward to chatting more. And my first question is really about the House of Screams. So the House of Screams was written by John Conroy. I know we spoke about this earlier, but that was the first time that many people learned about torture that had been occurring in Chicago. And although it was the first time that many people, learned about police torture, it was not that was not the experience for everyone. And so I think that what I love to pass it to you, Greg. Can you tell us about how this piece impacted your story?
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you, Damon, for that introduction. And thank you, Trina. Oh man, I have to say this before I do anything. Give honor to God, allowing me to breathe this breath that I'm breathing. So I want to say this to John Conroy. I haven't had the chance to say this, but I'm gonna say it now. If it had not been for John Conroy and him writing that paper and doing his investigation, and the People's Law Office, Jeffrey Haas and Flint Taylor and Joey Mungo, all of them that brought this to fruition, I don't even know if they would have ever known anything about the houses, the torture. So when I got a chance to actually when I had a chance to read The House of Screams, and this may sound crazy to you or to y'all, but when I read that, I was happy that I wasn't by myself, because I felt when that happened to me, I felt like they took my manhood from me. And I never wanted anybody to know that I had given a confession, that I had been tortured and plastic bags placed on my head and them playing Russian roulette with me. I never wanted to anybody. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to tell anybody about it. But because of the House of Screams, I think that when I read that and I sing Anthony Holmes and I sing Melvin Jones' name and I sing Daryl Cannon and my rappy David Bates And I seen a number of people that I didn't know, but I seen people that I did know. And I said, man, I'm not by myself. Something is about to happen. And it did happen. My case got overturned. And I think more so than anything, even though the appellate court and what happened to the Wilson brothers, which was the leading case in my appeal, the Wilson brothers, by their case being known to a lot of people, I was so happy, man, that I wasn't by myself, man. And the House of Screams, I got a copy of the House of Screams now. And I read that, and I'm just thankful, John Conroy, really. I'm thankful, man. I'm thankful that you did what you did, because if you hadn't done that, they wouldn't have probably they would probably have never known what happened to us. And when I think about that, see, this stuff is deep, y'all. This is deep in me. And it hurts, man, when I think about his brothers and sisters that's still locked up, and they never get out. They may never get out. See, I got another chance with and I got another one. And I said, no matter whatever happens to me in this life right here, from that day forward, that I would never stop fighting, man. Man, I said, I'll never stop fighting with them brothers and them sisters that's locked up. Because, man, they took everything from us when they did that. They took everything, man, and I hated that, man. I was mad. I was mad for a long time, but I'm not mad anymore. I'm not angry. I'm not mad like that. I was mad. And then I became angry. And people said, man, you got the right to be angry, man. What happened to you should have never happened. And I said that I would never let that happen to anybody else. And I'm gonna do everything that I can do. And in this life, I don't care what happens. I'm gonna keep on fighting. I'm gonna fight till there's no more breath in me. I would never stop fighting. Because this stuff hurts. And it hurts every day. But that hurt is what keep pushing me. That's what keep me going, man. And I tell y'all, man, John Conroy and the People's Law Office, Jeffrey Haas, Flint Taylor, Joey and them, if they wouldn't have did what they did, this wouldn't have happened. So, John, I love you, man. Thank you. Because you gave me back you helped me get back my life, man. Sorry for the crying, y'all. This is something for years, man, I couldn't cry. Now I'm glad that I can cry, because I wouldn't cry for years and years and years. Now, when I cry, I'm relieved. I get relieved from that hurt that I had. Yeah, it hurts, and it's probably gonna hurt for the rest of my life, but that's gonna keep me going. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being so vulnerable with us and sharing your story with us and your spirit with us. This is, it's different when I think a lot of times people are looking at articles and pieces of paper, and I don't know if they're always able to recognize that like there are human beings who experience this and continue to experience this. And so I thank you so much for your courage, and I thank you for your time. Like I so thank you for it.
Thank
Damon,
you.
Do you want to say anything before I push to the?
I just was here to offer Greg love, and when I heard you apologizing releasing or expressing. I just wanted to hold and hug you and let you know that we are here to bear witness, and we are here to you should not be holding that by yourself also. So you are in a community that loves and supports you, and we are continuing that legacy of that resilience that you are sharing with us. So I didn't have nothing to say besides, Greg, I love you, and thank you for all that you do and the way that you keep showing up.
Yes, thank y'all, man. Thank you, and thank all of y'all for giving me the support that y'all have been giving me. So we all in this together.
So I'm gonna switch it up a little bit. Because I so appreciate you sharing, Gregory. I think I'm gonna I think I'll go to you next, John. In addition to the House of Screams, you've also written 2 books and a play that reference the history of police torture. So in hearing the impact of your work, how do you understand the role and responsibility of truth tellers?
Trina, when I saw this question coming, I was a little baffled, and I asked Maury for some advice. And he wisely told me that the role of a truth teller is to ask questions, to look for truth and report it, look for layers, and don't take the easy answer. So that's Maury's wisdom there, for which I am very grateful. And just spinning off of that and spinning off of what Greg said, that first article was a big leap for the reader and for me, in that I think most people in Chicago now are accustomed to police brutality and videos of executions. But in 1990, we had one DNA exoneration in the United States, and it had nothing to do with police misconduct or prosecutorial misconduct. And so looking back, I'm kind of surprised that we were so willing to do it. And then stunned by the lack of response. We got 4 letters, 2 were in favor of the torture and 2 were against. And looking back on my own work, I feel like I failed in a lot of ways. I failed individual victims of Burge and his people because I was in conversation with them. I never did a story. I never, I was talked to Mark Clemens. Mark, I talked to your mother 5 or 6 times. I talked back and forth with Eric Kane many times. I just never got it in the paper. And so on the issue of responsibility, it's tough. But I think I saw a movie once in which it was a documentary about a chaplain on death row in Texas. And the cameraman panned Maury Posley's office, Maury Posley and Steve Mills, and they had 600 letters. I'm guessing could be 1,000. And I just thought, shit, I feel bad. Look at Posley, Christ. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, John. I so appreciate your willingness to acknowledge, right, some of the courage and the uniqueness of what y'all did at that time, and also recognize some of the ways that you feel you maybe have failed individuals, right? Because, there is a shared responsibility here across the board, not only you, right, but a lot of people. You did contribute quite a bit of work here, and so we are so grateful for your time. I do appreciate specifically this willingness to acknowledge failures, though, because we're always constantly learning. We're always constantly figuring out what the best next steps are, right? How to best share and make information accessible. And you're talking a lot, right? We talking a lot. I know Damon and I have talked so many times, right? And often, we are not heard until the 10th time that we speak. And that's why it's so important to, if you have you know, the ability to continue to like talk yo smack, if I'm gonna do the PG version of what I would have otherwise said. So that, you know, that brings me back. Speaking of Mark, right? Mark, in your bio, you describe your work as a responsibility that requires many hours learning, lots of reading, and much communication with men and women that are incarcerated. How does keeping your eye on local news support your politicized healing and organizing work?
Thank you. And one thing that I do want to acknowledge, I love John's writings, but I also love Maurice's writings as well. And I think that many of us, we had no reality that tortures had occurred to so many different people. And it was through their writings that we begin to learn just basically how deeply enrooted this game of corruption had gone, you know, meaning John Burge was corrupt, the prosecutors were corrupt, most of us were poor individuals stuck in prisons with long sentences, charged with crimes that people would basically demonize us for. Sitting in prison all of these years, and I remember when Maurice came down to the prison to visit me. All I could do is thank God and cry. Because, and you know, as a journalist, they probably don't understand that you can tell your story so much to the point where that you are unbelieved. And now someone, I don't care if they just give you a piece of candy, it's more than what has transpired in your life. Me being someone 16 years old, railroaded by the criminal justice system, forced to learn behind prison walls. When I say forced to learn, that's where I received my education. Now being given a natural life sentence, told that I would die inside of a prison system, no one believed us. And what was so remarkable to me was how John, as well as the Chicago Tribune at that particular time, they spearheaded off of each other. And it allowed for this information to reach ears and eyes that we could not possibly reach. Me, when I left prison, I was saying, man, something has to change. What? I didn't know. So when they opened up the prison door, maybe Joey can contest to this, I just ran. Because it's kind of hurt. It hurts me to see mothers. They're crying for help and no one would help them. And I'm not saying, John, that you failed me, because you didn't. I understand how much I'm wore out now. You know, I'm just keeping it real. I'm wore out now. I'm always tired now. This is a journey that if I could take it back, no way in the world I would have gotten involved into this type of field. It really, it demonizes you with political officials. It keeps you where that you're always with your eyes and ears, because you never know when the cops are come knocking for basically speaking out against members of the Chicago Police Department. What amazes me is a police officer able to infiltrate the Black and brown community and to legally lynch them
and for it to really go unnoticed for more than a decade and a half before any type of writing started to surface. I remember sitting down with the same prosecutor who prosecuted my case, and they wrote a book, Courtroom 302, after this prosecutor. And I asked him, as well as I asked the judge, how dare you use my goddamn disabilities against me because I couldn't read, because I couldn't write, and you demonized me. You gave me 4 murders, and you stuck me inside of a prison. The best way I could do as a human being was to explain to the judge before sentencing that you made a mistake. Yes, I have done a lot of things in my life, but it didn't make me a murderer. And really, I think that our media today has downsized. They have put water in the mix of a lot of their stories now today. And to be honest, maybe that did transpire when Maurice was a writer and when John was a writer. But I've never seen it like I see today. And it scares me. It scares me due to the fact that just because there were tortures in my era, what is the new game of the police department and railroading people to prison to sit there for the rest of their lives? We have entirely too many people stuck inside of our prisons. Many people may look at me as being unlearned, because if I see a politician, I'm going to ask them, how dare that you tell me that you can't help us when you can help us? We shouldn't have to beg for a torture memorial. We shouldn't have to beg for anything in the city of Chicago. I could often say, how dare the mayor lie to me? I sat down with her most likely before anyone sat down with her to try to build some type of transparency. Because what I'm wondering and trying to still wonder is, how in the world can Chicago police tortures be so widely known now today, but judges often still reject men relief inside of our court systems? We have a lot of work to do, and that work, to me, is going to have to be bridge work. That bridge work meaning that somewhere along the line, media is going to have to trust us, and we're going to have to trust media, and we're going to have to expose this for what occurred to us. It's a shame that no John Burge story, other than when John Burge was found guilty, ever reached the national front. Never. There is not one national documentary that has ever been written or produced that deals with Burge tortures other than what I seen you produce, John. And that kind of like, it scares me. So yes, we do need a memorial so that these Black kids and so that these Latino and Mexican kids and all kids can be able to reflect upon the fact that John Burge, he created his tortures in the early 70s, and he remained there until he was fired roughly around 1993. He never went to jail for tortures, but went to jail for perjury. He never went to jail for doing anything to a kid. Where was the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services in the mix of all of this? When you had a 13-year-old Marcus Wiggins beat half to death and stuck with electrical prongs in his body. The whole system, they failed us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I so appreciate, that you ultimately just named, right? Like, there was a moment in time where there was some acknowledgement, but not really on a large scale about the multiple individuals who have been impacted by this. And like you said, right, the criminalization of people experiencing poverty, right? That's a real thing. When looking at where police are, there it is often in communities with a lower socioeconomic background. And so, you know, one has to ask these questions, right? Like, it's just like, often we're seeing, even within the complaint data, these stories where people are discredited because they were possessing, a drug, or, X, Y, and Z, right? They are perceived as, having a mental illness, right? And being described as aggressive, even though, I mean, regardless, right? That's not how we treat human beings. So this just brings me to, I appreciate that you named Maurice, and also just like the reporting right around that time. And so, Maurice, your career as a criminal justice reporter has probably landed you in a lot of newsrooms where people were reporting on criminal justice, right? But often they were not including the stories. So, how do you understand journalism's role in creating conditions that fuel mass incarceration and police torture? And what steps can be taken to counteract it?
I'm going to take the hair shirt from John for a minute, but I think John's a little too hard on himself, actually. And I want to thank you all for the kind words. I think there's a lot of cultural issues here. I started right out of college learning to be a reporter in 1972, which really sort of parallels, what we're talking about here. And what they did at City News was you started working the night shift you worked in police stations. And so to do your job, you had to become friends with police officers. And when you saw the veteran police reporters there were 4 major newspapers in Chicago at that time, they socialized with police officers. So there was a culture in the media, and I believe there was a culture in the police department of looking the other way, of saying that a lot of this stuff was just acceptable because it was part of doing the job. And I think that, I had sort of my own personal epiphany about this in the mid-90s when I covered the 3rd Rolando Cruz trial and saw that him be acquitted at his 3rd trial, where they were trying to send him to the death chamber for the 3rd time, and realized that, this was a false confession. It never happened. And what I realize is how over the years it was ingrained in me that if a prosecutor said it, it was probably true. If a police officer said it, it was probably true. And changing that meant sort of flushing out everything that I had learned and start to learn over. And I look back and what John did was go after a culture that was not only what was going on in the police department, but was going on in the media itself, of not being questioning about these things, and maybe even seeing it and just looking the other way, not acknowledging it, not asking the right questions. I remember at one point going up to the city desk at the Tribune, this is in later years, and saying, I've got a story that we have exclusively that we can have for tomorrow about an exoneration. And an editor looked at me and said, haven't we done that story? Well, yeah, it's a different person. there's a fatigue that actually comes in, that comes into play in the media. And I think that it's really, reporters have a lot of responsibility to keep pushing even against this fatigue. You know, you say, so now I write up wrongful conviction stories for the National Registry of Exonerations. It went public in 2012, and as it was mentioned, we're close to 2,700 exonerations. And of those, I've probably written about 2,000 of those stories. And so every one of those stories is an individual tragedy for a lot of people, not just the defendants, but for the families, for people. It ripples. And telling stories is what I think we need to do. And more, the more and more that you tell the stories, you start to get a critical mass. And somebody has to be first. And John was that person. And, you know, I look back today, we did a series on false and coerced confessions in 2001. So it took us 10 years before the Tribune really caught up and took a deep dive when we looked at 10 years worth of murder cases in Chicago and found almost 250 where police said someone confessed and one of two things happened. They were acquitted or the charges were dismissed. And that meant you have to step back and say, well, so what's the right question here? And the question is, once every 2 weeks, on average, for a decade, police said someone confessed and yet there was no conviction. And so that either means a guilty person went free or an innocent person was charged. And what's wrong with the system? You know, there are 339 official exonerations in the registry that are false confession cases. 30%, 100 of those are in Illinois, and 86 or 25% of all false confession exonerations are in Chicago. Now, 26 of those, and we have a specific criteria, and so not everyone gets in. 26 of those are Burge related. Does that mean that the other 60 false confessions in Cook County are independent? I don't think so. I think it's this culture that is just the worst end of the spectrum. Okay, the torture. That's the worst end of the spectrum. That this goes, there's an arc of police work that is considered good police work to solve a case by a confession. I could go on. You know, Peter Neufeld said it as good as well as anyone when he said, Chicago is to false confessions what Cooperstown is to baseball. It is the Hall of Fame. And you know, watching the Jackie Wilson trial earlier, you know, you just see how this is, the legacy goes on, and people have to tell these stories. And it is a challenge in a time of diminishing resources in the media, diminishing attention span. And you know, I think Mark said it, you just have to keep pushing. You have to keep pushing, and you have to keep telling your stories. I mean, if there's one thing I learned is you write one wrongful conviction story and the next day your mailbox is full. And it's not because it's people that are disillusioned, it's because it's full of people telling the truth. And there's just not enough of us to go around. You just hope that, you know, you can get people convinced to devote some resources to it, because there is, you know, you look around the newsroom in 1972 and 1980, and did you see people of color? No, you just didn't. And I think that, you know, that's when you talk about a culture, you're talking about a culture of, it was rare to cover issues like poverty, wrongful convictions, corruption in police. It just was rare. you know, for years, and if a police officer was charged, it was because the feds did it, not because the state's attorney's office did it. So, you know, I just think that people have to be encouraged, and by that I mean media people have to be encouraged to listen to stories, that there are stories, that there are still stories, and that these stories have meaning and should be told.
Thank you so much, Maurice. And I really appreciate that you named, you know, part of the job, right? You were like, this is a thing that is a part of the job, you know, acknowledging that, you know, this is a common practice, the practice of harming people, you know, with the goals of like getting the bad guy or doing their job, right? There is like violence interwoven into every part of it. And so I thank you so much for sharing with us as well. I know you all are really excited for this question and answering portion, but I have one more person who I'm going to ask the question of. And, you know, obviously Joey Mogul could speak to the past and the present, but today I'm going to bring it in and think really about the future. You know, Joey, it's really been an honor to watch you work within so many spaces, because you've been able to share insight about legal institutions, you understand operating within city government, and then also within organizing spaces. And so I'm curious, you know, moving forward, how do we hold the inside strategy accountable and propel it? And then what should journalists and media makers be working on today? I know it's a big question. I know you're going to have so much to say, but the floor is yours, Joey.
Oh, thank you. It's such an honor to be here, and I appreciate hearing from everyone and learning their insights, but I also want to give a particular shout out to Greg and to Mark, because I'm, you know, obviously, you know, you all have been through so much, both your torture, your incarcerations, the decades of disbelief, and it's obviously still very painful for you, but you nonetheless are just selfless in your perseverance and resilience and sharing your truths and trying to fight for others. And that is just a beautiful quality of both of you that is heartwarming and inspiring, and it's very moving. And I appreciate all that you do. You know, how do we hold the inside accountable? I think, you know, I'm someone who believes that we hold the power of collective action, and it's essentially the power of the people is the way that we're going to get the most profound change. And I think if you look at the Burge torture cases, what we can see, the through line is that the insiders, whether it be the judges, the prosecutors, the city officials, never wanted to take responsibility for these racist acts of torture, did not want to stop them, did not want to investigate them, did not want to hold people accountable, and instead did everything in their power to cover it up. And fortunately, it was through the journalism of John and Maurice and others that helped bring the truth to light. I think it was through the litigation that helped uncover and document this pattern and practice of torture. And it was also the perseverance and resilience of the torture survivors who, despite being denied, disbelieved, and shut down time and time again, continued to fight to tell their truths and their stories. And it was that collective information, that collective storytelling was then used by the people, right, to get Burge fired from the Chicago Police Department. It took a movement to make it happen. Maurice, you and Ken Armstrong and Steve Mills did this amazing set of articles around the death penalty. It led to reforms by the courts, but really nothing changed. It wasn't for a clemency campaign that then led to the clearing out of Illinois' death row. That was, again, a people-centered movement. That was an organizing strategy that led to not only the commutation of people's death penalty sentences, but then to the abolition of the death penalty in Illinois. I think Burge wouldn't have been prosecuted if it wasn't for boots on the ground. And then finally, there is just no way we would be here today as a group amongst the Chicago Torture Justice Center and the Chicago Torture Justice Memorials if we did not get reparations legislation passed. And I guess I wanted to say to the media people who are following this today, people often remark that this is a legal settlement. It's not a legal settlement, people. This was an organizing campaign that then got and convinced and moved and pushed our mayor, Emmanuel, and our legislators and the city council to pass this reparations legislation. There was no way to litigate to success. So where are we going from here? Well, we're back again and seeing that we need, and I think the reality is, if we look in this moment right now, we see that the organizing that's going on and the popular education around racist police violence is far ahead of the inside game. It's far ahead of the courts. It's far ahead of our politicians. It's far ahead of COPA or any police accountability organization. I mean, you know, regardless of whether it's legal for a police officer to shoot someone with a gun or not, we are seeing people turn out in the streets saying, not in our city, not on our watch, and this is unacceptable. And so I will say this for the future. I think the organizers and the movement and the popular understanding that we have right now is far ahead of where the institutions and the inside game is, and we need to keep pushing it forward. I guess I want to say finally, you know, we're in this historic time and we're in this historic conversation here at the Chicago Torture Justice Center that provides healing services and community services that's unprecedented in the nation. We need to support this institution, okay? We also, though, need to create and solidify the dominant narrative around the Burge torture cases, right? John, you wrote in your piece, in your blog about the Burge torture, about Burge's prosecution back in 2010, that most of the jurors who were being questioned about whether they could sit for the jury, most of them came forward and said they knew nothing about the Burge torture cases, even though it was reported in the mainstream media. And it, you know, it was a dominant story in the mainstream media prior to Burge's trial in 2010, but people still did not know it. And so I think there's an importance to media, but I think, and we need journalists like you to keep covering this, but we need to create our own markers where we can enshrine this dominant narrative. And that is where the Burge Torture Justice Memorial needs to be created. We need a commitment from Mayor Lightfoot, who has not given it to us today, that we are going to build this memorial fulfilling the reparations legislation so we can inscribe this racist history into the landscape of Chicago. And we can also document the perseverance and resilience of Greg and Mark and all the torture survivors and their family members. And we can document and memorialize the 4-decade-long struggle for justice in these cases so that we can learn from this and it can propel us to fight on for even more justice and more liberation.
Thank you so much for that, Joey. I think that's right on point. There's this relationship between those experiencing the harm, those naming the harm, and those that are fighting to do something about it. And we hope that we can exist in the same room as we've been able to do in this conversation. But it's important, particularly for those who are privileged, to not be directly impacted by this violence, to step up and do our part. And so this whole month is a call-in or an opportunity to step in and do your part. So there'll be many more events that I just want to name before we shout out the folks on the Facebook Live and shut that down and close up in our Zoom here. But before folks go, I just want to, remind you again to please go to chicagotorturejustice.org, where you can donate to both the center and the memorial. And there will be a month worth of events that are going to follow this. So there's going to be a press conference tomorrow morning that we want all of our community to look up from. We got Mothers of the Movement, an event with different mothers that have organized with a panel that is going to be moderated by Mark Clemens. We also have a maker sessions later this week. There's going to be a tattoo artist fundraiser, a politicized healing session, as well as some West African drumming and body movement. And then also, I'm very excited, we're going to have a performance by Avery R. Young. So please, please, please stay connected to Chicago Torture Justice projects through this month. Please support everything you hear. And I want to take a few questions from the audience from the Facebook Live before folks hop out of here. I just want to make sure we got those plugs in. And it looks like one of the ones that's coming up that's really important that Maurice, I heard you start to speak towards. So if other folks have something they want to add. The question is, Burge was not an anomaly, I believe. And for this person asked this question, it's not just your belief. You got some people that will stand with you on that claim. And so how or in what ways is anyone looking at what's going on now? So, you know, I know that I think we can talk, Joey, you have something to pop in on that first. And then if anybody else wants to popcorn on that answer of, we know that the police are still violent and torturous. How are we looking at this in our current time?
Well, I just want to quickly say, you know, we still have at least 13 Burge torture survivors who are still behind bars fighting to have their claims of torture heard. And this does not account for all the other police torture survivors who were not tortured under Burge's regime that are still fighting. Burge had a lot of henchmen. Many of them were never disciplined. They were allowed to retire from the force. And we're seeing that the courts are not granting those people, particularly individuals who were tortured at Area 3 or Area 1, any relief. And we need to recognize that, you know, people were trained and they were basically encouraged to engage in acts of torture. I think, you know, I can go on, and I think we're seeing, again, just the continuing racist state violence, whether it's police killings, with shootings, tasering, sexual assault and misconduct that is going unabated, undeterred, that we need to think about it. And I think that's why we're seeing the rise of the Defund CPD campaign, which is, I think, timely and right on. But I also just want to say that I think we need to have a larger conversation about the way police interrogations work. And I think there's a lot of work that's being done that recognizes that the tactics used by police officers, particularly the Reed method of interrogation, absolutely coerces people without using physical abuse, but using mental tactics and psychological coercion to extract people's confessions. And I think I'm really hoping that we see a lot more media and a lot more journalists start to uncover some of those tactics as well.
If I can just add, I think people, one of the things I learned is that I needed help from people in the defense community to point me in the right direction, or to provide me with information that I could use to write to underpin a story. And it took time to develop trust. I remember having a conversation with Karen Daniel, who I miss dearly. And Steve and I were going to talk about work on a case that she and Jeff Erdangen were involved in. And she was reluctant to let me look at the police reports and the documents in the case. She said, "What if you find out something? If you come to conclude that my client is guilty?" And I said, "I move on to the next case. I do not want to write a story that says so-and-so is still guilty. That's not my job. My job is to look for cases that I can show is a wrongful conviction." And ultimately, we wrote that story about that case. But it involves people in the defense community finding reporters that they can build a system of trust, that they can provide information to them and point them in the right direction, and that they won't be violated them, so that trust won't be violated.
I will just, oh, go ahead, Mike.
Just quickly, Trina. So I think journalists, and I think that I followed this a little bit more careful than most people. Journalists since your retirement, since Steve's absence, it's watered down, and it's like taking steps back. And it's now you have to convince particular journalists that even what Burge did was wrong, or that did he do it? And I have a problem with media putting in alleged Burge torture survivor. If the city of Chicago gave you one roach free of charge, guess what? They gave you that roach to try to hope that you would go and sit back, due to the fact that they already know that the claims that you're making has forms of, they're credible. It's like mothers. We're dealing with a hurting generation, and
Uh-oh, we lost you for a second, Mark.
We lost your audio. I think you're on a separate audio.
Yeah, we're still losing.
Okay, am I back?
There you go. You're back.
Okay, well, I'll just wrap this up. It's a shame that human beings could stoop to this level, and they used young kids' disabilities, older people disabilities, and they used this stuff against us. Man, I have played a role in at least 312 people being released. People don't understand how that makes me feel. It makes me feel old. It makes me feel just like I never had a youth. And every day I try to find out if I could ever have a youth. Police tortures, it messed my life up. And messing my life up, I just wonder about all of those other brothers and sisters and mothers, how much they're suffering. So I'll just end it, but media definitely have to get on board. We need a memorial center.
Thank you so much, Mark. I was just going to really quick add that so I'm the director of data at the Invisible Institute. At the Invisible Institute, we have these complaints filed against police going all the way back to, honestly, 1974. But on our website, we have 1988 to 2018. I just want to name that, many of the stories that live within complaint data, are from people who are survivors of police violence. And a lot of times people just automatically refute the credibility of the hundreds of thousands of people who have come forward for decades now, since at least we know OPS began in 1974 and then to 2007, and then IPRA from 2007 to 2017, and now we have COPA, and so there this thing that you're naming, right, this acknowledgement as oh, this thing happened and we're gonna give y'all a little something, but y'all could keep it. It's no, there is a whole thing happening, and it is all the way in the prisons and all the way to the daily mundane interactions that police have with community members on a regular basis. Thank you.
I want to just add in one piece of framing, but also bring in some of the affirmations that have come in from the Facebook specifically. So Mark and Greg, just so many folks appreciating you, naming your brilliance and the gifts that you've offered. One person said that they've began, doing work around exonerations and false confessions from some of this story. So just to let you know that there are so many people who are listening and who hear you and are grateful. And so to that question of, moving this a little bit more of a contemporary understanding. And I want to merge that with another question that we got about the survivors dealing with the notion of disbelief and how can we create other storytelling containers beyond relying on institutional media and journalism, especially with the divestment in mainstream media and where it has gone in our neoliberal world. I want to be that guy that goes back to my experience in 2016 with the occupation we did called Freedom Square across from Holman Square. And that again was a chosen site for direct action because of some journalism that was exposing many documented cases of torture and illegal communicado detention and false confession coming out of that space. And what happened was we then showed up, and so many people that did not even know why we were there were able to come and share their story. And that was as of 2016, and people said that had been happening to them within that last year. And so from that experience of then showing up and then doing the work, so many more people have heard about that dynamic or story. Even while we were there, police officers tried to take a young boy that was engaging with our encampment into an abandoned movie theater. And if it wasn't for community engagement, we don't know what would have happened in that space. I go to another example of how showing up brings out so many of these stories. I honored Dorothy Holmes in as many spaces as I can, the mother of Ronnie Man Johnson. Just this past year, as we were honoring his life again in the park where he was killed by Detective George Hernandez, a man who was living in the elder facility across the street just pulled up and said, "What are y'all doing here?" And said, "My son was killed by the police." And so to that question of how do we continue to tell the story without only relying on major outlets, particularly with the technology advantages that we have now, it is show up and name that you are standing up for justice and against injustice, and you will be surprised how many folks who have been disbelieved or been silenced or who've held trauma in will be present and will share their information. And then it's our responsibility to continue to bear witness. I know we're running a little bit on time. So I want to, if in the chat, if anybody can give me a heads up, but I just got one really deep question that I want to bring to the space if folks are present. I think it's relative to something Maurice named, but I think John can maybe talk about this too. So I'll put myself in this. I identify as an abolitionist, and I believe that this institution being torturous is not an anomaly, but actually very much in line with all of its historical roots and the role that it has played in history, particularly relative to Black Americans. And so within that, within the abolitionist thinking, there's been a complication of this divide between innocence and guilty. And understanding if all police is torturous, then we need to be responding to all human rights violations. So the question was, why not also pursue stories of guilty people who were tortured? Even if they're guilty, aren't those abuses and violations and constitutional rights still wrong? And if we only pursue stories about innocent people, are we excusing the treatment that those who are deemed guilty by the state experience, even though we still know it to be wrong? So that's a challenging question. And I think we'll probably close our Facebook after that and say our thank yous. But if y'all have any thoughts to challenging some of the relationships between guilt and innocence relative to state violence.
I'll offer one thought, and that is that it's just as bad to torture, I believe that, to torture the guilty as it is the innocent. But in the court of public opinion, okay, which is when you're writing, it's tough to build a case on the backs of guilty people. And I'm not excusing it, but I'm saying when we, one of the things that we did at the Tribune was try to let data drive the story. So you're going to look at all murder cases in a 10-year period. We're going to look at all death row cases. We're going to look at, all, and the faces that you want to get to hopefully make the difference are people that are wrongly convicted. But you cannot forget the people who are guilty, because you're exactly right. These are violations. These are, and they should be entitled to, the same fair treatment as anybody else. I'm not trying to justify emphasizing the innocent. I'm saying that, one of the things I also learned is I thought for a while that, the pocketbook effect might influence policy. people's thinking, but it really doesn't. Even in a city that's self-insured, it just rolls off taxpayers' backs, the millions they settle the Ford Heights 4 case for $40 million, whatever that was. So it's kind of like, what do you find that gets some traction with people? And I think it's a problem, because people tend to think that guilty people deserve it. And that's just ugly.
Thank you. Joey, I saw you say something in the chat. I'll just throw it to you right quick. And then I saw John coming off, but I feel like that's important to name.
I mean, I just want to say, like, there are Burge torture survivors who remain convicted of their crimes and may have committed the crimes, but we fought for all of them. And we got reparations for people who were both guilty and innocent. So I do hear what you're saying, Maurice. It's very hard, but I also think the moment we're in is saying we need to look past this, crimes that people commit and recognize everyone deserves to be treated with dignity and humanity, and they're entitled to, redress for the violations they incur. But, I also know, John, you covered many people who were not innocent, right?
Well, Andrew Wilson wasn't innocent. He did shoot those 2 cops, and he was the basis of House of Screams. And perhaps that's why it was so hard to sell it to the public. I think Maury is right. There's a lot of people who just don't care what happens to people whom they perceive to be guilty, and they perceive a lot of people to be guilty who aren't. But that doesn't mean that, as Maury said, and as you've said, Joey, that the guilty aren't deserving of the same human rights as everybody else.
I just also want to say, like, we have a very narrow definition of crime and of who constitutes a victim and who constitutes a perpetrator. And I think, we get lost in it in these cases, and we let the criminal legal system define this for us. But again, I feel like the public and the movement is way ahead of us right now, or way ahead of and not allowing the legal system to define who's innocent, who's guilty, who's a perpetrator, who's a criminal. And there are a lot of corporate crimes out here. There are a lot of environmental crimes out here that cause a lot of damage, and we're not holding them accountable. But I guess I just want to throw out there that not everyone is, a lot, we all commit bad acts. We all do harm to others. We should not be defined by the worst acts that we commit. And again, we are all entitled to humanity and dignity. And I think that's the lens that we start using. And journalism catch up with us.
Mark, did you have a final word?
Yes. A little bit of homework I forgot. I want to thank all of the mothers, all of the attorneys, all of the journalists, and just send condolences to Brother Brian Nelson, who lost his life fighting for individuals inside of the prison system. I agree with both sides. It's a very difficult task when you're dealing with innocence or guilt, but I believe that once a person's human rights has been violated, I think that that should supersede in that particular arena. If I had $1 for everyone who, once I was freed and I somewhat felt red flag me that they were guilty, then I would be super rich. The bottom line of it is this. I think that what John Burge did is something that should remain, it affects us each and every day. It has to be some way to bring some type of historical attention to the community as to what John Burge did. And some of the brothers, not mentioning any of them, it totally messes me up to see how the system was allowed to mess them up behind prison walls. And with them now being out and now having a better sense of this society, I just shake my head because they don't have much of an opportunity. And that is one thing that I think that we need to focus upon, and it's called some type of angle dealing with state reparations, because they have caused harm in ways that is unimaginable, and especially through Tom Dart when he was a state representative and he came out with all of these so-called reforms shortly before Edgar had lost office. Right now, our prisons are nothing but, as John said, the House of Screams. They are the House of Screams behind IDOC. But love you all.
Thank you for that, Mark. I want to take the time. We're gonna close up our Facebook Live, but I really want to take the time to thank you, Mark and Gregory, for all the work that you do with CTJC and beyond, but for really, bringing your experience to this space again and continuing to live through your pain for the healing and the justice of so many more. John Conroy and Maurice Posley, we thank you so much for your multiple years of work and continuing to stay connected to this effort and to our community. Joey, we appreciate you for fighting and for showing up. Thank you so much for your work and your knowledge. And Miss Trina Reynolds Tyler, so grateful for you and the Invisible Institute and all the work that you do. And it really meant a lot to have you and your voice and y'all's team be connected to this event here. So go to the Invisible Institute's website and you can see the Chicago Torture Archive to learn more about this history. Please, again, I remind you, go visit chicagotorturejustice.org where you can donate to both the center and the memorial. We have so much work to do. And as we heard in this conversation today, we have to remember that John Burge is a name and a figurehead that does represent an extreme of a spectrum, but is not an isolated incident or figure, and that this practice of torture and destruction of life and community extended beyond one person, one commander, and one police station. It has continued for lifetimes, and the healing is going to take generations. So reparation means to repair, and the state has a responsibility, but they are not equipped to make it right what has been wronged. And so that's where we come in, and we love you. And this act and this work of healing and bearing witness is primarily an act of love, but we have to be determined and dedicated because we have so much work to do. Thank you, everybody on Facebook. We're going to shut y'all down. We appreciate you. For folks in the Zoom, I think we're going to stay for just a few seconds to hang out. If some of our panelists have to leave, we understand because we ran over. But thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm also going to invite Aislinn Pulley of the Chicago Torture Justice Center to kind of come off. And we're going to have just more of an internal debrief conversation for some of our guests that are here in this Zoom. So, Aislinn, I just want to warm the pool a little bit. And you were listening and you were commenting, and you've been very connected to this work. What are just some of your first thoughts or feelings after hearing this conversation and seeing Mark and Greg in conversation?
Hello, and I hope that you enjoyed that program. Guess what? How reparations was won. And I think that it really provided you with a lot of education about just how the struggle had to proceed with us fighting for reparations. What's next? Where that even the media is very discriminatory and stories that they cover. But I want to move you quickly to a small trivet. And this is a very small trivet to mothers, mothers of the struggle, mothers of the kidnap, mothers that are dealing with systemic racism and injustice, and they are fighting very hard to bring their loved ones home, but unfortunately nothing is moving, and they are now faced with another holiday season as Christmas is 3 days away, and their loved ones, meaning their children, are still stuck behind a prison wall. Think about that. Still stuck behind a prison wall, with most of them being incarcerated at least over 1 decade behind a prison wall. Man, think about the trauma that these women must endure. I am constantly reminded of just what it entails to when your children's released from a prison. It's hell. It's no other way to describe it. It is hell what these mothers are going through, but they do this out of love for their children, out of love for the community, and for reforms within our criminal justice system. I think that it is overdue that we acknowledge people like Christina Berzal. Her fight is talking to any and everyone who will listen. I think that it's overdue that we acknowledge the fight of people like Regina Russell. She's dealing with her son, Jermon Russell, who is still stuck behind a prison wall, just like Johnny. Johnny is in prison. He's in bad medical health, and the whole system as a whole don't care. What Amanda Shackelford had to go through was hell. It was a whole different form of torture before her son, Gerald Reed, won his freedom on April the 2nd of this year. And I'm talking about, this was a case with many twists and turns. One day it would look very promising. The next day the judge would throw a curveball, and Amanda she struggled, and she had her walker, and she struggled, but she didn't give up. Mothers like Esther Hernandez, who has 2 sons locked up behind a prison wall. Can you imagine having one? This lady has 2 of her sons locked up, frame-up jobs by members of the police department. Think about that. At most events, you see Esther and you see Charlie. Charlie is Esther's husband, and they work as a team, fighting any type of way that they can fight. Then what we look at is that the system don't care. Kim Foxx often makes mention that she came from the Cabrini Green housing complex. But I'm often reminded by a gentleman by the name of Patrick Seitz, who was convicted of allegedly raping and brutalizing a young girl who is labeled as Girl X. I was contacted by several popular DJs with WGCI as well as V103. And these men took upon their own initiative to look into this case, and they have reached the conclusion that Patrick is 100% innocent. However, just because Anita Alvarez is no longer in office, and because Richard Devine is no longer in office, and who's the guy? Richard Delly is no longer in office. Injustice still continues. So I look at a woman who calls her name D Nice, and she is the mother of a brother by the name of Matthew, who has had to suffer inside of several different prisons that I know of. And her scream is for justice. Each and every day, this phone is ringing from men and women that are locked up behind prison walls. It should not be. Rosemary Cage, who is under the weather right now, guess what? She shouldn't be going through this awful experience to bring her son home. No, we have a Cook County State's attorney who is claiming to be progressive and one that claims to understand what has happened to African American people. But however, with a new law being implemented starting January the 1st to review cases in which she would have the authority to request judges to lower sentences, she does not want to deal with cases of murder, despite the fact that she will tell you in an open forum that many of these cases are tainted. How could this be? Why are these mothers forced to suffer day in and day out? And as Najee pointed out, and he spoke briefly of my mom's, you know what I often see when I fight and I put my game face on? I see my mom's. And the thing about it is to go out and do your best. I like to win. And winning, I like to see the expressions of the mothers. And what I would like for all of us to start to do is we need to work in unity. And that starts with the community because the mothers are together. And I just want them to know that during this Christmas season, as grievous as the prison rules and regulations are, that I am thinking of you. You are in my prayers. I realize that it's going to take a hell of a fight. I often say all the time, where are the people? Because when we tell you, like Najee said, tortures didn't stop. And we're sitting and we're laying in it and we're wallowing in it. Many people that are free today, maybe next year they'll be locked up. It's time to put your hands into the pot for change. It's time for you to support what you claim that you want. We never had a center that addressed the impact of police crimes. Now we do. Now, people, what are we going to do to support it? We can go out and we can spend all of our money in other different directions. But when it's time to give back in the areas that help you, most people fade away. So I just want all of the mothers, and if I've missed anyone, like Curlin Johnson, like Marielle Johnson, then I am sorry, Bertha Escamilla, because all of these mothers had to endure pain and suffering. Denise Spencer. So when we tell you, if I had a hat on, I would take it off to these mothers, because these are our true leaders. And the sad reality is that not a lot of people understand who their leaders are. We must understand our leaders. And I encourage people to donate and get that book, I Am Troy. Let me tell you, one of the highlights of my little career and struggle was to be allowed inside of the Georgia prison and to sit down and to talk with Troy. And it affected me. It affected me because in my examination and the examination of many, there was no evidence against him. However, the crooked criminal justice system in Georgia felt it was, and they killed him. They killed him despite the fact that there was no reasonable doubt. They killed him despite the fact that, guess what? 7 out of 9 witnesses recanted. And I think that Troy Davis' situation is a learning tool for all of us. I had the privilege of knowing his moms before his mom's Virginia. And matter of fact, that was my mom's name as well. And they would laugh at me because I can't pronounce the name Virginia correctly. But his mom's Virginia, his sister Martina, Kim, as well as the nephew, who I can't quite remember now. But the bottom line of it is, when you meet these people and this sadness occur, it lives within you. So when we tell you, I am proud to dedicate my life in fighting for these mothers, I realize one thing, that the system is so corrupt. To win honesty, meaning an honest way out of the prison system, it's going to take a lot. And I ask my brothers and sisters, many of you are saying that, well, we don't know about the torture center. We don't know this. We heard this. We heard that. Stop listening to the grapevine. Get involved. Many of you have family members locked up inside of prisons and you ignore it. We're trying to help. Please help us. You see those streams that are passing up under your stream. Please link on. Give us $1. Give us 50 cents. Go cash your pop bottles in and give us the money off the pop bottles. We need help. Our vision is to better our people and our community. Finally, Michelle Crofton, guess what? She's depending on you, the people who are claiming that they're tired and sick and tired of being victimized by the system, to take 5 or 10 minutes and call Kim Foxx or call the governor right now. You can do that. Because when we tell you, it broke my heart to hear what happened to Latanya. And I will keep searching, because I already know that there's many women that were affected just like men inside of interrogation rooms, and racism, and these dirty dog cops, they got away. They living good in Florida, in California, off of the city of Chicago's pension. So what I will say is this: we need your help. You know, I have Rise t-shirts, and let me tell you, for anyone that can contribute, and originally I said 50, I'll anything, and I'll send you a Rise shirt. The bottom line of it is this: we need your help. The city of Chicago, you know what they give us? They give us pennies. So most people listen to rumors. That's what they listen to. Oh man, the torture center getting millions. Millions where? If that's the case, then someone owes me some bucks. We're not getting that. So please stop listening to rumors. We are out constantly fighting and trying to make a difference. And let me tell you what rumors do, they wreck ships. We are on a momentum builder. And that momentum builder is when we saw Gerald Reed physically with our own two eyes walk out of Statesville from a natural life sentence. So with all of that being said, I am going to turn this over to my co-host, Mrs. Aislinn, but I say it loud and clear, free them all. But on this day of December the 22nd, I say it loud and clear, free Michelle Crofton. Love you all.
Thanks so much, Mark. Yes, free them all. Free them all. And the ticker below your screen has the phone number where you can take action. So please do that. And you can also check our social media, our Twitter, Instagram, and other pages that include more details about Michelle and her fight. So next we are going to move to a video that I believe is a video that's 30 minutes. So this is a shorter video, but first I want to congratulate the winner of Miriam's book, if they choose Miriam's book. It is Abby Illenberger. So you won the book, and you'll get an email or a message which will ask you to choose which book you want. Our next offering is a book, a signed book by the incredible writer, editor, organizer Maya Shenwar, who is one of the founders of Truth Out. So if you are, a follower of Truth Out, this should really, really excite you. If you don't know about Truth Out, Google it. Go to truthout.org. They are the cutting edge of so much information. And so please support Truth Out. And Maya's book is named Prison by Any Other Name. And so it's the same as last time. So the first person within this next set to donate $100, you win a signed copy of this really great book on prisons. And the full name is Prison by Any Other Name by Maya Shenwar and Victoria Law, The Harmful Consequences of Popular Reforms, which is such an important and timely book, especially for this moment of transformation that is possible right now. So Gina, go ahead and take it away.
Welcome, friends. Good evening. My name is Lisa Lee, and I'm so excited to welcome you to the anniversary celebration for reparations. Um, I want to begin first with a land recognition. And I live in Chicago, a city whose name is derived from the Algonquian name, which means river with shores lined with wild leeks. Chicago is home to many indigenous nations, including the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi people. Following the settler violence culminating in the Black Hawk War of 1832 and the 1833 Treaty of Chicago, many indigenous people were forcibly removed from these territories or killed. Over a century later, under a different set of government policies called the Indian Relocation Act of 1956, many indigenous nations found themselves once again coerced to move, but this time back to the urban centers where their ancestors were originally dispossessed. Chicago has the third largest urban Native population in the United States, with more than 65,000 Native Americans in the greater metropolitan area. As a cultural activist, I strive to remember and understand this violent history and honor this place we inhabit, and to recognize the indigenous people who have stewarded the land that we occupy in Illinois. Yvonne, take it.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. And the land acknowledgement is just another reminder that across the United States, people have been reevaluating what this country stands for. And part of that is the demand to dismantle symbols and monuments that perpetuate legacies of white supremacy and colonialism. So this evening, we're asking you to support the creation of a very different kind of memorial. Chicago Torture Justice Memorials has been active since 2011, working for justice with survivors of police torture, their families, and the community to demand accountability for police torture by the Chicago Police Department. CTJM was built on decades of organizing by survivors and family members, and was instrumental bringing together a grassroots coalition that pushed the city to pass historic reparations legislation on May 6, 2015. The first time in the history of the United States that a major municipality has provided reparations for racially motivated state violence. The reparations legislation is a comprehensive form of repair, used financial compensation, education, and memorialization to challenge racial injustice and to support survivors of police violence. However, the last piece of the reparations legislation, the memorial, remains unfulfilled.
And thank you again, everyone, for being here tonight. You could have been anywhere in the virtual world, but you're here with us tonight, and we appreciate you. Today, we are launching a funding campaign on the 6th anniversary of the passing of the Reparations Ordinance. Our call to action is for you to help make this memorial reality. Our collective goal for this grassroots funding campaign is to raise $100K. To get there, we invite you to take a pledge to raise $1,000 over this next year. I know it sounds like a lot, but you can do it. Join our collective and make a commitment to help realize this beautiful permanent public memorial in a grassroots effort that we can all be proud of. To say thank you for taking the pledge and joining us to realize a radically visionary memorial, we are offering you a limited edition social justice pollinator print. But wait, there's more. When you sign up tonight, we'll also send you a pollinator pack with a print, a t-shirt, and a zine to help you share the story of the memorial and invite others to donate.
And to take that pledge and to become a social justice pollinator, so the things you need to do, the first step is to go to CTJM's website. That's chicagotorture.org. And there you can click on Support the Memorial. It's a tab on the upper right corner. That's going to take you to our donation page that has a link, and that explains what you need to do to take the pledge and get your print, that t-shirt, and the zine. And we really hope you'll be inspired to pledge to raise $1,000. And we also promise to support you in the journey to help us raise those funds to make this memorial a reality. We know that together we can make a difference and build a transformative beacon for justice that's going to shine brightly in a world marked by ever-present military and police violence, mass incarceration, and manufactured racial inequity. But tonight's event focuses not only on what we can do together, but also on how much we've already accomplished. And to talk about that, we have with us Alice Kim, co-founder of CTJM, Dorothy Burge, a CTJM artist who's been stitching justice together for decades, and Anthony Holmes, who along with other survivors has been at the center of CTJM from the start. But before we turn to our panel, Lisa's also going to explain what we need you to do now so we can get you into breakout rooms after the panel.
All right. So first of all, I see you all out there. So beautiful. What a wonderful group. I'm really so excited you're here. And so today's event is going to be a panel conversation first for just like the next 20 minutes. And then you're going to break out into one of 5 beautiful breakout rooms. And so what we need you to do, because there's really no magic to Zoom. It's just actually our wonderful tech guy veteran who's working with us. And you are going to go to your Zoom sort of box, click on the 3 little buttons on the right-hand side and rename yourself. And when you rename yourself, you're going to rename yourself either 1, if you want to participate in the writing workshop, put 2 if you want to actually participate in, I just closed the thing. What is 2?
The quilt patch workshop with Dorothy Burge. And number 3, a protest poster workshop with Aaron. And 4, if you want to learn about teaching the CPS curriculum with Jen and Dave.
Great. Now don't put it into the chat. I mean, you can put it in the chat if you want to let people know, like Mary's definitely going to 2, etc. But what we need you to do is actually rename yourself. So I'm just going to actually really quickly, like I'm going to go to mine, clicking on the 3 buttons, and I'm going to rename myself, and I'm going to name myself. Now I'm 1 because I'm going to go to the writing workshop. Got it? So Tim Eatman, I see you. Paul, Judy, Sarah, Geis, all you lovely people out there. You're going to rename into the name of the room that you want to go into. But don't worry, we're going to do the panel now. You still have a chance to do it later. I see you 2s, I see you 4s. Thank you so much for doing that. And so we're going to go to the panel now. We'll remind you later again how it works. But now we're going to go to our amazing panel of activists and organizers and just brilliantly luminescent people who you're going to hear from tonight.
And just so folks also know, unfortunately, because we are in this virtual Zoom environment, Patricia Wynn, who is going to lead the breath workshop, is having some technical issues and she can't make it tonight to do that workshop. But she did want people to know that she's doing that workshop at the Let Us Breathe collective space. And we'll put that into the chat so people have that as well. But Alice, let's turn to you first. It is extraordinary that this movement had an art exhibition as one of the catalysts for historic reparations. And I would love for you to share with us how that idea came about, and also if there's any hesitancy in turning to art.
Thanks so much for that question, Yvonne. Thanks, Lisa, for co-moderating this. And I also just want to put a shout out to Gina, Michelle, and also Vidran for doing all the behind the scenes work around this. So amazing. I know that how kind of all that it takes to organize a Zoom event. And also great to see everybody here on the Zoom. It's great to see some faces that we know and recognize who have been along with us for the long haul, and also to see some new faces as well. So I'm really glad that you asked that question and that this panel is focused on the memorial, and that we're going back and taking a look back at how this kind of phase of the struggle got started, because it's not something that we often talk about, how art making, you know, turned into a movement for reparations. And I'll say that it was inspired by another public art project, right? All good things come from other things. And it was inspired by another public art project called 3 Acres on the Lake. That was organized by Lori Palmer, who is an artist we all admire and love. She's now in California, but she had done this art project at the time, and it was calling for speculative proposals, right? It was speculative proposals for how to use acres, 3 acres of undeveloped land to honor Jean-Baptiste Dusable, who is really, the founder of Chicago. At the time, I think the city had similarly promised to dedicate and commemorate Dusable and didn't make good on its promise then. So I guess in some ways history is repeating itself. So Lori Palmer had this idea of using art and putting out this call, inviting anyone and everyone to submit their speculative proposals for how these 3 acres could be used, how people wanted to commemorate Dusable. It was around that time that we also had the remarkable prosecution and conviction of John Burge. So Joey Mogul, who is a co-founder of Chicago Torture Justice Memorials, this art exhibition was actually her brainchild, right? So she had seen this Lori Palmer's exhibition and started thinking, we desperately needed a new way into this struggle. Many of us have been fighting for decades, right? Calling for the prosecution of John Burge. Our slogan back in the day was "Jail John Burge," right? And here we were in this moment where finally, after decades of struggle, that John Burge had been prosecuted and convicted, sentenced to 4.5 years. This was remarkable, but we were also left with this glaring reality that survivors like Anthony Holmes, like Greg Banks, were still left with the trauma of torture. People were still struggling to make ends meet. So we really needed a new way to enter into this struggle, to build momentum around this struggle. And Joey, I think it was in the living room at some party, proposed to Lori and Amy Partridge and some others, what about doing something like this around a memorial for Burge torture survivors? And so that's how this idea was hatched. And then they brought together a small crew of us, and we kind of made our way, like artists, lawyers, activists, organizers, in really living rooms across the city of Chicago. That's where it started. We were hatching this plan to do this speculative memorial process. And I don't know, in terms of the second part of your question, I don't know that there was resistance among us. I think that we were all excited about the idea of figuring out different ways to think about what justice could look like. But I could say that there was a lack of familiarity, right? For artists working now with organizers or community activists, for survivors entering into this new terrain. I joke where, Lori and Mary Patton would maybe look to each other and be like, we need to organize a charrette. And Joey and I would look to each other and say, what's a charrette, right? So there was a lot of learning that we needed to do together. But I think it created the beginnings, right, of something really quite remarkable. If there's time, a little bit, I want to give, Dorothy and Anthony a chance to also weigh in here, but if there's time, I'll share just a few slides of what this first exhibition and what this open call for speculative memorials could look like with folks, because I think it's really, really exciting to see how we went from this art exhibition. It was also where the original draft of the reparations ordinance was introduced to the public, how we went from that to actually organizing, a full-fledged campaign for reparations.
Thank you so much, Alice. Maybe when people are going into the breakouts, we can see some of those slides. We're going to turn now to Mama Dorothy Burge, an extraordinary artist who's been stitching together justice for the last, many, many years. Dorothy, I want to ask you, it's been 6 years now since reparations passed, but since then, the call for justice for people who've been murdered by police has increased, and cities across the world have erupted in protest, and also with public art, murals, and other installations. What have you learned, and what are some reflections you can share about the role of artistic expression as an act of resistance against police violence and other forms of oppression?
Thank you so much for that question. Speaking as an African-American woman and mother, I know that art has been used in the African-American community since we were brought here as enslaved people. So as far back as when we were enslaved, there were Underground Railroad quilts that led people to freedom. There were gospel songs that had hidden meanings in them so that you would hear the song and you would know what was about to happen. We used songs in the civil rights movement. We talked about different things that were really, really important to us in the civil rights movement in terms of protest songs. I still remember growing up, and as we protested, hearing my mother and father and other relatives singing "We Shall Overcome." My relatives are from Mississippi, and so this was just a song that you had to know if you were in my family. And then these songs took on a different atmosphere with people like Sam Cooke coming out with a song like "A Change Is Gonna Come," and what that meant to African-American communities. People like Nina Simone, Mississippi Goddamn, you know, an incredible, incredible, powerful song. As a kid coming up, James Brown, "Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud." You know, that was something that we saw as a way to move forward in promoting who we were in a positive light. Billie Holiday, especially with the new movie coming out, that came out, which really highlighted how the song "Strange Fruit" caused so much pushback from people who were actually doing the systemic oppression of people of color. So now in recent days, with the death of George Floyd, we are seeing artists really rising. There have been a number of songs that have come out about George Floyd. There have been a number of murals, an incredible mural in Houston, Texas. There are people who are doing portraits, not of just George Floyd, but people like Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery. And there was one that really touched me, where the artist did portraits of folks and then surrounded them by wreaths. And the wreaths were just so, so incredible. I'm even thinking of other ways that people have used art. For example, airplanes in Dallas flew over Dallas with banners that said, "My neck hurts," or "I can't breathe," or "They're going to kill me." And these were the last words that George Floyd uttered. And so Black Lives Matter Plaza in Washington, D.C., the fact that they renamed the plaza and that they did a street mural so that anyone from a higher level than street level could actually see that Black Lives Matter in Washington, D.C. And I thought that was really, really powerful, just as I think that it is as powerful as the art that's happening here in Chicago, where they did several Black Lives Matter murals, one in Uptown, one in South Shore. Incredible work, got people involved from the community to come out and participate. And I really think that when art moves people to activism, you know, that it's doing the job that it's supposed to do.
Thank you so much, Dorothy. It's always amazing to hear you, to learn from you, and to participate with you in making that art, and bringing struggle and joy together to try and move forward and making change. And Anthony, I want to turn to you. You've been the rock. You and other survivors have been the rocks for this movement for a long time. And as you know, there's this nationwide conversation happening now about monuments, about memorials, and we're in the midst of a historical reckoning, including here in Chicago. So I wanted you to have the opportunity to speak on, for you, what makes this memorial important and special. And I think we got you on mute still.
Sorry about that. When I got caught up with Burge and others like me, because we was black, you know, and the other had sent a message out saying he wanted all, you know, all the gang bangers and whatever off the street, you know, which I was out there doing it. You know, I wasn't a good guy, I wasn't a bad guy, but the thing was, Burge come with a different technicality on us, and what he did was he just snatched us off the street. You know, whether we did the case or not, it didn't matter. And what really hurted all us was didn't nobody believe us, and we was trying to tell them all the time, you know, this ain't my crime, but they didn't care. We went to the courts, you know what I'm saying? We got convicted. You know, I can only speak for myself, but the good thing about what happened with me was I had told 2 lawyers that I had at the time on some other cases. And they helped me through the case, you know, and everything. But the sad part was, by not believing, they were so inclined on Burge and what he was doing, and so they convicted us all from the lower courts to the upper courts. And finally, I ended up going to penitentiary for 31 years. But the sad part about all that is that, you know, I couldn't believe what was really happening because of the fact that there was so much going on. And I thought I was the only one like that, but it's come to find out it was more of us. You know, it was a whole lot of us at the time. And a lot of my friends too, you know, they got caught up. But my issue is that if people had took time to understand instead of, you know, believe so hardly in the police at the time, we wouldn't have never been in that position. But, you know, back then, you know, the blacks didn't have a chance no way. So we went on, you know, we went to the penitentiary. But now that I done came home, we've been trying to, you know, the memorial and all this, you know, to come about, you know, to join them and everybody else that have supported us. We was finally be able to bring it to the light about what was happening with us. And finally, and John Cormier did a whole lot too in it. And he broke, you know, he tried to bring it to the news, and they, you know, shut him down. But anyway, the bottom line is I'm here. And I'm explaining it, what happened to us. I'm gonna keep on explaining what happened to us. And I'm not gonna back up from it. You know, this is what happened. And people's understanding, you know, they start realizing that we wasn't lying, we was telling the truth. Because a lot of incidents came out like the Wilson brothers, you know, they laid there, and that's what broke the case. You know, the doctor in the hospital, you know, he refused to accept them, you know, and son Mac, he refused to accept them because they were so brutalized, you know what I'm saying? And then that's when everything, that was the domino effect. And it started going all through, and they started realizing that not only was we telling the truth, but this is what really happened. So the memorial with us is that it represents us. It represents all the ones that was suffered, all the ones, you know, and even the ones that's in past, or the ones that might have got killed by birds, and we don't know. But the bottom line is that we, in turn, we here to let y'all know what happened to us. We're gonna keep on letting y'all know, and that's what the memorial is all about. And that's why we were so strongly, you know, and behind it, because of the fact that, you know, ain't no amount of money can bring back, you know, the time we did, or, you know, the families and members that we done lost. But it'll show that not only in our history, but it'll show all through history from now on that this is what took place with us. And it's gonna keep on showing, because each one of us, you know, we feel it, we gotta live through it. We go through the same change each and every day, but we never get rid of the pain that's in us. But we learn how to deal with it and then understand it, because there's so much other pain going around us. And when you see people getting killed, you know, and the police started walking away from it because they don't care. They, you know, they use kill shots instead of shooting a person in the leg or wounding and stuff. They don't do that. They shoot for kill. And that's what's going on. But the bottom line is, what people got to understand is this here. The memorial that we're trying to get built is about what's happening to blacks, brown skin, everybody, you know what I'm saying? So they'll see what's going on, instead of having these statues about racial people that hate slaves and all that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's true too. But they don't want us to see that. But now it's coming out. So ours is like, you know, it's showing that all through history how blacks been misused and brown people been misused, and even the Asian people that's coming over, they're being misused. So the thing too is that racism don't just stop with us. It grows it from us, and it's going to them, and now everybody's feeling it. And a lot of people begin to get tired of it, and they decide to start protesters. But the memorial itself represents the wrongdoings that the Chicago police did to all of us. And the only way we can keep it going is by putting that memorial up and make sure it stay up and permanent for people to know and understand and come to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anthony, for your fierce activism and your continuing commitment to fight for justice, and for also just always speaking truth to power, and just reminding us how this memorial is so different than other memorials who are just dedicated to like a single white dude on a horse. But it's not just only dedicated to you all, but also the continuing movement and the fight and the struggle against state violence and against police violence, and a place to gather and for all of us to build a better collective future. So we adore you, are so inspired by you. Thank you for all of your work. All right, so one last question, but I want to remind you all out there in the virtual Zoom world that there's going to be these fascinating breakouts that start in around 3 minutes. And you should be going up to the top and clicking on the little 3 dots and renaming yourself. 1, if you want to join the writing workshop with Bill Ayers and Alice Kim. 2, if you want to make a quilt patch to send to an incarcerated survivor with the amazing Dorothy Burge. 3, if you want to make a protest poster with one of my favorite artists in the world, an activist, Aaron Hughes. Or 4, if you want to learn about teaching the reparations curriculum, which is so historic and incredible, with Jen Johnson and Dave Stieber. So please make sure to rename yourself. And the last question that I have to all 3 of you, which is, in a world with so much destruction and unmaking, we definitely value you, the makers and the creators. And we just want to know, who are the makers and creators you are looking to now in these times when you need inspiration?
Well, me, I look around, I see people like me, you know, like Joey, Flint, everybody that's a part of the, you know, the torture survivors, you know what I'm saying, all of us, and we look for each other. But our support comes from y'all, you know, that the people that's around, people that can help us, the people that, you know, reach out to us and willing to help and explain what's the situation we having. So I think, you know, in the past, you know, so much been happening, you know, it's hard, it hurts because of the fact that ain't really nothing we can do about it except do the things we're doing now. And so I say everybody that's you know, that's trying to do something for the blacks, the browns, you know, all nationalities, and I think that's what help us. You know, so, you know, if it wasn't for God, we wouldn't be here. And that's what I see. So, you know, with everybody that's you know, here today, speaking and everything that need to be did, continue to do so. Continue to keep on, you know, keep the faith with us, and we keep the faith with you. And just do the things we need did, help push it, you know what I'm saying? And I'm to all of y'all, you know what I'm saying? It ain't no particular one, you know what I'm saying? There's so much, you know, I could speak of Smokey Robinson, I could speak of Marvin Gaye, what's going on, you know what I'm saying? It's so much, you know, it's so much that go through us that we got, you know, that we thrive off of, and to keep us going. Martin Luther King, you know, everybody that's been tortured, everybody that's, you know, everybody that lost people, family, you know what I'm saying, friends, through this, you know, this racism stuff, you know, and it seemed like it never gonna fade, and it seemed like they started putting their foot on us, you know what I'm saying, but each time we still here. And that's the key. We're gonna keep on being here because we know we come from a race of people that's been pushed back, stepped on, you know, been through so much through the years, you know, and it's continued on. They refuse to give in to us. And so I say that them are the ones that's been suffered, the ones that's been passed, and the one that leave legacies like what we leaving. And that's what the memorial mean to us. And that's what it's all about. Thank you.
Thanks, Anthony. All right, we only have like 30 seconds, but quick, Alice Kim, who are you listening to? What are you reading? Tell us.
Right now, I'm reading and listening to the students in the think tank at Stateville Prison. So they're part of the Prison Neighborhood Arts and Education Project, and they're participating in something called One Sentence a Day, right? Where they're essentially writing one sentence about their day each and every day. And these lines read like poetry, right? So I'm so inspired by them, you know, from people like Devon Terrell and Raul Dorado and Joe Dole. So right now they are my inspiration.
Awesome. Dorothy, what about you?
Well, I'm inspired by my ancestors, and I come from a long line of people who were quilters and still have some of those quilts. And I'm also really, really inspired by the young people who are continuing the fight. The Let Us Breathe Collective, We Charge Genocide, BYP 100, Black Lives Matter, Asada's Daughters. All of these organizations are very, very powerful and very, very inspirational.
Thank you, Dorothy. All ready to go into our breakouts. Now, don't forget to sign up to be a social justice pollinator also, because we need all of you to help build this memorial. We need all of you to create justice in the world. But first, we're going to go into our breakouts. And so Vedran, who's our amazing tech guru, are you going to Zoom everybody into their breakouts now?
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us. I'm just popping in here while Mark unmutes his mic because we couldn't hear you. We want to hear you. But thank you for joining us. And now I'm going to pass it back over to Mark.
What I was saying is that we are experiencing a technical difficulty. Okay, so you know when you go through technical difficulty, then some changes got to be made. So the final 2 hours of this broadcast, we're not going to be able to show due to the fact that we thought that we had 12 hours, but guess what? The people, they suckered us a little bit. So we will be ending at 5 o'clock. One thing that I want to bring to your attention, please donate whatever you have. Please donate it. And let me tell you, it's going to a worthy cause. There's so many people, they say, well, you know, when my loved one get out, things are going to be different. Okay, well, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make that dream or those words that you speak a reality. Right now, the services don't exist. So that means that we got to still fight, believe it or not. So with all of that being said, please donate to Chicago Torture Justice Center, and you see it streaming right there on your screen. Please don't hesitate. Now what we are going to do, let's send love, let's send prayers to Brother Greg. I'm not going to get off into his situation, but let's send love and let's send prayers to Brother Greg. Let's lift him up in this space, that he understand that he is loved, and whatever he go through, that we are in his midst. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask Miss Gina if she can play maybe a few, maybe 20 minutes of Greg boxing, and then what I will do, I'll close it out with the final 10 minutes. Okay? We love you though. So Gina, if you can do that, okay, Gina is working on it now. So thank you, people.
Hello and welcome to the Boxing is Healing program put on by CTJC. This program we are calling Boxing is Healing, Squaring Up and Letting Go. And it is the first virtual offering of a 4-part series on politicized grief. And today I am here to give an introduction of what to expect from our Boxing is Healing program. Our commitment to heal ourselves and our communities has coalesced in the heat of this summer of uprising and protest, of global pandemic and pandemonium. Living under these current and historic conditions of oppression, repression, violence have had the impact of disconnecting us from our feelings of aliveness. That may manifest for some folks as numbing, dissociating, overriding our emotions and sensations, or a sense of grief and loss. We are also constantly having to react and respond to the huge amounts of incoming pressure and crisis as we navigate these various systems of harm, resulting in a feeling of loss of power and agency. Through boxing, we can concretely generate and feel our aliveness and our power. We can name and fight for those things that matter to us and against the things that do not serve us. We can claim this as healing, as a part of what it means to heal from harm, trauma, and loss. Boxing reminds us of the healing and the power that is always available to us right here, right now. This is the healing power within our bodies and minds, as well as the healing power of the natural world and the earth seasons. Today, we practice boxing around the midpoint between summer and fall. This day reminds us that we are in the midst of transition and transformation. We are moving through and skilling up. As we anticipate the season changes ahead, we can shape change. Boxing helps us take stock in the midst of change. What are we up against? What are you fighting for? What do you want to fight for the last time? In the next 30 minutes, we will move together through 2-minute rounds of shadow boxing. You don't need a boxing bag or gloves or any other equipment. Just to find a space where you can spread out and move, and that's all you need. If it is possible to be in a space that has open windows or good ventilation, that would also be helpful. You might want to have a face towel and water on hand. And later we will have some questions for reflection and discussion, so you may want to have a notepad or something to jot down your ideas as we go along. Before moving into the 4 rounds, we want to provide a brief overview and instruction of some basic boxing moves. Please listen to your body. If something doesn't feel right, then it's not, and make whatever modifications you need to. That may be resting, that may be stopping. All of that is more than okay. If you prefer to try these moves out while sitting down or at a slower pace, that also works. I hope that you enjoyed this program.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Crumpton, and I'll be part of what we might want to consider your corner team. Throughout the video, from time to time, you'll see me pop up and ask you a couple of questions about your power. So get ready, breathe deep, and step into the ring.
Thanks for joining us for our Boxing for Our Life round.
Yeah.
As always, we want to start off taking care of our bodies, making sure that we are arriving both in spirit and mind and body. And so before we move in, we want to just do a little bit of warming up. Feel free to follow us or pause us and do whatever warming up you feel like your body needs to do in order to get ready.
That's stretch.
Stretch.
Yeah.
I've got a bad back, so you'll see me modify my own stretches. Modify as your body needs to. Arm rolls to get your shoulders ready and loosen them. Forward. Backward. And then in boxing, we do a lot of hip rotation. So just kind of swinging. If this feels comfortable for your back, you can also do all of this from a seated position, whatever feels right for your body.
your hand, your fist, ball like this. Your hands turned like this. And so you can see, look, it's like this. Your hands turned in. You bent your chin in front of your left leg. You like this. This is your stance. Jab, bang, 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 jab.
So here we got a jab. Slowly.
Right hand, bang.
And the cross. Then we got a left hook.
Left hook, bang.
Kind of shift your weight.
Uppercut, bang, right uppercut, bang.
We got our uppercut. Pretty much it. In our culture, we're often really disconnected from our bodies and what we're feeling. And so really in this round, just really trying to bring your attention back to your body, letting yourself feel, letting things move, and really just feeling the power with each punch you're throwing. That's all there is to do. If you need to stop and rest, if you want to sit down for the round and move, that's totally fine. Move at your own pace and take care of yourself. But we're gonna get ready to start round one. Greg's gonna tee us up.
In this round, we're gonna throw left jab, right hand, left hook.
Jab, cross hook.
Yeah. All right. Ready? Go. Bang, bang, bang.
You can remember to breathe out with each punch. Make sure you're breathing. Move around.
I ain't gonna be going 2 minutes.
You see how Greg is making those sounds? You can make whatever sounds feel right for your body. It helps get breath out. I got you, Greg. Really just letting yourself feel. Can you feel your feet on the ground moving?
Yeah.
Can you feel your arms moving?
That's good.
And make sure you're breathing. So often we hold our breaths, but we need that oxygen. I sometimes switch my stance. So, even out my body. And you can go really slow. So we're going a little fast. You can also just go at whatever pace feels right. And we did it. That's 2 minutes. Oh.
Where do you feel your power? Right now in your body, where do you feel powerful? Where do you feel your power?
So our bodies hold so much information and wisdom, and they also hold a lot of our past traumas, whether from this life or generationally. It's all living in our bodies and in our skeleton. So in this round, what we're trying to do is really just see if even just a little bit as you're moving, you can start to release a little bit of that. whatever the holding is, wherever that might be in your body. For me, I do a lot of holding right here or in my hips. See, as you're moving, if you can let some of the holding go, let some of that release. A lot of holding in your belly, yeah. And it can be a release. You can think about it, or like, what can you cleanse from your body as you're moving? What can we start letting go? Because our bodies hold on to so much of the pain and trauma that we've experienced. So here's a chance to kind of let it move a little bit, let it release, and let it cleanse out.
Whatever your combination is, you can throw 4, 5 punches. And then you throw bam, 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 bam. However many punches you want, bam, 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 bam,
whatever punch combination you want to throw, 4 to 6 punches, throw them, practicing with speed, right? How quick can we be in throwing our punches? Whatever feels right for your body. And again, speed is up to your own determination of your pace. You know yourself best. And then rest for a second and let things move. Let things see if anything releases, see if anything moves, and then another 6 punches, whatever works. Yeah, yeah, first. Again, don't forget to breathe. You're almost there.
Where do you feel your power? Right now in your body, where do you feel powerful? Where do you feel your power?
We're starting round 3, and round 3 is about regaining our power. When we experience trauma, either from a single experience or for ongoing trauma like racist and violent policing, some of what happens to many of us is we lose our sense of power and agency. Something else has control over our bodies and over our life, right? Whether that's the power to arrest or to incarcerate or to actually kill, there's a loss of power. And so in this round, what we're trying to do is see if you can regain some sense of your power and agency, really let your body feel your full power and might as you're throwing each punch in this round. What does it feel like? What would be possible if you'd be able to make moves in your life from your full power and might? So that's what we're going to be playing with. Take it as you will. And I'll leave Greg to kind of tee us up for the moves.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw 5 punches. I'm going to throw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And are these power punches?
These are all of them power punches. The jab is a power punch. The right hand is a power punch. The left hook is a power punch. The uppercut, the right uppercut, the left uppercut. All of them power punches. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang.
So instead of not going for speed this round. I'm really going for power.
Yeah.
I can use my whole body.
Yeah.
These hooks. I can throw them to the body. Or to the head.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
Jump in the correct way.
Yeah.
Okay,
Go.
coach me.
Go. 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 Go.
I'm really feeling what it feels like to throw all my power. Even if I'm throwing more energetically. Breathing in fun.
Yeah. Oh, bang, 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 oh, bang, 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 just go,
Feel your power.
bang, 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 bing, 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 bing.
Round 3. Give it to me, Greg.
Where do you feel your power? Right now in your body, where do you feel powerful? Where do you feel your power?
All right, we're ready for round 4. So what we know is that our healing is not a linear process or a finite process, but it's an ongoing process of coming back to ourselves and what we care about and to each other. And it's similar to the violence that we're seeing every day from police, and now even increased exponentially so because of the uprisings. We're seeing the repression, the violence, that's also ongoing, right? It's things that we have to always be prepared to deal with. And so what do we need to do to prepare our heart, mind, and body to be in protracted struggle? Right, and that's part of what we're talking about in this round. It's the 4th round. I know you all are tired. This is the last round. So what we're practicing is something that I was taught, which is a relaxed body is a powerful body. So what do you need to be able to relax in your movements to allow you to be in sustained practice, right? While taking care of yourself, to be able to be in relaxed practice and still being connected to who you are, what you care about, and to your power. So that's some of what we're going to be practicing in this 4th round. Greg's going to tee us up and explain what the round is going to look like. You're going to snap, crackle, pop, right?
Yeah, and then we're gonna snap, crackle, pop.
Can you explain what a snap, crackle,
Well,
pop
snap,
is?
crackle, pop is when you get in position to throw the punches, I'm gonna call. I'm gonna say snap, crackle, pop, and you say bam, 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 wherever you at.
Any 3 punches.
Any 3 punches you want to throw. It's just 3 punches.
So I'll just be doing kind of a relaxed, you can either throw continuous jab crosses or continuous uppercuts or hooks, whatever you feel comfortable, just continuous, what kind of pace you need to be in a relaxed practice. And then Greg's gonna call out snap, crackle, pop, and then we give 3. That's how we have to get up into the street at that point. See how do we keep our bodies doing it, right? All right.
Snap, crackle, pop. Snap, crackle, pop. Woo. Snap, crackle, pop. 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 Woo.
That's good.
Snap, crackle, pop.
Right back into it. Relax.
Snap, crackle, pop.
I'll go into uppercut.
Snack, cracker, pop.
So any 3 punches when Greg calls out. What do I need to have in my body?
Snack, cracker, pop.
Be ready at any point and still being able to feel my breath, my power.
Snack, cracker, pop. 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 Oh, that was fast. That was fast. Seems like.
The practice of boxing is like the practice of life. You don't have to be an expert at many moves. The reasons we don't use equipment is to remind you that you are enough. It is always possible to get better, and in the meantime, you are enough. Being intentional about when and how you fight, what you move and slip past, and what you resist or go towards is all intentional. Being thoughtful about what you resist and what you are going for allows you to use your resources in ways that won't hurt yourself or those around you. Controlling our breath and listening to our bodies are also resistance and healing practices. What stood out to you in each round of boxing? What emotions did the boxing bring up? Which round provided the most relief of stress and emotions? Which rounds seemed to increase your stress or emotions? Are you able to name for yourself the reasons why that might be? We hope that you will join us for future seasonal events on politicized grief, loss, and healing. Thank you for being with us today.
And thank you. Thank you for watching that, Brother Greg and Cindy. Cindy, we ain't even mentioned her name today. Cindy. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Aislinn to provide closing remarks, but I love you all.
Thank you so much, Mark. You did such an awesome job. This was our very first telethon live stream. So we did it. Yay! We made it to the end. And thank you for the troopers who stayed on the entire time. There are some of y'all who have been watching the whole 8 hours, which is amazing. We love y'all so much. Also want to shout out the winner of our last book giveaway, which is Michael Stanek. So Michael, you won the signed copy of Myra Chenoir and Valerie's book, and we will be reaching out to you to go over details. So congratulations. We still have a whole lot more that we've collected in that are giveaways for people who donate. So keep watch. If you haven't signed up for our emails, go to our website and sign up, and we will send you emails that will give you updates on where we are with the Love-a-thon, and we'll also inform you which daily giveaways are happening. We're going to have some almost every day for the remainder of the year. So definitely sign up. Go to our website, which is chicagotorturejustice.org, chicagotorturejustice.org. You can also find us on all of the social media platforms as Shy Torture. So on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, on Instagram. Go and follow us all there as well. And we will be posting updates on a daily basis there too. We are so excited to have done this. We want to thank all of the people who made this possible, including Nathan from Grassroots Collaborative, whose brainchild this was. So thank you so much, Nathan. Thank you for the countless hours of support that you have given to us. We are so grateful that you came and just volunteered and have been a trooper. Thank you, Nash. Thank you so much, Nash, for teaching us how to use these streaming platforms. This is our first time doing it all on our own. So thank you so much, Nash. We also want to shout out all of the people who were in each of our videos. The last one included Greg, and Mark did a really beautiful tribute to Greg. We want to send him love. We are thinking of you. We love you, and you are in our thoughts and our hearts. And we also want to shout out Carl. Carl, you are also in our hearts, and we're thinking of you. We're sending you all our love. We know that this is a difficult time. We are in a heightened episode of COVID right now, where the new variant, the Omicron variant, really wreaks havoc. And so we want to send love to everyone. And just give you the reminder to be mindful and careful with yourself during this holiday season, and use the best care that you can. And if you have loved ones that are near and dear to you, please make sure to remind them how precious they are. We know that life is so extraordinarily precious. We also want to just give love to all of the mothers, all of the moms who have been watching this live stream for the entire time. We, again, are demanding free them all. Free Michelle, free Taman, free the Hernandez brothers, free all of the incarcerated peoples, free Stanley Howard, free Daryl Fair, and please, if I didn't mention your loved one's name, charge my head and not my heart. We want to free them all. As Mark said, we want to dismantle the system. And part of our ethos here at the Chicago Torture Justice Center is heal, dismantle, create. And we view those all as very interconnected. They're not separate, right? So as we're fighting to dismantle this system, as we're fighting to free all of our people, we also know that our healing is integral to our ability to sustain ourselves and sustain our communities. We also know that part of our task is also to create new systems, new ways of being together. As we demolish mass incarceration, as we end the systems of oppression that are paramount to how society runs now, that means we also have to create new ones. And so join us in that experimentation, join us in that exploration, as we together will heal, we together will dismantle these oppressive systems, and we together will create a new world that is full of more loving, life-sustaining, and nurturing systems and environments, places where we can thrive, places that foster and nurture life and well-being, places where, when we have a pandemic, healthcare is readily available to everyone and anyone who needs it, where it's not scarce. A world where we do not have prisons and we don't kidnap people and lock them in cages. A world where people are paid so that they can have livable and dignified lives and not struggling in order to make ends meet. So join us. If you have the money to donate and you are looking for a place to give some love, please consider donating to us. We are trying to fund our brand new location. And I just want to take a few minutes to explain the importance of the location. It's the Woodlawn Mental Health Center. It was one of the 6 mental health centers that our former mayor, Rahm Emanuel, shut down in 2012 when he conducted, right before he conducted the largest public school closing in the history of this country. He closed half of our city's public mental health centers. So that closure, that process of shutting down the public commons, education and healthcare is a part of a larger project and a larger process of removing resources from our communities. And now that we're in a pandemic, we know that what we need is an expansion of healthcare, including mental health care, and especially mental health care, because of the crisis that we're in now. So we are going to be sharing that space. We are going in there knowing that the fight to establish a robust public healthcare system is paramount in this moment. We must reopen and expand all of the public mental health centers in the city. We must open and expand the entirety of public healthcare system. Now, in a time of extreme loss, it is more clear than ever that we must build a future where healthcare is a right. So we are honored to be able to open up in the Woodlawn Mental Health Care Center, providing free services to anyone impacted directly or indirectly by policing. So join us and send us an email, send us some of your thoughts on this experience. We are honored to be in this struggle with you. We want to learn together, we want to grow together, and we will win. So thank you all. And Mark, I'll turn it over to you just for the last word.
Well, guess what? Don't just have looked. Help us to help you. Help us to help the community. Get more involved with the Chicago Torture Justice Center. If you would like to know more information about what we do, go to www.chicagotorturejustice.org. And let me tell you, we're very appreciative of you joining this broadcast. Merry Christmas to each and every one of you. I send Merry Christmas to all the brothers and sisters that are locked down inside of the jails and prisons. The struggle must continue. We must love each other, and we must stand together and fight. Thank you. God bless you. And we look to see you after the new year. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a wonderful night. And thank you, Gina, for all of your tireless work
Gina
on the back end. Yes, thank you, Gina. And thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful holiday season, and we will see you in the new year.